Welcome back, everybody, to the Midseason Championships here on the main stream, twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. We're here, we're in elimination side, and now we're getting into some qualifying matches for the top 32. We ran through some winning side sets, and now we got some pretty exciting stuff coming up ahead of us. Slow-mo, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. I do apologize for the little delay. I told you it'd just be a half a second. We were right back. I'm feeling good. We're going to be taking a look at Bunny going up against Raid here in just a second. And, you know, you want to be a little apprehensive because of what, you know, we just saw Bunny take the loss and have to come down to elimination side. And she's got another pretty strong fight in front of her again to be able to stay in this bracket.
She does, yeah. She's going to be going up against Raid. But I feel like between the two of them already, I feel like slightly more consistent bracket placements than Rain. She does compete a little bit more often, but honestly, this is a set that could go either way. Very surprisingly, these two have never actually played against each other in bracket before. Not a single time, at least according to my stats tool.
Interesting. A chat has definitely got their opinions. Bunny seems to be the crowd favorite right now. She's playing amazingly. She went up against Vimtankilo. That is not an easy match at all. Was able to take a game, came out looking really good. Hopefully she's able to turn it up and take care of Raid.
Yeah, that's right. So what we got to see in the winning side set against Vimtankilo, again, what she excels at is going to be in that offstage gameplay. I feel like that is where it's going to be really defined. Raid, it's been a while since I've got to see his gameplay in one, so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting. It's probably going to be the Ulgrim here coming on in. Ulgrim, just such a popular pick, continues to be such a popular pick. Excellent, excellent collection of different signatures. And, you know, Lance in ones, it really depends on who you ask about how they feel about the weapon. But Lance up against Axe in ones, that is not a very good matchup for Lance. So we'll end up seeing what happens here. We're going into game one. It is the aforementioned legend picks that we got to see. And now Bunny on the gauntlet to Raid on the Lance. Already able to get an N-Light. Bunny with a D-Light recovery. Okay.
I like the drip swap on Bunny. We saw the last set against Vimtankilo. It was a very light colored Rayman color.
Oh,
and,
whoa.
Oh, wait
Hold on a second. We're going to start talking about the drip. The GC sidelight. Oh, but Raid was able to get just enough jumps back from being hit that he made it back onto the stage, but that was close. That is how she opens off aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, the dark side, Bunny coming out here, and there we go. We see the Sayer going to go ahead and finish off that first stock of Raid. A very comfortable lead, a very comfortable start. Going to go ahead and juggle the weapons, get the Starve going, swapping over to Gauntlets. Raid not even able to touch the stage, let alone get a weapon. Bunny allowing them to go over and pick it up. Nice dare from Raid. Bunny getting underneath them though, working the Gauntlets. Can't find a good opening, being very patient, very methodical. She is not pushing the button unless she knows it is a confirmation hit.
Ooh, Raid is trying to chase her down, but Bunny is still holding onto the stock, able to get the neutral, able to get the downer as well. The weapon toss ended up connecting, not comboing into the dare, but that would have been so sick. That would have been so, so cool. Raid holding onto the stage, pressing the D-Sig there. Bunny, she's got to get back on now.
There we go. Being able to get back. Weapon throw to get her just enough room to be able to get back up on stage and go back to work. Still on that first stock, trying to swap over to Axe. She's trying to fish out that knockout, but Raid saw it coming. Weapon swapping as well, starving her out. She gets over, there we go, Axe in hand. Now she's gonna start looking for that knockout. Now she's gonna try and find the knockout to be able to get Raid down on, but Raid getting the Sayer, getting the stock off of Bunny, and finally putting her on her second stock.
Yeah, that recovery, very exploitable, good whiff punish. Side light dare, true combo. Bunny makes it back on. D-Light recovery is not enough to take it off the top, but that one is certainly gonna be able to do it this time with the gauntlets and a little bit of extra damage. She is now confidently up a stock. That's Rayman D-Sig. Once it goes off stage, you pretend like it never happened because you really not punishing it.
No, absolutely not. We see the Axe battle here. Raid getting a good string of attacks here.
GC D-Light though, that was bold and just the right hitbox to be able to cover that space.
There we go. Bunny gonna hit the Sayer.
Wow.
She is moving and flowing for sure, trying to get over on that weapon. No, she's going to fight back on arm. There we go. Gauntlets are all strapped up on the hands. Raid, big recovery, big result. Not going to be enough to go ahead and confirm that stock. Raid's doing a really good job of kind of bringing this game back. If he can confirm this stock on Bunny, this is definitely doable for him in game number one.
Oh, but the Sayer is going to connect, and just like that, he has been able to even up this stock count. Let's see what Bunny's going to be able to make happen. Here, Raid just going to be opting for the Axe, in fact. Okay, denying her of a weapon. going out there. Raid is connecting so many axe hits. Neutrally, D-Lights, just like that. The damage has been evened up. Bunny going all the way out there through the N-Sig, but now she has put herself off stage. And that is a pretty good position for Raid to be in. Able to get the D-Sig there as well. Bunny has been stuck in disadvantage. Not able to get them down into the D-Light because that wasn't the back hit. Okay, the N-Sig not going to connect there. I don't know what she was looking for, but she has been stuck in disadvantage for what feels like forever. She's flipped the tables. She gets that N-Light. Now it is Raid who is scrambling back onto the stage.
Well, she's got to do it. She's let this kind of slip away from her here. Is this going to come down to these last interactions? We're just throwing the wrong neutral sig right in the middle of the stage. Crazy work. She somehow survived that. Weapon throw out. Okay, has axe in hand. Raid is at the disadvantage state, has no weapon. Bunny trying to get that axe to connect. Raid, though, trying to catch a landing. No good off the side light, or the neutral light. I apologize. Oh, using that soft platform.
Oh, its movement
She's
is so
being
scary.
so careful.
Bunny just trying to mix up Raid, able to get the GC N-Light. Not enough to KO. That is Ulgrim after all. Bunny going through the recovery. Okay, I don't know what that GC N-Light was avoiding the save, but the N-Light connects. Bunny losing the lead. Raid going to be taking the game. That was such a big lead, but she spent so much of that last stock in disadvantage that Raid was just able to even it up. Even from that lead, it was not enough.
That was rough. It looked so good starting out, but Raid was getting more and more comfortable, and we were seeing some weird attacks from Bunny, like just the raw neutral sig in the middle of the stage, and just a couple other examples. Like, I don't know, it was definitely interesting decisions, but we're gonna get right back into game number 2. No legend swaps. Bunny going to work on arm, trying to get that weapon to drop, but Raid doing the very smart thing in getting the weapon starved in from the very beginning and making things as difficult as possible for Bunny.
And the D-Light grab pound, Bunny going to be controlling the stage, gets that N-Light, tries to get out there with the D-Sig. Raid finding the side light neutral. Bunny now just once again looking any way to catch this landing, but Raid is just finding all of his hits so easily. Bunny has just been behind in damage for so long, and that is going to be it for that stock. Already 30 seconds in, one stock gone. Raid looking quite healthy.
Now this is very concerning. Okay, she's gonna go over and get the drop. There we go. Gauntlets. But Raid just literally swinging at will, getting big damage, knocking her in. She's almost into orange on that second stock, Dara. She has got to find some sort of way to get some offense flowing in her direction. Coming under, missing the recovery.
Able to get the N-Light, just continues to scout out all of these landings. Bunny gets the side light, no follow-up. Not able to get the recovery, connects the neutral here. And Raid, I like the preemptive GC N-Sig just in case she decided to go off stage. The D-Sig is finally able to connect, and Slow-Mo, you're clapping it up. And honestly, yeah, you have to, because Bunny has even up the stock count, but can she even up this damage?
No, it's a great use of the down sig. It's such a good weapon for holding onto that edge guard. Raid, though. Oh, we see the neutral sig come back, and she's going to have enough. The sweat beads out. She is out.
Why did she fast fall? Oh, she fast fell. She could have made it back. She just didn't need to do that. She just had to hold to the left, and she would have had a chance. Okay, well, you know what? It happened to the best of us. Bunny is an entirely stock down once again, and the lead is running away down into D-Sig for coverage. At early health, that's crazy.
She's stressing me out. She is stressing me out. All right. Here we go back in neutral. She's trying to make something pop loose here, trying to get an entire stock advantage.
No, wait.
The charge
He waited. He had the right idea too. Raid is in her head. He is getting everything that he is possibly looking for. Finally getting punished. The ground pound coming out. The GCD sig as well. Bunny, she still has that fight in her. Is it enough fight? Is it enough fight to even up the game count? We'll just have to find out.
I do like what I'm seeing. I mean, we are in game number 2, so even if she's not able to make it happen here in this game, she still has another chance. And we are, like you said, we talked about, we're seeing the adaptations take place. She is warming up. She is heating up. Raid, though, still looking very good, but now he's at that disadvantage where, you know, we had the axe against Lance. He obviously sees it, swapping over to the axe, trying to fish out that last stock on her. That neutral sig is going to be huge. She got the dare. She can follow up with some pressure off stage. The down sig's going to connect, and Bunny gets it done. Ties the setup. We're going to game number 3.
Oh, it happened. It finally happened. The thing that feels so bad as an axe player. Let me tell you guys right now, it is so tough being axe. Why? When you want to go for a lead, when you want to go for a lead, lead and you go, okay, sidelight neutrally, I'm gonna go for recovery. If that recovery does not connect, every single time, a good player will punish you for it. That is how Bunny was able to win, because Raid went for that recovery on that last stock. Every Axe player in the world, they saw it and they went, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense as to why he got into disadvantage. So it's a little bit tough. You have to go through those really heavy commitments. It's very whiff punishable. Bunny took advantage of it, and then she demolished him off stage. In this game too now, already we're opening off hot. They're both swinging. The game is totally even, and they're just going blow for blow.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot more aggression from both these players here in game number 3. Bunny with the gauntlets in hand. Raid pushing her off stage. Another nair. Good juggle. Couldn't follow up with that side air, but it definitely had potential. Throwing the signature down. Bunny's going to punish it with the side sig. Pushing him back off stage. Here we go. More work from Bunny. Following up with the Sarah coming back on stage. Recovery's going to whip the Raid. Man.
It's so difficult for Lance to catch somebody stacked. The neutral hitbox can be a little bit finicky. The side light does not connect. Raid only has that jump and a dodge, and Bunny is going to make sure that he gets punished for it. All out of landing options. She continues to shark. She continues to occupy the platform and the ground pound. It doesn't just hit down, baby.
No,
it hits all the way around.
That's right. That hitbox is a big old circle. And we saw them taking a great advantage of it. Bunny, though, being taken down to her final stock as well, her second stock as well. But holy hell, this game is so close.
It is. Oh, side light neutral, true combo. Weapon toss, so non-committal. GCD light as well. She is piling on the damage. Those vertical weapon tosses are so good. The GCN light to punish the option. Her wake-ups, her whiff punishes. They're coming along. She's literally waking up.
No, literally, yes. I mean, this is the Bunny we know. This is what we're used to. We're seeing her heat up, looking fantastic on this Rayman. I love the usage of the signature kit in the last game. It was so well done. But this is a lot. This is so close. I mean, we saw her come back from a huge deficit in game number 2.
Down air, she doesn't have anything to make it back on. She's just going to opt to just take out that stock. Let's see what she's able to do here. She was able to make the comeback last time. This comeback feels even more doable. The delayed ground pound to be able to catch a spot dodge, a good choice.
Yes, absolutely. Bunny, though, on that final stock, but we saw how she did with it in last game. She was able to overcome and persevere here. The nice side sig going to go ahead and connect, put Raid all the way out. Can she find something in the air? She cannot. Raid going to catch the landing with the nair, throws the lance immediately away, but Bunny's underneath it, finishes up with the recovery, and she's got Raid on his final stock.
That's right, but Raid has a big lead for himself, and we have seen just how lethal he can be. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He picks up the axe. He's going to be able to get the side sig, and just like that, he closes it out. Wow, so confident.
I'm calling it right now. We're going to game 5.
Ooh.
I'm calling it right now. We're going to game 5.
That's a tough call. That's a tough call because this kind of aggressive gameplay is innately so inconsistent. This is either going to be, well, I mean, it's literally going to be either a 3-1 or it's going to be going to game 5. So you have a 50% chance of being great. Okay, I mean, I guess.
I mean, 50% is not bad. I'll take those odds.
Yeah, but it's like not that exciting of a call, man. It's like it's gonna
fair.
game 5. I'm like, I would like this to go to a game 5. Don't get me wrong. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. She played very well. Raid ultimately, he had a very big lead for himself. He's very efficient at demolishing Bunny off stage. Now that's that fate pick that I talked about before in the winning side.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I do not like this, especially having.
Believes. Bunny believes in her fate.
I know.
Bunny believes. The question is, do you believe slow-mo? You don't believe it.
The axe looked really good. The Rayman is so good. We know how comfortable she is on that legend, and I think it was working. Needed to be able to use that axe to punish the lance a little bit more, take that advantage state. I don't know if I like the swap, especially with how squishy she is. Not known for her defense, but a lot of power output, a lot of damage output if Bunny can make those connections.
Well, we'll see how it ends up working out. Raid, though, able to get the weapon toss and then into the jump sider just like that.
I don't like
That's
it,
already one stock gone. But you know what? You're talking about Bunny, but we have to talk about how well Raid is doing. He is finding every single one of his downers. He tries to go for that downer D-sig again. He ends up getting punished for it. Not that big of a punish, because if it hits, it's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. See if Bunny's going to put that pressure off stage, try to get the gravity cancel neutral sig. Raid doing a great job staying out of the way of it. There we go. Caught her with the D-light. Could we find something coming down? Weapon throws going to go ahead and bump her on the top of the head. Okay, what are we going to do off stage here? What are we going to do, Bunny? We're going to whip on the side light, come up, connects with the nair, Raid.
Punish, neutral GC. D-light, another neutral. That is a lot of damage being tacked onto Bunny, who she's able to get the 2-piece, and that is the true combo that is going to be enough to KO. Nicely done. So a little bit behind in damage. Orb can easily even it up. Side light neutralize and D-lights. You got all of that good stuff. N-light trying to shark Raid here, looking for the neutralize. The GC N-light going to come out as well. N-light D-light extension. Raid is in disadvantage. And he is desperate to get out. Using up his recovery, sweating on the way back down. Side light Day-2 combo. And the hold on the D-Sig. The hold on the D-Sig to be able to catch the dodge. That was so good. That was amazing. What a call out on a spot dodge.
Great call out. Using the Algrim tech to perfection. And it's got Bunny on, I don't even want to say this, she is on her tournament stock right now, Dara.
She's just getting called out on all these spot dodges. The GC N-Sig not going to come out. The side A does connect. The GC N-Light. Is this going to be enough to do it? Yes, it will be. Bunny, she has a chance. This is her tournament stock. Raid, he has once again built up a lead for himself here, and he has just been so efficient in finding these KOs, especially on the Lance.
Absolutely. Raid are going to try and finish it up right here. I mean, this would be an upset if he's able to get it done, coming in at power rank number 22 against Bunny's 8. Okay, what can we find?
Raid is stepping
More
up,
damage.
calling out those jumps, looking for those neutralize. Bunny doing the same exact thing, finding some neutralize of her own, comboing into the Sailor because Raid was all out of options, didn't have a dodge. GC N-Light, weapon toss to be able to extend, side lights the wrong direction. Oh no.
That was unfortunate because she took a lot of damage, a lot of punishment because of that. We go back to back, back to back N-Light.
GC side light Sailor.
Wait, hold on, it's doable. Game 5.
N-Light, the control of the space. Is she gonna go out there? She does with the GC side light. She's sweating, she touches with the downer, and she is alive to see another day. Oh my gosh, everybody's whiffing. The N-Light connects. Raid is off stage. He is looking for any chance. He can't make it back on. The Sailor whiffed twice. It whiffed twice. But he's not gone. He's not out of the game yet. He's sweating, and Bunny misses the edge guard. And Raid is the one that closes it out. Oh my God, what a finish. What a finish, what an unexpected finish. You're speechless, man. You got nothing to say. What's up, Slow-Mo? What happened?
I don't know. Oh my goodness, Raid, you are on my radar now, brother. I'll tell you what. Great job from him. Unfortunately, knocking Bunny out of the bracket. I would have liked to see her go a little further. We see the pain on the audience faces. So unfortunate. Yes, I'm talking to you right there.
Oh my gosh, that last stock, that was everybody whiffing everything they needed to possibly KO. By the way, that D-Sig, that was so cool.
He missed the Sayer
so
coming back down. I don't know, like, just the absolute whiff Sayer. He had the punish. I don't.
This last stock, this scramble, honestly, this should have been Bunny's edge guard, right? Raid was basically all out of options here. Used up his dodge, used up his recovery, sweating, and yet Bunny missed the downer. That was it. Granted, I want to say Raid gave Bunny a couple of extra openings.
Yes.
It was a very critical side that he ended up whiffing that Bunny was able to punish. In fact, 2 of them. So she was controlling space. She was manipulating space. She was keeping Raid away. She was doing everything that she needed to do. But at the end, I hate to say it, she kind of choked a little bit.
A little bit, and Raid played amazingly. I mean, I don't want to take, we've been talking a lot about Bunny, you know, a little more well-known of a player, but Raid played fantastically. That is an upset. That is a big upset. He got the job done. He's going to continue his way through mid-season championships, and he just qualified for top 32. That was a money match.
That's right. Into the top 32 side of things, and very nicely done. That does mean that Bunny is out before top 32, which is
crazy.
a bit of a heartbreaker, honestly.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
So very nicely done. Good job to her. She's going to be just continuing on throughout the tournament, throughout the bracket. Well, excuse me. Raid is going to be continuing out throughout the tournament, throughout the bracket, and Bunny is totally knocked on out. I believe we have one more elimination side match before you and I are done for the mainstream. But man, that one was so close. And again, I feel like the same exact thing happened in the Friday Soul set, right? Which is you, as Fate, or as any site, you live and die by actually connecting your downers off stage. And she literally lost the game because of it.
Yeah.
You have to hit it. Sometimes the hitbox feels huge, and other times you're off stage and you never hit it. It just happens. It just happens like that. It's not, well, I don't want to give site players that much credit.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Move to hit. And then I thought about it for a second. I was like, I'm not gonna say that. They don't deserve it. Sorry.
They don't deserve it?
Nope.
Oh man, that was a fun one. We got a double dose of a Bunny there in the last couple sets. Was unfortunate to watch her demise, but we have another one lined up. This is the play. We got J4L, and then we talked about Athena before we went to break earlier, and how well they were playing in the twos portion of Midseason Championship.
Yeah, no, Athena had quite a bit of a gun in the two side of things, and then we also have to acknowledge what's been happening in the elimination side of ones. Athena was first knocked down by the one and only Bunny, knocked down to elimination side, and then Athena had to go up against J-Blade, which was a Game 5, up against Cheeto, which was a Game 5. So Athena has had a pretty tough day. A lot of Game 5 wins. Nothing has been a dominant 3-0 yet, and now she has her basically toughest opponent yet since the winning side, which is J44L.
Yeah. Yeah, name we've been talking about a little more here lately. We have seen J44L make some pretty good finishes in some recent brackets. And then, like I said, Athena was teamed up with Cheeto yesterday. It did amazingly in twos and has had one heck of a ones run as well. Hopefully be able to sneak in there to top 32.
Yeah, between the two of them, of course, you know, J44L, these two have never played against each other in different regions and all that, but J44L just has had higher bracket placements more than anything. I feel like the most times I get to see Athena is at LANs. Definitely got to cast a couple of Athena sets at last year's mid-season, maybe one at BCX as well. But overall, placements are good. They're good. J44 is a little bit more consistent, 17th at the last two seasonal championships. So honestly, this could go either way, but in my mind, this is definitely J44L favored.
I tend to agree. But if LAN has shown us anything, I don't even know what to think anymore. Like, there's no predictions, there's no guessing. People just play different. Things are different. But we are going to settle down. There we go. There is J44L setting up, doing some button checks. $1,350 to his earnings. No top 8s. We have made top 32 8 times, and then obviously a no podiums. We're seeing a Bode bar on the screen. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either. We'll just have to see who he's going to end up going. But the thing that we definitely do know is who Athena's going to be playing. As the name suggests, I don't know anything about mythology, something about hunting, I guess. Is that what Athena does?
Sounds right.
Sounds about right. Athena's going to be on the bow, specifically with the Kaya. Yeah, just very, very solid with Kaya. We got to see some bow gameplay yesterday in twos, and now we'll be seeing him go into ones.
We're seeing kind of the same thing from Athena here. We got $805 in earnings, and we have 2 top 32s. So this could add another one to their resume if they can get it done in this set. But we've talked about the Kaya pick a lot. I mean, we might as well touch on it again while they're doing button checks. I mean, just a nasty legend. Bow is so good. Spear is so good. The stat line's good. The signature kit's good. Kaya is always going to be relevant. She is always going to be played, always going to be in tournaments. Legend is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. There is never a bad time to be playing Kaya.
Nope.
Even after like all like the big legend moves of however many years ago was that? Was that last year? Was that a year and a half or 2 years ago?
Something like that.
Kaya is still used super, super heavily. Those signatures are still good. The stats are still good. Those weapons are still really good.
Absolutely.
Ones and in twos as well. So incredibly, incredibly versatile. So yeah, Athena's probably going to be sticking to it. Maybe somebody else. We'll just have to go ahead and find on out. We're waiting for them to jump into the first game. I could just be taking a look at the top 32 side of things, see who made it out, see who made it in. Some of the names: Akno, Radish, Markimu, of course. Sandstorm has to go up against Kaina in the first round of top 32, which is ridiculous to think about. Balloon Boy, Ventankilo, Flower, Lores. Flower is definitely the player that I'm keeping my eye on in the winner's side. Taya and Udea in the elimination side. Sack and Blaze. Ian as well. Ian has been on an excellent bracket path today. Raid, Gutsme, Fakey, Seabass, Stingray, and Jeff. Those are all the locked-in top 32 players.
Taking a look at the chat predictions, and this is actually pretty fair. This is a good split. J44L, I mean, it definitely looks better. It definitely looks better on paper. Athena's going to have a battle here. I think we looks like they are giving thumbs up that we are going to start getting settled in here, and I'm really anticipating getting this set going, and so we can figure out who our final top 32 is.
Okay, and it does seem like J44 is going to be going with the Telos. Finally happened. We finally got our second Telos on the stream. This has been the legend that I believe has already soared to like the most played legend in ranked at the moment, and for good reason. Hammer is arguably the strongest weapon at the moment. Axe is always going to be Axe. Telos is incredibly strong signatures, and we have decided to take the strongest legend to Small World's End.
Yeah, makes sense.
Athena, you gotta be careful. Those stocks can disappear.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We're going to see what happens, though. We are all going to learn a lot from this first game. As Adara mentioned, these two have never fought each other in bracket before. So, you know, different regions, it's just kind of how things work. So we're going to see as they
side sig. Oh,
connected.
coverage. Athena trying his best to be able to get back on. D-Light there. I think that's supposed to be a D-Light Sir. Not exactly sure what he was going for. They're able to get the Sir to get off me, but the Stomp Sir, is that going to be able to do it? The weapon toss, I think that's going to secure it.
Yep.
Athena not going to be able to make it back on, and that's already one stock gone.
Yeah, very clean 40-second stock. Did not take very much damage to get the job done, and has got themselves in a perfect position to continue on in game number 1. Athena's now playing catch up, trying to get some of this damage back, but we got to even get this Teros in a knockout range and even be able to set up for a knockout. There we go, another Sayer from J44L, and another one racking up damage. This is Teros, people. Those hammer swings hurt.
I can't play that recovery didn't KO yet, even on Small Worlds End. Okay. Athena going all the way out there, looking for that N-Sig. J44 is not going to have any of it. Was able to get the N-Sig. Athena and J44 both making it back on, but not until he was able to pick up the axe and get the KO off the top. He's looking good. He's looking clean. He's looking consistent. He's picking up these stocks. He's getting the damage. What is Athena going to be able to do here?
I don't know. You can kind of see, he kind of got a little smirk on his face when he got knocked out right there. I was looking. He was just like, okay. Trying to kind of figure out what he's going to do here is he's trying to wrangle in this Teros. That Sayer is finally going to confirm the first stock. Now we got to go to work on the second.
Athena backing in, backing out, able to get the D-Light neutrally. Does she get the juggle? The answer is she does not. D-Light, N-Light once again. That is the bow state of mind. That is where you want to be. Space out those N-Lights. The side light ended up whiffing. Athena was in the blind spot. Neutrally Downer not going to be able to connect. I'm surprised that wasn't the grounded hitbox of Downer, because the landing hitbox would have been able to definitely connect.
Okay, Athena heating up a little bit. We're seeing some good damage output come off of this bow. Staying out of the way, no, as I say, that Stomp Sayer is going to put some more damage on him. Oh, that Sayer whiffed.
Athena, okay, recovery back onto the stage. J44L, I don't know about that side sig. It resulted in his stock being taken. And now Athena on the precipice of a comeback, but Telos is not going to have a difficult time getting KOs anytime soon.
No, we're just letting the down sig go, though. You gotta work for it a little bit. Not just going to run into the signatures for you. Okay, back on hammer. Sayer's going to get it done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, moving on to game number 2.
Okay, so he opened off with a big lead. He was able to secure the lead. I have to say, I feel like Athena's spear did not threaten J44L at all. He got hit by a lot of sidelights, and I guess this is just a general challenge of spear, which is especially when you're going up against Telos. When you hit a spear sidelight, the question is like, what do you do if they have a dodge, right? And any commitment, any follow-up that you really go for, if you end up getting whiff punished, or if they just end up going through like a wake-up, Telos is going to get a bigger punish than you might for going through like a neutral.
That's a good point.
So his spear sidelights didn't result in a lot of damage. J44L just kind of felt comfortable landing. I liked Athena's bow more so in that last game.
Yeah.
Sidelight comes out, almost had the punish there, right? We're not seeing a lot of stuff come out of it.
That's what we're saying. You know, the bow is definitely starting to heat up in the last game. We're starting to see some breaths of life out of Athena, but J44L just keeps tightening down the pressure. But here we go. We're seeing some spear movement a little bit. Misses on the D-Light. J44L right there to pick up 2 quick hits off of it. Oh, there we go. Extending it with the Nair into recovery, and then the
GC side sig. Who is that hitting? Well, not J44L. He made it back down. Athena, he's getting stomped, sailed, but it ends up dropping. J44L was not able to confirm it. That would have definitely put Athena in a nasty, nasty position off stage.
I know it's early. I know no stocks have fallen yet, but looking at the health, Athena does have a very slight advantage here, and continuing to extend it, not going to be enough to take him up to the top of Demon Island. And that one was okay. The neutral light going to go ahead and connect. That is going to go ahead and take the stock off of J44L. And Athena has the first lead so far this set.
Dash jumping, moving, not going to be able to get the end light. Nice punish on that whip side sig. The downer not going to be able to connect the neutral, not enough to KO off the top. Athena dash jumping around, able to get the side light, looking through the D light once again. He is getting a lot more comfortable in his movement, but J44L finally able to get that stock out.
Yes, he needed it. It was starting to kind of start to drift away from him a little bit. Try to get the gravity cancel, down light, nothing to be found. The fadeaway Sayer, nothing to be found. That one's going to connect into a side light, into another Sayer. Try to get the third one, could not get it, but another side light is going to connect on Athena. That was a big dose of damage.
Sig. Oh no, J44L. That hitbox is not that big. The Sig is going to be able to come out. Is he going to be able to make it back on? The answer is he is not. All out of options, down too deep. Now it is J44L who is able to take that stock lead. I felt like he was getting very comfortable crossing up Athena, and Athena was able to get a couple of end lights to just catch him stacked, but that wasn't enough to add up that damage.
No, it most certainly was not. Okay, we're gonna see, we're gonna play footsies in neutral right now. We're being super careful. J44L has carved that lead back out. He's got Athena on their final. There we go, side light into D light, into Sayer. All connect, all good. J44L coming back up on stage. We're gonna see the edge guard come into effect, but no, he whiffs the Nair, can't find anything. Athena, another side light, but J44 coming up underneath with the Nair, and this is back and forth, back and forth. There we go.
That recovery is going to be enough to do it, and now he has come back. The stock count is even. Let's see what Athena's going to be able to make happen here. Backing up a little bit, backing up. Look at him way to catch that landing. J44L, he has been landing so confidently with all these downings. Look at him dashing in, dashing out, dashing in, maybe crossing up this time. Athena gets that side light, but no big follow-ups come out of it. Big punish on that with D-light.
Back to hammer. This could be the beginning of the end for Athena here. Stomp Sayer, not going to be enough. Athena trying to find the options to come back. Stays out of the way of the hammer. Weapon throw up, starving him out.
Looking for anything at this point. The weapon spawn, not going to be able to pick it up. J44L just going to be knocking him out of the way. Still left weaponless. The damage deficit is growing bigger and bigger by the moment. The end light is going to be able to do it successfully. No. Coming up with the game, nicely done.
They got a weird angle off of that, and it bounced him off the stage, and it took away the force that it probably would have knocked out, but didn't quite get it. But here we go, up 2-0.
So I feel like J44L is getting very comfortable moving around Athena, especially on bow. Athena's just not been able to catch him stacked too much, aside from a couple of end lights. But J44L, like again, he's dash jumping, he's snap dashing back down, and oftentimes he's opting just to like dash backwards, and then 1 out of 4 times he's dashing in. Athena has not yet been able to call that out and successfully punish it. So some adaptations, again with bow, neutral is a very big option. With spear, we're seeing the side lights come out, but we're not seeing the big follow-ups from them. Sometimes we'll be able to see, like, of course, like the D-light Sayer, but not all the time. I wonder what the choice is, and we're seeing the swap.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with it. You're down 2-0. I mean, it wasn't working. You got to try something else. We still have the bow. Diana's signature kit is crazy, so maybe we'll be able to get something going here. There's Sayer.
With that side light, not going to be able to get it. Okay, let's see what these blasters are able to do. Side light Sayer, true combo. That side sig does not connect. Trying to just space him out here. Yes, playing away, spacing out, threatening those disjoints. But there it is again, the movement stacked, crossing up, reading Athena's movement, and finding that side sig. J44L with a big lead again, going for a double stomp. Stomp, GC stomp. Okay, chill out.
I mean, he's got to be feeling it though. He's doing very well. He is very close to 3-0ing Athena here, qualifying for top 32, being in an amazing position. There we go, Athena fighting back, a little bit of offense, gonna send J44L up to the top blast zone, all tied up. Demon Island.
Yeah, also by the way, the best bow skin, quite frankly. Good taste, Athena. Okay, able to get the end light here, backing up, trying to catch that landing with the D-light. J44L, you can't do that against Hammer. Hammer is so big, it covers basically half the stage. The D-light, oh my gosh, okay, big punish. Tries to go through the ground pound, stomp, and light. That KOs.
That was a good catch. That was a very good catch, and it did knock out indeed Athena on their tournament stock, unfortunately. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to extend this over to a game number 4, or if J44L is just going to be a little too much for Athena today.
It's beginning to look that way. He's going to have to do something big. I like these blasters. I like the way that he's spacing him out here, because now he's struggling to get in. That GCD light that was safely spaced. Telos doesn't have the speed to be able to get in and whip punish it, but he is playing unarmed. He is feeling confident. He's not going to pick up that weapon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, nice. Gonna do it unarmed. Okay, I see you.
He's trying to prove a point.
Yeah.
Picks up the axe now.
That's
the
it.
side sig. Wow, that's the game and set.
Yep, that's it. That was going to be enough force off that side sig. J44L with a very dominating 3-0. You see it on the screen. Congratulations to him. But Athena, you had an amazing weekend. I hope you can hear me. Well played. It was a lot of fun watching you in 1s and 2s this weekend.
Yeah, ultimately, I feel like J44L, he felt very comfortable landing at the end of the day. Oftentimes he was landing with axe down and just like catching a lot of Athena's movement, or like that one instance with the Hammer Cider, trying to like preemptively bow D-Light. I mean, it's a good choice, but against Hammer, when it's that high up above you, Hammer Cider has so much coverage. It hits in the air,
really
and it also hits grounded, so it really does it all. And then the other thing, I don't think Athena was able to call out J44L's movement too much. He was crossing up, he was able to connect that side sig that one time. He just felt very comfortable being in Athena's space. Most of all, I think the blasters did the best.
Yeah, we saw some signs of life on those blasters. It really looked like when Athena came out in that game that we were going to see something happen here, but the Diana just was not enough. J44L getting it done with 502 damage in that last game. 40% accuracy on the 5 signatures that was thrown out, and he has qualified for top 32 at the mid-season championships.
That's right. So congratulations to him. That means that he has a pretty tough bracket path coming up ahead of him. And that is going to do it for the pool side of things. We're all done with pools. Everything on the stream from here on out is all going to be top 32 matches. So how are we feeling? How are we feeling about today?
This was...
Oh, not quite yet. I lied. I'm sorry. There's going to be more pool sets.
Yeah, that's true. I think we're done with, we are done with pools, maybe?
I believe so. I don't know.
Yes.
They'll talk to us. They'll tell us.
The voice in my head says yes.
Okay, great, excellent. Slow-mo, so overall, how'd you feel about the sets?
It was a lot of fun. Bunny broke my heart. That was rough to watch, the back-to-back loss. You know, losing 2 sets in a row. That was very, very rough. But no, we've got a lot of competition. Mid-season championships is turning out to be an amazing event, an amazing weekend. It's really hard to call. I mean, we got to see a lot of the underdogs on our block. I think we saw a lot of sets that weren't, you know, it wasn't your Godly, it wasn't your Sandstorms. You know what I mean? We got to kind of see some of the people trying to qualify in there, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I know you got a chance to see some of the sets when Ann. How
oh yeah, when Ann's back.
She's back. That's right. How'd you feel about some of the matches? How'd you feel about today?
I mean, it's so interesting to see the pools run and what really goes through and who and when. Because some of the games, some players definitely look very dominant. You're like, okay, of course, yes, this person's going to go through and pass and make it to top 32. But then there's a little bit of back and forth, and you're always wondering, are we going to hit that game 5? Ooh, wait, nope, game 4. Okay, all right. You know, and so it's just really interesting to see this kind of back and forth and who's really going to make the adaptation to like really push forward. And of course, everybody wants to make it to top 32 and get past there. So we still got more pools going to just kind of finish out the top 32 bracket. But since you guys mention it, can I tell you guys who's actually currently in top 32?
Yes,
okay, I would love to. Let's talk about right now, currently on the winner side. Of course, we have Marky Moo, Guichibu, Acno, Radish, Sandstorm, Kaina, Balloon Boy, Vem, 10 Kilo, Use, Munir, Flower, and Loris. Thus far. We still have a couple more that are being filled right now, but that's your winner side.
That is scary.
Isn't it crazy?
No matter who you play, no matter what's going on, it's just, oh no,
I feel like those are all names that you could expect to be
right. Like anybody could top 4 out of those.
Yeah,
like literally anybody out of those names you just listed could top 4. That is insanity.
Okay, but I still got more folks, right? Because we also have the elimination side, right, of top 32. So here are the folks who made it. So Udia won the first, matches, things we talked about with the player. Yep. Taya, Sack, Blaze, Ian, Raid, Rutsme, Fakey, Seabass, Stingray, Jeff, and then we just saw J44L.
Taya making it's cool. They did really well in 2s playing with Munir yesterday. They were a lot of fun to watch. So congratulations to them being able to get it done in 1s as well and move up to the top 32. Congratulations.
This does mean that once again, we're not seeing a lot of EU representation in the winner side.
Just kind of how that works, Star.
North America.
But maybe. Come on. Stay positive. I'm just saying. Follow
okay. You gotta listen.
Elimination side a little bit more so. Winner side not so much. Winner side right now it's mostly North America, but basically all the South American players, they've also made it into the winner side.
Except for Vicina.
Except for Vicina, who's knocked out.
Well,
got a tough one.
We're gonna see how things definitely play out. I do gotta mention something here about, since we're talking about top players, grand tournaments, things like that. Our World Championship is what I gotta talk about here. So it's BCX. It's November 21st to 23rd. Please go to brawlhalla.com/BCX. Look
Do
at
it.
Slow-mo.
Do it.
Right there.
Right
Look at
now.
it.
Go.
Because
Go do it.
you can get tickets now. You can start booking and planning out your hotel and things like that. Plan it out with your friends and family. Please do it now because early bird ticketing is happening and you gotta get in before June 20th. But if you do early bird ticketing, you got also the swag bag too, okay? This is our World Championship, BCX 2025. We are literally celebrating 10 beautiful years of Brawlhalla, so please join us if you can make it out. So brawlhalla.com/BCX. Y'all see it on the screen. Y'all know what to do, okay, chat? So I want to say thank you so much, Dar. Thank you so much, Slow-mo, for the wonderful commentary that you guys did for the beginning to kick off our singles bracket. So we're going to say goodbye to our lovely casters, Dara, Slow-mo, and
Thanks for having us.
yes, and we're going to take a very quick break where then TK and Flambo
Let's
will join
go.
me to call the action.
TK Flambo block? Let's
yes.
go.
We'll be right back.
Spawn here, you see him charging it up, picks up the lance.
Okay, Wes, fighting back unarmed, gets the side light there, so give him some time to pick up a new fresh pair of kicks here.
Wes going a little bit higher here, respecting the kind of ground control that Kostelix gets with that down signature.
Oh,
Down
if
like
that
an
down air
alert.
hits. The dead zone's coming out for the Lance, causing problems for Kostelix. 2 dice down airs there, but a side air doesn't follow up, and Wes now with an opportunity, gets some big damage there. Nair into side air, goes for the recovery after the second Nair, but doesn't get it.
He's sweating there. Kostelix chose wrong, went right when Wes went left. That's a burn dodge, and Kostelix gonna get taken out as a result. Wes with a fantastic play there, the double side light for the recovery, and that is Wes with a stock advantage. Bounce.
Big anti-air, and now Kostelix
good.
on the unpreferred weapon there, going for the side air into the immediate.
Nope.
And no dodge now as Wes has an opportunity
Third
to close
time.
out this game. GC downlight into ground pound, taps it in with the double ground pound, and Wes takes it with another 2 stock.
Wes felt something about the fact that he lost game 1 and game number 2, and so he came out swinging game 3 and game 4. Kostelix is on his Scarlet is what he swapped to, but it didn't work out any better than the Ogrim did, so what's he got next?
Hopefully, yeah, Frax would be crazy.
Imagine a Kostelix Frax in 2025.
I mean, blasters are in a good spot. 9 decks on Lance. You're happy to pull that out, but we got to see something here for sure. That's
It's wrong. Kostelix did more than one signature.
yeah. That's there's
We're
a
just being lied to on screen.
KCD is that's what that is, man. That's cap, dude.
KCD.
You know what that means, but I'm not gonna say it right on stream.
Oh,
We
it's
see
your
a
favorite
Kostelix-
phrase.
yeah, we-
It's your favorite phrase. Yeah. Okay, Kostelix back to the Macho Man. This is his pick for game number 5.
Uh-oh.
Wes immediate catches him with the end
Wait
sig,
a
goes
minute.
for the down sig. Wes feeling real good right now.
I'm feeling it. Something is a little different about this Mucho Man, potentially.
Well, he still wants the lance. I'll tell you that's the same.
Nice
All
pick
right.
up there.
Easy.
Okay,
Good
no
read.
dodge.
That was a burn dodge, but Kostelix not able to get more after it.
Thought he was just gonna let a ground pound rip there, get something going.
That's a burn dodge there on Kostelix's side. Wes gonna get a 3-piece.
Kostelix not falling for these traps and these tricks that Wes is setting up when an opponent is scared, but that time just stuck in that combo. And Wes now with an opportunity to really snowball this win and keep the 2-stock streak going.
Really good patience
Cool.
on Wes's side there as well, as he hit the side light and just watched Kostelix dodge down, came back down with him, and hit him with another side light.
Big end light there, going for the end sig, doesn't find it, but another end light will rack on some damage and a weapon toss away. Boom, boom, no dodge from Kostelix, gets hit with a recovery into Nair. Kostelix now going for the big jump side air, doesn't find it, the Nair comes out as well as the side air, and Wes is using that movement to avoid these Lance options. Nice to a punish on that side air, into an immediate signature. Kostelix getting sent
Huge.
downwards, the recovery, can he make it back?
He goes early! And that's gonna be Wes launched off of it. Not KO just yet, but Kostelix in a good spot to even up the stock count at least.
Nice side light, looking for a tap in here, can't find it. Nice recovery from Kostelix, that's a big opportunity now. As obviously you're down a lot of damage, but an extended Lance string could lead to something crazy.
The weapon tosses, bonk Wes.
Whoa.
And Sig gonna whip there. Kostelix not able to punish though. Alright, neutralite, and that's gonna KO. Wes did a great job building up a lot of damage there, a lot of it with his gauntlets. He's gonna be sticking with him. respawn. West trying to deny, but not able to pick it up in time.
Nice movement so far. But West is just coming out on top in these scramble situations. Just the nature of the weapons that Tesca has. You're definitely better in the scrap, and Koslik is forced to use a lot of that movement to avoid this aggression from West.
Gets a two-piece.
Boom, boom.
Ooh.
Nice try.
Big read attempt there from West. You know, and he's got the extra stock. He can go for some kind of wild plays here. Gets a side air. Goes for the side stick. Koslik gets away from it all.
Has to charge up that recovery though, so he's quite laggy and isn't able to get an extended punish sidelight into the down air, but that's not good. West tries to scoop in with an air, but the side air sends off the stage, and West getting hit by a ground pound. Koslik now with a chance, a big momentum swing, and quite a bit of a lead for West, but it's not impossible for Koslik.
Yeah, West has got to be careful here. Can't make too many mistakes, especially in that offstage engagement. You saw those stars come out, and Koslik's had an easy opportunity. Downsig gonna whiff.
He gets the sidelight into down air. West gets a punish with the side air. That will disarm Koslik now, though. And West gets the gauntlets in hand. The end light, is it enough? It's not quite, but the sweat beats come out. Koslik, can you make it back? No, you cannot. And West stops the major upset from happening and moves forward in a game 5.
Yeah, he was waiting on that stage, saw him come, and he's like, you know what, we're just going to keep you from touching the ground. That's exactly what he did, ended up getting that out in game number 5. But you know what, credit to Koslik, forced game 1 and game 2 to be his wins.
Yeah, he looked really good for sure, so you can definitely not count him out, and hopefully taking that momentum forward into the elimination.
We are back at CEO with our mid-season championship with more singles action. And of course, with me on the desk now are the very amazing and talented Flambo and TK. Boys, how you guys feeling today?
Man, I'm feeling great. I'm ready to pop off. I mean, the matches today have been absolutely wonderful. Doubles was great yesterday. I'm more of a singles guy myself, and so the fact that we're getting some of that, personal mano-y-mano kind of action, that's what I'm here for.
I'm in the same boat. I'm always about like, I love doubles, you know what I'm saying, but I usually love doubles like at the top, at the echelon, the top 4, the top 8. Singles, I feel like I can watch any point in time, because even if it's like a pools match and somebody's getting absolutely destroyed, usually when somebody is getting destroyed, the other guy is trying to style as hard as possible, and I appreciate that. Yes. And I appreciate that. So we're gonna have some great singles matches. I know we already got a couple of, I guess I'd say upsets. Bunny being out the tournament already, that's kind of major.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely been things shaking up here, but I mean, we got some really big name folks already in the top 32 bracket that we just talked about as well. But before we get into the tournament, before we get talking about what's coming up next here, let me talk to you about some merch. Let me talk to you about some exclusive mid-season championship merch. That's right, because y'all, if you're at the venue now, you can go get the basic Brawlhalla fresh merch here, okay? This basic line is what we're kind of calling it. And so it's amazing. I already have my own. I'm literally wearing the pants. I've mentioned that already in pre-show, but like literally I'm wearing the pants right now. They're super comfortable. I love them. But if you're at the venue, go grab them now. If you are at home watching, please go to brawlhalla.insidecodeusa.com and check that new collection out, okay? This is exclusive for this whole mid-season championship, so I don't know, you don't want to miss it, right? But wait, that's not all, okay? I'll talk about this new merch, all right? I talked about that, but we still have Brawlhalla Fest, the Reaper shirt, the long sleeve tee. We still got that, and you don't want to miss out because June 20th, it's going away. So, once again, if you're here at the venue, please go check it out. Go get it. Don't wait until Sunday, please. Just get it now. And then, if you're at home and you're watching, you can order it now. Brawlhalla.insidecodeusa.com. I cannot say this enough, okay? Because I hear people all the time being like, hey, that's a really cool Brawlhalla t-shirt. Where did you get that? Right here, okay? Brawlhalla.insidecodeusa.com or at the venue if you're here, okay? So, don't forget your merch, all right, y'all? Okay. Now we're going to jump into this next match here. It's a pools match still on the winner side, and it's XJ Cool J versus Zen. And I got to grab your thoughts about these two players in this matchup. So Flambo, I'm going to start with you.
I think it's going to be a good one. I mean, I feel personally XJ Cool J, when I see him play, it tends to be on the slower side of things. More like, I'll call it traditional EU. And so because of that, going up against a player like Zen, it's going to be a bit more of a how are you able to slow things down. Granted, I haven't gotten to see who XJ Cool J is going to be playing in the singles landscape. I assume Missouri because that's what I always assume. But they did play a different legend in doubles yesterday, so now I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just kind of wait before I, go ahead and start talking about what the potential matchup will be. But I think it should be pretty close. XJ definitely surprised me in doubles, so maybe the singles, performance will be the same thing.
Yeah, I think I like that you call it. I like that you still call it, traditional EG because over the times, I feel like NA has really taken that title of like the defensive player. So like the last, I don't know, maybe like year and a half, 2. I basically stopped calling EU the land of intense neutral. They started fighting. I was like, I love this. So, but here in this matchup in particular, I'm looking at it's right down the middle, which is kind of what I expected because I know Zen to be a great player, but I know Zen in doubles. Yeah. XJ Cool J know to be a great player, but as you said, the defense might actually come back to bite them if they're playing like too passively, right? So yeah, right down the middle here, 100. That's how I feel about it too. I can't really call a winner, but I mean, if I had to pick a side right now, like life or death, I'm gonna say Zen. I'm gonna say Zen.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say Zen if I had to pick a side, life or death.
Lambo, you feel a certain way? Is there a certain winner that you can pick out here, or is it also just in the middle as well?
I mean, I feel like, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it. My gut wants to say Zen, but then I really think hard about that performance we saw yesterday from XJ Cool J in the doubles landscape teaming with S-Grape, and I was like, they made it really far, like really, really far, getting to the top 8, just shy of that top 4, and I'm thinking that excellence is going to carry over, so if you take the blaster and you put it to my head, I think I'm saying XJ Cool J.
Oh my gosh, so we're split here at the desk as well, 50-50, you know what I mean? It looks like they're just getting ready to start here pretty soon. And we're gonna maybe see the players themselves and stuff like that. You were talking about legend picks earlier, and I kind of want to just very briefly, talk about what we could expect from these two players and what could possibly they could be picking.
Yeah, no, that's a good place to start. I mean, you can also go ahead and take a look at some of the earnings from XJ Cool J, right? We were kind of whispering about that Asuri a little bit earlier, a character that has kind of fallen by the wayside in the current meta because Sword got hit hard, right? I mean, those nerfs, everyone's been talking about it. I was talking to some of the better players of the game today about it, and I was like, what do you think the worst weapon in the game is? They all said, Chakram? Okay, fine. It did get gutted pretty hard. I'll give it up. But then after that, they're like, yeah, I mean, Sword really took it like that. And I'm like, dog, are y'all serious? But that's how they feel. And so I don't actually know what we're going to get on the side of XJ Cool J in terms of legend picks. But maybe Zen will give us some of the classic picks that we've known in the past.
I'm thinking if Sword can still downlight to whatever, it's fine. You know what I mean?
That's how I feel too.
That's what I'm thinking, bro. I was like, I mean, it may not be like in all of its glory that it used to be, but you do downlight recovery work, you downlight side air work, all right, man, we back. You know what I mean? We're still in it. But yeah, when it comes to, I guess, if we're going to end up seeing this this mirror, or, this, I don't know if they say mirror or ditto here. But I'm just going to say both, this mirror or ditto. I imagine that it's probably going to be pretty Qatar focused as of right now.
Well, the battle is ready, so you guys go ahead and take it away. Flambo, DK.
So this is wild. We do have our legend picks. We're starting off game 1 on Demon Island, and it's not going to be the adversary. It looks like XJ Cool J is going to be on is that the Sentinel I see there wearing that little hat? And I think that's a very strong pick. Everyone's been talking about just how strong the hammer is in the current meta, and paired with those Katars that XJ Cool J knows and loves, this just makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Sentinel is definitely looking like one of the picks that might show up a lot more if we're playing, off the meta of the weapons. Here on the other side of the thing, though, I mean, Kaya, no stranger to being on this screen, clearly. Zen right now, seeing this Kaya from Zen quite a bit as well. Trying to get a down sig. Going to get hard punished for that, though, but not losing that stock just yet. Ooh, that was a little scary, though. Into the Sweat Beast. Does end up making it back to the stage. That's good for Zen.
Oh, there's the end sig. Beautiful anti-air coming out from XJ Cool J. Needs one more or maybe a stomp sayer, but gets disarmed. And that puts Zen in a really good position. Gets the gravity cancel sidelight, chase dodge into the down air to go ahead and secure that first stock.
That was clean right there. That's one of the good things I do like about Sentinel, though, in this matchup in particular, though. Like, where you have some kind of trickier sigs here on Kaya, Sentinel definitely has a lot of sigs that just do exactly what they need to do, right?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm trying to anti-air, neutral sig. If I want to cover a lot of space in front of me, it's forward sig. If I want to cover space around me, it's down sig. And they're all going to work every time. He ends up getting himself a stock there, keep moving into this first game right down the middle at the very beginning.
All right, now let's see. Zen has been on this bow for a little bit here. Just picked up a new one, and this is going to be pretty good. XJ Cool J trying to answer back with these guitars that he's known for and doing a great job here, finding ways in. Gets the read into the gravity cancel. Neutral Sig tries to hit him with that shock to your system, if you will. Goes for the weapon throw. We have a chance at the edge guard, and the sweat beats push Zen too far from the stage. Demon Island with those small sides couldn't get a wall touch, and he loses the stock.
Yeah, XJ Cool J getting the right reads there on that left side. That was a smooth, like, neutral light into a neutral air read side air to push him off that stage clean. There we go, XJ. Definitely showing you, yeah, I'm gonna keep these guitars in my hand. If I was supposed to play a Suri before, now I'm playing a different character. Just guess what? We are sharing a weapon. I know what I'm doing with it. The combo's looking super clean right now from XJ Cool J.
Oh man, yeah, XJ Cool J looking so good with these guitars. Go for the side light and light true conversion there, and is looking to see how much further we can push this advantage. The pogo from Zen is going to be the equalizer, but not without taking a fair amount of damage about halfway through that final stock.
I also don't think he's been able to weapon cycle yet, so the next thing, yeah, I'm going to pick up that hammer and see what he can do this time around. Oh, nice. You know what, at this point, yeah, you really only need a couple of those. A downlight, 2 more downlight stairs, maybe even just 1 if you get it the right spot. Will end up taking this game for him. Big damage coming out from Zen.
And at this point, too, Sentinel's side sig is pretty fast. You can really catch people sleeping with that one, so might want to represent that. But really, there it is. You know, you say it, and like a good neighbor, I mean, the side sig is there. It doesn't find the mark, though. Zen, though, trying to see if he can maybe make this comeback happen. That's a good start. Tries to get a read off of that side light, but doesn't find it, and actually gets the punish as a result.
Oh. All right, Zen's got to get back to the stage right here. Demon Island not doing favors with a lot of room to work with, and just like that, overextends a little bit, gets stomped, and sent out with that Sair. Good first game for XJ Cool J.
Yeah, no, XJ's looking good, man. I'm happy to see Sentinel, bro. There's certain legends that, like, they only come, like, the seasons. You know what I mean? You don't get to have them there for a long time. You know, I feel like Brynn, surprisingly, has ended up in that spot, even though she used to be kind of a year-round staple. But Sentinel, definitely one of those characters. So really happy to see that. And we didn't even get to see XJ Cool J make use of what people often consider Sentinel's best sig, that down sig on guitars, not even ripped once.
This is, ooh, I mean, this is definitely like kind of a beat down right here. I wonder if Zen's gonna try to, if Asuri really is like a character that he plays a lot, that means like he's not using either of the weapons that, you know, he's used to seeing often. Not to say obviously he doesn't play this character a lot too, but I feel like maybe you do try to bring the guitars out. Maybe you do try to go guitar on one right now, see what you can get going. But as of right now, XJ Cool J looked very in control in the middle part of that match. I say all the way to the very end. Before that, it's kind of down the middle. And then, yeah, he started getting a couple of these guitar signatures going through, or signature combos. It looks like we're going to swap over to the Rayman. Interesting, interesting. Okay.
I'm here for it. I mean, you know, Zen, often known for kind of teaming with experience, right, has been able to play a pretty decent chunk of the cast. So I'm not too worried about this Dawson pick, but I don't know if that's going to be your answer to the guitars here. We'll see. I mean, so far, things are fairly even. A bit of a scary moment on the left side of the stage. There's XJ is doing such a good job of just forcing Zen into the corner, and so hopefully Zen will be able to have more presence on the stage.
Yeah, I feel like guitars is definitely one of those weapons that's going to have a much easier time of punishing the gauntlets for sure. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one plays out. Right now, no guitars in hand, but it is going to be that hammer. I mean, even if he's not the most experienced with this hammer, I mean, it's really just getting some downlight stairs in there, try to get some extra damage. He's having a hard time getting off that wall, though. Nice. Oh, Zen saying, I'm going all the way out here, actually. Let me make sure you see that blast zone.
Yeah, no, extremely just completely went all the way to the left side of the screen there to go and secure that knockout. And now we have a pretty decent lead here, I'd say, for Zen, right? Only in the yellow on his first stock. XJ Cool J gonna have to kind of whittle and dime his way back here. The guitar's not known for necessarily doing a whole lot of damage, but they can build it up pretty quick. And so we'll see if maybe we can find that retaliation stock taken in just a moment here. Zen's gonna go ahead and try everything in his power to stop that out.
Yeah, definitely try to get himself a double short you in there. I saw it, but yeah, couldn't get that second side light or that second neutral sig to hit. That side light will, or that side air will be the one to go ahead and take that stock, though. It's been very good at finding that downlight Sair to go ahead and finish out of these stocks. If that's all he ever needs the hammer for, that's great. Ends up throwing his weapon away, though. Maybe he's trying to get a little more hammer focus right in the second game.
Okay, and so far, I mean, we'll see things kind of working out here in the beginning. I mean, every hit, we've been talking about so much damage. A beautiful wake up with the stomp there to get that extended conversion, and just like that, this game's fairly even here. One stomp is all it takes to make the damage even here. And you can see XJ being kind of patient, swapping over to the guitars, because then you get that neutral air you can throw out. It's so safe. Look at the conversion, double nair, almost got something wild, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, I think honestly, maybe a jump. Oof. Oh, I said maybe a jump, like a gravity cancel insig would have been it, but he probably thought it just had a little more range. Ends up losing that stock though, gets put in a real bad position off that ground pound, and then just after that, all the momentum right back off his inside. Oh, misses the Sair though. That could have been the stock for sure. That's
like 26 damage you just missed out on there, so you're definitely going to be feeling that one. But another stomp Sair should still secure the stock in the corner. Gets the nair as well. We can try to start throwing out those anti-air neutral sigs if you want to. Maybe a side sig, and that's exactly what we get there. XJ Cool J equalizes everything.
That side sig too, man. So much space in front of you, and also because he jumps, gets pretty vertical. So even with Zen being in the air, ends up getting scooped up and sent out real quick. XJ Cool J now back on the guitars though, going to try to get a lot of this damage back. Just needs one good read. May not get a chance though. The chase down. Wow, I can't believe he actually made it back.
Okay, XJ has Zen in the corner here. Goes for a ground pound on guitars in the yellow. Definitely a brave play to go for here, but gets the double D-light off the gravity cancel there. XJ Cool J's inside Zen's zone, and Zen's just trying to space him out, but can't keep him away.
Ooh, okay. Did some decent damage here before going into the hammer. Not enough to start really throwing the stock until he gets another one. Oh my, the spacing was there. It was so close. Unfortunately, just a little too far out. He's still doing a great job though. This hammer is getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, one more downlight is all it takes for XJ. D-light recovery from Zen should be enough now. It's going to be a matter of who can find it. Just a raw recovery from Zen might be enough. Maybe from the base platform. Throws out the side stick. It's not going to work. Jumps through, crosses through with the side air. It's not enough. He stuffed out the recovery, but he still has enough aerial drift to get the wall touch. A D-light recovery maybe from XJ could work. He throws away the guitars.
Oh,
what is going to be your option? Are you going to do it unarmed? Ooh! Yes! That's the classic D-light gravity cancel N-sig for the optimal punch there. You need that extra oomph from the N-sig to go ahead and secure that knockout.
I love that too. I mean, like, I was a little scared at first when he threw away the guitars, but now that I think about it, it might have been it's probably an easier confirm to go for because of the range of the D-light of unarmed in comparison to the range of your D-light with your guitars. You know, trying to go for D-light recovery, although it is very good confirm. Yeah, if he felt like he had that one kind of scouted out. Now, most likely probably one of the downlight Sair from Hammer, but he's like, you know, if I can't do that, then I'll go the next step, unarmed D-light, GC neutral heavy to go ahead and take it.
And you know, honestly, at the end of the day, on those guitars, there is no true KO confirm you can go for. So, you know, throwing them away and doing it unarmed, in some ways, depending on how you look at it, you can consider it optimal. But here we go, going into game 3 now. XJ Cool J up 2-0 against Zen. I think we both probably thought this might be a closer set thus far, but who's to say that Zen doesn't make the reverse 3-0 happen? But the start has to be here on the Fortress of Lions.
I just need to get a game, bro. Like, I mean, I literally was like, you know, if I had to put you know, my money on it, blast in my head, like, looks like I'm gone. Looks like I'm gone. Like, actually, right now, got to get my man on the board though. He's doing a good job right here at the beginning of his third game. At least putting some damage on. Also got that weapon disarming XJ Cool J. Trying to get a little starve going. Very opportune dare. Push him over that edge.
Okay, yeah, great start for Zen so far. Can we just close out this stock? Can't quite get that final hit, and XJ able to pick up guitars and extend an edge guard here. Nice turnaround with the nair. Can we close it out? A GC sidelight is exactly what Zen is going to be able to find.
Yeah, that was just probably the most, the worst angle you could probably take under the stage to try to be able to get back safely when he was looming over there with the gauntlets in hand. So, yeah, the weapon toss, nice. These side sigs definitely working out quite well for XJ Cool J.
Yeah, it's one of those, the sig is just so fast, you know? You really just kind of flashbang your opponent and you say, yeah, were you ready? And if the answer is no, you just lose your stock.
Yeah, definitely one of the cooler changes there too, you know, making it so it's just a one swing, lets you charge a little more. So much easier for you to just kind of throw out and maybe sham out your opponent real quick off that stock. And then if you want just a little extra distance, you know, you just got to charge a little bit. Boom, here we go. Sliding across the screen. Hold on.
Yeah, no, exactly. Even in game 1, we saw XJ Cool J actually get the charge side sig and go so far. Zed missed the punish because he wasn't ready for the spacing on it. And so really great utility here. But here we go, XJ getting a beautiful turnaround with the recovery to the side air and gets another scoop. That's going to be the hammer recovery. Has to stuff out this N-sig, but is not ready. That needed to be a ground pound or something else to get around that hitbox, but forgot about that unique Rayman option and ends up losing the stock for it.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was ready to cover just like an air air dodge.
Yes.
But he was definitely not ready to cover the GC neutral sig. So unfortunate for him, man. Jumps right into it and ends up losing that stock. Okay, we swinging. Said neutral sig, don't mind if I do.
I got plenty of those. So I got BOGO. But unfortunately, not going to find the mark there. I mean, actually, Cool J still fishing for this penultimate stock of Zen. Zen getting all this extra damage, unarmed as well. Just being able to, well, okay, well, that's an option, man. He just did it. I'm here for it. He sent a statement with that ground pound. I don't know what Zen was doing over there anyway, but he went ahead and let it rip.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, with that, I mean, great awareness. I'm going to give it to XJ Cool J to even see that as an option to go for. And was like, yeah, this is going to hit. Like, yeah, like, this is going to hit for sure. So, as of now, good chase down here from XJ Cool J one more time. Zen, hopefully not let this game start and escape from the hammer back in hand for XJ Cool J.
Oh, okay.
All right, he just likes ground pound. That's what I'm saying.
Some will full send it. Gets the down air as well. Nice retaliation from Zen. 2 down airs. The side is going to hurt a lot, but he's going to survive. Has to get through this edge guard. And Zen has no weapon, so XJ Cool J is able to get onto the stage. This Endlight's going to send to the opposite side, and we have to rinse repeat this scenario. Can Zen get the corner guard?
He's looking. Yes, I think the stage is just a little more wall than like Demon Island, so you're able to kind of like mess around on that wall just a little more, but still like the option of trying to at least throw a side stick or a down stick over the ledge.
And that's it.
Yeah, there it is. Dash in neutral light going to do it. Got him all the way off the stage already too. So send him to that blast zone. Good stuff to Zen to go ahead and stay alive here. XJ Cool J though going to try to close this set out in this next game. Otherwise, we'll be seeing that game 5.
Yeah, very happy to see signs of life from Zen here. XJ Cool J was looking very strong in those first 2 games. Also, still strong in that last game. I mean, did come down to the final stock, but I believe Zen was only about in the yellow to early orange there. And so there just weren't many mistakes XJ Cool J could make by that point. And Hammer is definitely a weapon that rewards precision, because if you miss, you will receive a punish. And so right back to the Fortress of Lions we go. XJ Cool J looking for a weapon here. Zen does have those gauntlets. XJ does manage to pick up the Katars as well. And the Katar into Gauntlet matchup, I mean, historically has always been one that the Katar players say they do pretty good in, you know? Like, it just kind of hits all the angles that Gauntlets kind of leaves itself open to, right? That side light, really susceptible to getting punished by that down light, and that neutral air is just so pesky to deal with Gauntlets.
Yeah, you saw actually Cool J try to get that punish in there with the,
ow.
My man is getting bounced, okay.
He got hit by that exact same combination in the last game as well, just getting red on his defensive options there after getting hit by down air.
Okay. All right, gonna get himself back onto the stage. Kind of struggling to finds a soft platform to at least get back down, but.
Oh, that caught. Yeah, and he got a jump taken out of that as well. Has to burn the dodge to touch. And what the heck, an NC?
Hey, I was kind of with it. If he had dropped this a little further, you know, that might actually hit, but still, actually Cool J knowing exactly the limits of his character or limits of that movement, ends up getting that ground pound, almost sending it, getting an early stock there. I feel like if it was not unarmed, he definitely would have got that stock.
Oh, no punish. Actually, Cool J being extremely patient, baits out the dodge as well, but just can't line up the stomp. Doesn't space out that side sig well enough either. That's going to be a big punish. That could have been a side sig as well, but hey, we'll take the stomp there. It's good damage, but not enough to get the KO. I think the side sig, on the other hand, would have secured the stock.
Gotta find his opening. Okay, he's looking for the dash back. I think Zen has been giving that dash back up a lot, though, so very smart, or a very good idea for XJ Cool J to go for. Does end up finding another down light into the recovery this time. Go ahead and get that stock. Good stuff. XJ Cool J always managed to get the stocks first. Zen, though, is going to have to step it up. No weapon in hand. He's got the damage at the very least, but he has got to find himself a weapon. A very solid hit. The axe could be it if he finds a smooth Sair here. Neutral light, not enough yet.
Okay, and goes for the gravity cancel side sig charge to get that second swing for extra distance. That's that nice tech we like to see. One of the affordances that you get from Sentinel, and a huge punch there. Those 3 hits alone putting on so much damage. 2 back-to-back side lights. Zen can't get out the corner. XJ Cool J full sending it. He's sum up a stock. It doesn't matter. And just like that, he's pretty much lapped Zen at this point.
Yeah, sure. He really just kind of like he really just kind of bullied him over there when he got this hammer back in hand. And that should definitely be enough finally. But Zen, I mean, look at that. He's already starting to hit that red. I mean, he's really in danger, especially if this hammer comes back out from XJ Cool J.
Actually, it's like, where's the spawn? There it is. Throws away. The Katar's going to throw him away again. Wants the hammer. Wants that guaranteed KO confirmed. Doesn't want to play off of, potential reads here. Just says, come on, where's the spawn? And just kind of camping on the platform. There it is. One stomp is all it takes. Even falling Nair saying, you know what? At this point, all I want is damage so that anything I do will knock out. And I get it. But Zen able to punish that neutral sig and start off a pretty decent string here.
Oop. Movement. Sent. Okay, one more time. Got to get that boy out of there. This is looking real rough for Zen for this last game, potentially of his, if he's not able to, kind of bring it back right now. With the way that XJ Cool J has been playing, yeah, he's been kind of dominating Zen. The whip right here finally gets himself a little in-light action. Off the stage, oh, wow, good interrupt.
Okay. Kind of trading a bit too much here. XJ on the back foot here, but I mean, only in terms of these current exchanges, still has an extra stock. So all things considered, not a huge deal. You can throw out that down tick as well. Katars, we still haven't seen much of that either. Great to use on the ledge, but I mean, maybe getting a little bit too precarious here. There's a lot of opportunities for Zen to counter poke here. That recovery almost sending XJ Cool J off the top, but there we go. Has a bit of the advantage. Zen coming back aggressively, but you can't really take many more hits here. Nice patience there and a reaction with that gauntlet recovery. Zen bringing things down to final stock.
Yeah, I'm still a little scared for Zen though. I mean, we keep being this far back, and we're not really getting like a crazy momentum swing here in the way of Zen. He's getting a couple twos.
Oh
wow.
my God!
My God!
So wake up!
Let me go ahead and show you where you shouldn't be standing. Definitely not right here at the edge, bro. Oh.
I could have sworn my eyes just popped out of my face like the mask, bro. I was just like, what? Like, ooh, like what? Like, I was insane. No, I mean, absolutely valiantly played from Zen, but not able to stop the oppression from XJ Cool J. I mean, using those Sentinel signatures to absolute peak use, right? Like, I mean, that side sig especially, quite a few times over the course of that set was used as a way to really just check the reaction time of Zen. It was like, bro, are you ready for this? Yeah. And the answer was, nah, B.
Nah, and I think, honestly, like, outside of that, I feel like I only really saw the neutral stick from the Katars. Don't think I really saw anything else. Like, normally, sometimes I'll see the Sentinels use down stick from Katars a lot, because it is a quite, huge and quick as well, but he was... What I thought I was going to see a lot more Katars in general, but he was kind of split down the middle. Like, there was a lot more hammer usage than I originally expected to see.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty tame Katars, all things considered. Was mainly a lot of dash side lights into D lights or N lights, and then really chaining nairs together.
Yeah.
Not really half pipes though, right? We didn't really see that Katar down air come out for any of those extensions. Really just kind of had a simple game plan and stuck with it the entire time, and it worked out. Zen could not find the answer.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't really need the half pipes, because a lot of the times it was, it was a side light, in light, and then I'm going to get a hard read. I saw a lot of side light, in light, hard read nair into like Sair to go ahead and push him off the stage, or like, chain nairs, as you said. Like, he really was moving with the Katars, but I'm just still so like surprised, I guess, about how well his hammer was running that matchup as well too. So I love it. I think he also maybe got like one neutral stick in there with the hammer, but that was just like for damage. For the most part, when that side stick came out, it always had purpose. Like, if it was to check your reaction, if it was to get back the stage, if he charged it and got the second swing to hit so that that he couldn't get
harder to recover.
Like, he was very good with that hammer. I'll give it up.
No, I love to see it. I mean, Sentinel, kind of a treat for us, I think, here on the Dash, just because we don't get to see that legend too often. And so when he does make an appearance, man, it's always a good time. But also, I mean, we've been seeing, on the side of Zen, right, played Kaya game 1, did not work out, right? Swapped over to that Rayman, also did not work out. And these are all legends that have been meta at this point. I want to say, like, 2 years? Yep. Like, they haven't fallen out of relevance, I don't think, in the span of the past 2 years, but it's good to see, I don't want to say a newer legend, but newer to being played at this level for, this amount of money, I guess. I mean, Sentinel's been around for a while, but there's never been a top 8 where it's been like Sentinel. Like, that just does not happen, so that was cool.
I mean, the thing, all things considered, though, like, even if it didn't work out fully, he did at least get a game.
Yeah.
That's one of the good things. You get the swap, get the game, understandably so, why you want to stay on that character, because clearly you've shown that you can get it. But unfortunately, my man XJ Cool J was just kind of going a little crazy. So up next, we're going to have Hexo and Mac. Mac definitely showing up pretty major in doubles yesterday for me, him and Ian. Hexo, though, over online, he has showed up a lot for me. So this is actually my first time, I think, being able to watch a Hexo match in person. But yeah, the Halo Hexo team caught me by surprise back then, and I know they've kind of split teams since.
Yeah.
But I still like both of them as players, just because, when they caught me by surprise, I was just like, these are some very good players doing some very unique options. I like to see it. So happy to see what happens here in singles between Hexo and Mac.
Yeah, no, this should be good. I mean, Mac, not to be confused with the the old Mac from, I think, like PS4 days. But I think that was MAC. We got Mac here with MAK. There's a very history set of Mac versus Scary from this very same tournament back in like either 2018 or 2019. That was a fan favorite. But this Mac is not that Mac. But that doesn't matter because this Mac is also lit and ready to play. And so I'm really excited to get a chance to actually cast this Mac on a stage like this, because it's always nice when you get to, you're casting all these online tournaments and you get to see these players going absolutely wild, and you haven't really been able to put a face to them yet. Hexo, one of those players for me, haven't really gotten to see in the land space like that, but easily one of my favorite players at this time.
Yeah, and honestly, I like to see like how we're still getting, year 10. We've been around for a while, and it's nice to see some of these like newer faces show up as well too. Cause I'm back in the days, Exit still used to play, Boomy was still running around.
Cody Travis, Phazon, Yep.
But like now, we're starting to get a lot of these new names too. Which is always interesting to me because I feel like I know this game has a lot of people playing. You can check Steam charts, check whatever. But like, whenever I talk to somebody new and they're like, "Yeah, I'll be on that Brawlhalla," I'm like, "Wait, you be on that Brawlhalla?" For real?
No,
I'm like, okay, I see you.
I don't know what it is. There's something about people that play this game where they're just like, I just feel like they're not loud about it. You know what I mean? And so when you meet one out in the wild and they're like, oh yeah, when I get home from work, I like to kind of just like chill out, grab a bite to eat, hop on Brawlhalla. It's like, kindred spirit?
I ended up finding, I think it was like 2 New Years ago, Tony Stadavici was at like a Belize New Year's party when I was there. And he told me he played Brawlhalla.
No
and I was
way,
like, no
really?
Way, bro. I was like, we gotta get a collab with this guy immediately. Gotta get a collab with this guy.
There's no
immediately.
way.
So yeah, that would have been super sick to get. Shout out to Tony, that's my guy. Great skits if you ain't ever watched him. But here we go, getting into our first match or game between them, Hexo and Mac. PR 19 right now, PR 17, so very close in their respective regions. PR should be a good match between them. Did we get the flash of what the people are thinking in the chat? Did I see that?
No, I don't think that happened. If
Okay.
it did, I'm blind. So, whatever it is, I always got to play it so that I can avoid responsibility if need be. But here we go. We are loading up into game number 1. Fortress of Lions again. I mean, obviously just one of the most popular stages in the game. For a lot of people, it's a reskinned Mammoth Fortress because that used to be the home base for a lot of people. And so here we go. I mean, people still love it. Hexo, of course, rocking the Knicks, who, I mean, we've been talking about the Blasters buff. For some reason, people aren't playing it in doubles, but in singles, yeah, it's getting some love.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You're gone.
Speaking of, you're gone. My man got absolutely blasted. Like, I mean, you got blasted. That was a hard read, bro.
Like, he went all the way down there with that last down air.
Yeah. I mean, that was crazy, too. I mean, like, I think there was like a X pivot down there, too, to get back into the mix first, and then he goes down there to go ahead and make sure he finishes the job. My man, John Wicked him. Like,
yeah,
like,
no, for sure.
Absolutely.
Completely, and yeah, he just was not doing his best common impression, so the the bullets found the mark, but there we go. Hexo is going to lose that stock regardless. I mean, nice response from Mac there, right? When you lose a stock like that so early, so convincingly, there's a very natural tendency to kind of go on tilt from that point forward, but when you're able to respond in such a massively big way like that, where it's basically an even game all over again, that goes to show just kind of the level of mental fortitude that these players have at this level.
I'm almost surprised my man's playing Petra, no skin. Like, Petra got some of the best skins. He said, nah, I like Petra. Like, I don't care about no Street Fighter.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, almost chopped the neck off right there, but just barely not being able to get that one. Nice little down air from Hexo here. I mean, that new down air is so good, right? Able to string into itself oftentimes if you get a nice little dodge read. And also it has a grounded version as well that's really good. So we're seeing Hexo trying to make the best use of that. Mac, though, now on this orb, going to be looking for probably a side light there. A down air off the corner with a perfect weapon toss is just barely enough. Hexo not being able to get the magic little pixel on the bottom corner there to refresh those recovery options.
I mean, and straight great awareness right there from Mac to know that I didn't have to go out there and make anything happen. Or maybe he was just like, if you get back, you get back. But yeah, no, just barely off the mark of being able to get that. Mac, though, all the way back into this game, got a lot of damage here onto this stock. That down there going to sling him right back off, but he's able to touch that wall one more time. Big reads coming out from Hexo. Unfortunately, though, not going to be able to get it this time around.
Oh, nice try from Mac to try and catch the landing, but does get punished. The weapon from Hexo is going to go ahead and secure things. But Mac actually having like a really good punish game on that orb. I mean, earlier got just like one string on Mac and carried him all the way into basically what we're seeing on Hexo now. And so I'm kind of scared here about what happens when Mac gets a read on a Hexo. Hexo going to have to fight back. I mean, those blasters are so good for spacing people out, right? So you got to hold your own, keep them in the corner. I love the aggression with these dash sidelights, right? One of the fastest options with the blaster's kit. The turnaround with the down air there as well. I mean, Hexo is playing confidently. You kind of have to do that in order to pilot blasters at this level. If you try to play parry with it, you're going to have a tough time.
Oh man, just out the range. I think that could have been spelled imminent doom. You know, Petra got a lot of force here, so had that sidelight side air hit, that might have been it here for Hexo. Hexo though.
Okay, had to respect it. You know, always got to throw it out just to let them know at any moment.
They like it. Yeah, the sidelight is definitely getting a lot of usage as well too, as it should. Oh, but he flew too close to the sun. Flew too close to the sun right there. Definitely thought he was going to be able to try to catch him. And there's a lot of like movement there on that recovery, so understandably so why you might think that you could just maneuver into your opponent, but the maneuvering of Mac was just a little stronger to line up and get that side air.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, right? Especially with moves like orb recovery, where you try to, you know, punish something like that. It also has a lot of drift, right? So you're like, well, my blaster's recovery has a lot of drift. So you're trying to match the drift with your own drift. And then you kind of end up in what is like a very classic Brawlhalla sequence where someone does something that you think you can punish, you try to punish it, and then they punish you for thinking you could punish it, right? Like it's a very classic gameplay loop that can happen in Brawlhalla if you aren't on top of your game and recognizing whether or not you're able to secure punishes in situations. And that's just going to be the doom for Hexo in that game 1 due to making that mistake. That slide charge, you could have gone a little lower, but I respect it. He was like, man, you still not jumping? You know, I get it.
I mean, that was a nice opening gambit sequence right there from Hexo, but it looks like it just got all right back immediately here from Mac. Mac Orb looking so, okay, 3P's looking so nice. He's actually about to be able to take the stock first. Hold on. There it is. Just marking his opponent, waiting for that last mistake, and boom, check this out. Hold this down heavy.
And Mac's punish game has been looking absolutely fantastic thus far. Starving out Hexo from a weapon as well. Gets the turnaround nair and the conversion into the end light. Hexo has this scythe, tries to get it down there. It's not going to work. The immediate turnaround from Mac. And I don't even know if I want to play off the stage against Mac right now. I mean, Hexo has scythe. It's a good weapon for it. I think Mac looks better. Oh, he falls out of the cider. That's honestly a lucky break. Oh, maybe it's not lucky at all.
Not lucky at all,
Dude, the speed at which he's able to convert off of any situation is absolutely flabbergasting me. This is one of the reasons why we have to play Brawlhalla on land sometimes.
Man, I'm gonna tell you right. It looked like it definitely should have been a little more lucky. Like he got like 777 at the casino. Somebody walked by and kicked it, and then one of the sevens just left. It's like, all right, bro, I'm never gonna win out here. And unfortunately, we're looking at a 3 stock right now for Hexo if he cannot get this stock. The blasters, his opening game on the blasters has been very good, but outside of that, okay, there we go, new combo. Gonna be able to get that side light to the Sayer, finally get that stock. But geez, you are so far behind right now. You have to have a dynamite stock right here to get any chance of getting back in this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing about blasters as a weapon. When you're behind by this much, I think just like historically, most people don't make the comeback with the weapon. It's possible, but you just have to be so accurate, right? You really have to be on your absolute highest dexterity to go ahead and make this happen just because of how laggy some of these hitboxes can be. The down air changes definitely help, though. It's a really safe move to throw out, but out of the gut, it doesn't even matter. Yep. That's the Ryu after the new patch, bro. He got the laser now and just shinku ping and just absolutely the sniper from across the stage with the side signature on Petra there. I mean, such a good signature. I mean, like there's not too many legends in Brawlhalla that have like, you know, I'll say projectiles in quotation marks because I think Thatch is still, to this day, the only character with an actual projectile in Brawlhalla because the cannonballs stay active even if you hit him. Meanwhile, for, you know, all the other characters, let's say someone like Vivi or someone like Petra, if you hit her while she is doing that attack, the projectile she's throwing out will disappear.
Even Sidra too?
Sidra too?
Cannonball?
Yep.
That's crazy. Shouts Thatch. Anyway. All right, so listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I almost have no faith in the stage ever. Like, and that's almost all based off of last year's VCX. So, but we'll see. You know, I know usually, historically, I don't really know a lot of Brawlhalla players that love triplats. So, you know, could be just one of those things where, like, I know you probably hate this more than me, so let's see what happens. Or maybe Hexo just really wants to try to get some tri-paths involved. These double down air stairs kind of working out for him, though. Hold on.
Yeah, and I know, you know, especially with the blasters, sometimes you can get like a down air, and then you're able to reset your jumps off the platform and then kind of keep juggling them with down airs off of the platform. And so maybe Hexo's thinking about something in that realm. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here, but I mean, we haven't seen much from this Scythe, right? Every time Hexo's picked it up, he's kind of gotten clapped. Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Just hasn't been able to start up any retaliation, and Mac absolutely bulldozing into the lead here, but not without a nice little answer from Hexo. Hexo staying, trying to stay relevant at least, you know, bringing the stock count back to even, but can we get a game? Can we put something on the board here to say, all right, I'm here to fight my absolute hardest?
That's a really good point, too, of the fact that, like, when I'm thinking about, like, if you have to make a comeback, right, and with Nyx, I'm thinking about that Scythe.
Yeah, same.
This Scythe has definitely not been able to, like, really show up at all. So it's really just been all on his blasters. And as you pointed out earlier, blasters is not one of those weapons that you're going to get that hard carry off the blast zone, off like a reed and yellow, like you would with Scythe. So, yeah, unfortunately, going to be on, you know, unarmed right here, too. Almost ran directly into that that fireball, but ends up getting another blasters. Hopefully he can make something happen with this, get a little more damage. As they are in the same stock, so at least that's working out for him. He's really denying a lot of entry here to the middle of the stage. Mac finally finding it right here, though.
And this is a thing, right, where it's like, Hexo gets caught going for a grab to cancel D-like, gonna lose a stock for it. Hey, when you think about the way that Mac has lost all these stocks thus far, it's been mainly from like either like a stray Sair, a sidelight Sair. We haven't seen, I don't think, a singular D-light recovery to actually take a KO off the top there. So that kind of speaks to the level of accuracy Hexo has been able to get with that move in particular. And now with the Scythe in hand, it's pretty much just getting tossed around the stage. There's not really much fight here, right? It seems like he's trying to space out around Mac to maybe be able to position some of these attacks. There we go. Finally gets, I believe, what, 2 down airs to secure the stock, but now without getting sent to the light orange on his final stock.
That boy was Scythe looking like my Scythe, man. I was like, hold on, but like, you know, you pick it up like, hey, what does this do? What does this do real quick?
Which button is this again? Oh, yeah, that's what it does. Yeah.
The active inputs. Uh-oh. Like,
oh, man, is that enough? There's no way. Yeah, there's a lot of defense onto on Nyx as a legend, so that N6 not going to be enough. Even though Petra does have really high force, and the weapon toss off the Heezy, not enough to KO outright, but maybe an easy edge guard. No, nice retaliation there coming up from Hexo, but at this point, and this is a really hard game to come back from, but Nyx does have that N-Sig on blasters to bring things around. Are you going to be able to convert?
Oh my God,
recovery with the down air, and we get the clutch. We're going to game number 4. Mac did not look out for the singular win condition in that position. The N-Sig is the thing that loses you the match there, right? You have to have your eyes open for it, but you have to give Hexo the credit where credit is due. You knew what your win condition was, you played toward it, and then got the cheesy early KO to keep yourself alive in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this is where the stage really pays off, because there's really not that much places you can go here on tournaments to try to touch that water, try to get a recovery. And so he just, right in the right spot that he needed to be. If he had mistimed it, maybe he got hit, but he did not mistime it. So great stuff to Hexo. You said his 1 win condition found, and now, okay, so let's get a little more wall in here, but we're still going to keep the tri-plats going here on the Mishima Dojo.
Okay, so here we go. I mean, Hexo gonna go ahead and grab those blasters. This stage, you know, the platforms, also that tri-platform layout, but you have a little bit more wall to work with, and the platform height, you know, slightly different, which could potentially change the way some of these interactions work. But otherwise, I mean, all things considered, that was Mac's game to lose, right? Yeah. Like, all things considered, that was pretty much a 3-0 waiting to happen, and then Hexo was able to clutch up at the last moment, but I'm still not necessarily convinced that over the longevity of the set that Hexo is going to be able to bring things all the way back. We're going to need more adjustments. Sometimes you get that cheeky little play to squeak out a win, but how will you convert it into 3?
Yeah, and honestly, it's really just all off the back of his blasters. Like, the Scythe is like a non-factor right now. Almost every time I've seen that Scythe get in his hand, it's just been, you know, he's getting bodied.
Yep.
No weapon in hand right there. Great Shoryu, though, coming out from Mac to go ahead and get that first stock. And the next weapon Hexo's going to have to pick up is going to be a Scythe. So, see what he can do this time around. Only get some hits. Oh, he trying to end it all right there. I like the idea. Wait a minute, the Scythe's starting to do a little something this time around.
Good drift coming out there from Mac. I love the attempt at the N-Sig from Hexo, but Mac just playing defense really well there. And nice catch on the recovery with the Scythe. The Scythe finally starting to get some plays. That's what we want to see. Hexo saying, you know what, that's enough for now. Let me go ahead and hop right back on these blasters. Almost got that really early conversion there with the falling cider at the end lane. A lot of the times you can get that true depending on the level of dexterity your character has. Like Cassidy can get that, but looks like maybe not enough dexterity on Nyx to get that one quite true.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, I know Cassie's way up there on the dex. I don't think Nyx is nearly as close, but either way, yeah, I mean, even with the Blaster's hand still getting kind of bodied right there, the fact that we're starting to see the Scythe actually make a statement, though, is good for him. But as I said, you know, most of the damage he's been able to do has been on his Blasters, which that last stock couldn't do much. And now he's got a Scythe in his hand. Already taking a little 3-piece combo. Another 2-piece right here as well.
Oh, okay, manages to get around that down air. Hexo trying to make something happen with this Scythe. Tries to go for a read there with that recovery. It's not going to work. Goes for the dash jump reverse down air. Not going to catch Mac as well. Hexo is, you know, throwing things out, but just nothing's finding the mark. There you go, reverse nair, an opportunity. Not going to be able to scoop. Wanted that D-light, and that turnaround is going to be huge for Mac. So much damage thrown onto Hexo, and this sidelight there might, not quite, but one more of those is all it takes for Mac to win this set 3-1 and come out the victor.
Weapon, oh, a little too late on the draw there to get that side air, but yeah, Mac not gonna get it from that side of the stage, but it's one more for sure. Doesn't matter where on the stage at this point, just gets the side light to push him back, right back off. This time Gauntlets in hand though. Hadouken, Shoryu.
Side
Good. Custom Hadouken right there where you throw the weapon this time. I got a fireball for you right here. Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah, Mac just kind of thinking about how I'm going to get this final hit. Hexo trying to think about how am I going to clutch 2 stocks here. Right, tries to go for the recovery, almost gets punished for it. Good drift, though, to go ahead and avoid that recovery from the gauntlets, but man, you're struggling to get this final stock, and goes for the gravity cancel down sig. That's not going to work. Had to go for maybe a gravity cancel side light or jump side air or side sig, something that just had more horizontal movement, but the stationary pick was not the option there. And just like that, Mac is going to be your victor, winning the set 3-1 against Hexo, and they go ahead and fist bump it out.
I'm thinking he was definitely expecting to drift a little further into that stage, right? So
yeah,
you probably was expecting to want that center stage, so you're going to drift right on top of me, but no, he pulled that one back at the last second, stayed on the right side, and then just got the clean punish there on the down stick. So good stuff to Mac, good stuff to, you know, everybody involved right here. Hexo definitely trying to make his way to that game 5, and did kind of squeeze at least that game 3, but that game 4 was definitely all on the side of Mac one more time. That was the game that he was able to win. The one win condition that he needed, able to find it, but it did not matter much after that as Mac, yeah, just kind of destroyed him really here on the Mishima Dojo.
Yeah, no, it was good, but valiantly fought, you know, a phrase I've been saying a lot today, but I mean, these players, they, you know, spend so much time on the game, grinding, you know, effectively every day, you know, hopping on different Discord servers, trying to say like, yo, who's trying to play, especially when mid-seasons and or BCX are coming up around the corner. That's when people really start dedicating as much time as they can to the game to come out to the big stage and try to show, you know, what they've practiced and do their best. So definitely got to give respect to Hexo for the performance that we saw today, and also Mac, who is going to be continuing to move on the winner side of bracket there. But taking a look at the damage dealt, right? 601 from Mac to 341 from Hexo. Hexo, in general, having a much tougher time finding the attacks. I mean, half of Mac's attacks were connecting, but on the side of Hexo, roughly only 1/3 of them were. And over this span of however long the set's going to be, those interactions matter, right? Unless the damage per engagement was really high. But even then, if it was, the accuracy would just be up as a result, right? So, nice try.
I think also, too, man, you know, you have to think about that last game, the fact that Bro was, like, really on the Scythe a lot. And,
yeah.
You know, in those first 3 games, we were, you know, very critical of the Scythe. As we should have been, you know, my man was not really getting a lot going with the Scythe, but he was doing quite a bit with his blasters.
Yeah.
So to see him kind of like, there's a moment in that last game where the weapon was just on the stage for like a good 15 seconds. He continually put Mac off the stage and just didn't like opt to throw it away and try to get the blaster. So he was starting to believe in the Scythe a lot more at the very end. I just don't know if it mattered by the end of the day, you know?
No, that makes absolute sense to me, but hopefully, you know, he's able to sit down, work it out, kind of think about where he went wrong. And for those of us here in the venue, you guys should definitely go ahead and check out some of the Brawlhalla merch that we have checking out here. I mean, Sheepy was talking about this earlier. This is the new basic line connection collection that we have. I mean, take a look at it, right? I mean, Brawlhalla Year 10, a decade of Brawlhalla esports. It's extremely comfortable. most of the like shirts that I own for like sleeping, lounging is just Brawlhalla merch because it feels so good and it's so comfortable. Y'all will definitely want to check that out. Go to brawlhalla.insightcousa.com. Once again, that is brawlhalla.insightcousa.com to go ahead and get yourself a pair of some of the fresh new collection.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's the base collection, gets to the point right across. We're in year 10 Brawlhalla. Great color, though, for sure. And on top of that, if you are in the venue, you hear us, there's only a couple of shirts left. There's only a couple of shirts, I think like 2 pairs of joggers left.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you want to go ahead and sell them out right now, or you want to make sure you get your swag before you leave the building, you got to get it literally right now because, like the next 30 minutes it might be gone.
All right, and so just like that, you guys, we need to take a little moment to recuperate about what we just saw. When we come back after a little break, we're going to see what's going down between Godly versus Mac. Do not leave your seats. We'll be right back.
Oh, water. Earth. Fire. Air.
Mid-season, welcome back. As we get back into the action, you know what time it is. We got the Brawlhalla. We got the great venue, by the way. I just want to shout out to everybody here at CEO, for all the games that we got going on, but specifically for you guys here on the Brawlhalla side of things. I'm TK Breezy, joined by my man Flambeau again, and we are getting right back into the action now. We already told you, next we're having Godly to go play. Going up against Mac, we just saw play a little earlier than that. And guess what? You can also catch Godly at this event as well. BCX, baby, we're going to be there, and it's going to be great. You're currently watching mid-season. It's the first of our lands, but it's the halfway point land. If you want to get to the true Super Bowl here of BCX, or of Brawlhalla, it's BCX. She got to go. November 21st to the 23rd, 200K prize pool. People are walking away, and they about to stimulate the ATL economy. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. It's about to go insane. So early bird tickets available until June 20th. Includes swag bag for competitors and the title with every ticket. So definitely show up. And also, I think we still have discounted rooms. Yeah, exactly, at the Atlanta Airport Marriott BWC BWCA. So go ahead and check it out. That's the code you need. We'll be seeing you very soon. We'll be there. We want to see you as well. So scan the screen and or hit the site brawlhalla.com/BCX to learn more about it.
Yeah, y'all definitely want to make sure y'all are getting on those hotel rooms. I had a little birdie in my ear say they already ran out and sold out of them once. They got more room since, but y'all hop on it because let me tell you, those do not stay available for long. And then you're going to end up being one of those kids on Twitter saying like, hey, yo, anyone got room in the hotel? Like, I'm trying to, yeah, exactly. I'm trying to sleep on a cot, bro. Like, don't let it be you. Just put the money down now. And listen, the thing with hotel room too is that like, you don't even got to pay the whole thing up front. You just got to like say like, usually it's at least like, I don't know.
A night maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can cancel it. So definitely get on that while you can. But going into this next match that we were talking about before, right? Godly versus Mac. We just got to see Mac do extremely well with that Petra, taking out Hexo. And honestly, it was pretty convincing. But there's a pretty large jump there, I think, right? When you go from, all right, I was able to take out Hexo, and then you jump to Zevi, a.k.a. Godly, the man you're seeing in front of you right now. Look at those earnings.
Man.
Look at that face, right? That's someone who's ready to go ahead and beat out whoever is in front of him.
The EU GOAT right there, bro. 26 top 8, 20 or 30 top 32s, 17 golds, bro. Like, he do not lose. He do not lose often. I mean, I know there's been definitely some tournaments where I feel like he didn't hit the top 32, but I feel like it's usually in those tournaments where he's already qualified, so he's just kind of like doing whatever. But this is absolutely insane, man. 187K throughout his time as a Brawlhalla player. Here on the other side, though, some humble earnings here from Mac, but I think more of a newer player around here. So he's definitely starting to make his way up there. 10 top 32s, 1 top 8 right here. Hasn't been able to hit that gold, silver, or bronze yet, but give it a bit. I know he'll get one. I know he'll get one.
Yeah, and especially like, as much as I love Godly, I'm going to acknowledge my bias right now. Godly is easily in my, probably top 3 Brawlhalla players of all time. That's how much I love and respect Godly. But it's usually against players of his caliber that some of the most historic upsets are made, right? And so for Mac, who's trying to go for a really deep run here, this is someone, if you beat this, people are going to remember your name forever. But it looks like the people watching don't think it's going to happen.
This isn't the worst spread, though, I've seen. I saw that, that guy had 3% on his side yesterday, and I was like, oh, y'all just don't believe it all. But today, 88% here on the side of Godly. Those are people betting with knowledge, with history. It's probably with their hearts. Some people are just probably like the Godly squad right here. We're getting a little more, though. Hold on, 16%. Somebody became a Mac believer in the last 10 seconds. Love it.
And you know what? I respect it because, honestly, there is something to be said about, Godly versus South America. And so that's where Mac is going to be hailing from. And so with that, I mean, PR 17. But does that matter? That's the question. There is something about the play style unanimously across that region that has proven to be difficult for Godly in the past. Has he been able to get over that hump? That's the question that I want to see today.
Yeah.
And I think the answer is largely yes overall, but I think someone new like Mac, how many times, you got to figure it out on the fly. But this guy can adapt, so we're going to find out right now. Game 1, Fortress Alliance.
I can never tell you also what Godly's going to be picking, dude, because I just feel like I have an idea of what he's going to play just based off of how many matches I've seen of his. But then, he gets up on the screen, and he just has the ability to play so many characters. Right here, we got the Fate out, and he is already dominating with the way that I would like to see the scythe being played. Tries to get that shotgun side stick going. But so far, Mac has not really been able to play the game. He has been on the receiving end of damage and damage only.
Yeah, I mean, almost gets the perfect edge guard sequence here to almost get a close to perfect stock, but Godly still in a very strong position to go ahead and close this out. Throws out the side stick, it's not going to connect, but gets the dodge and is able to convert an end light into a side light as a true combo because of that. Mac going for the cheese though, and it might work, not quite, and then Godly responds with a gravity cancel D-light ground pound to make him regret ever trying to do that to him.
I still, you know, I'm still like the attempt. I'm glad that we
Same,
even tried
I
to
agree.
go for it right there because that would have been a very nice way to try to even it up or at least get yourself in a lead after how much damage you had just taken in like that first 30 seconds. So first stock gone in that minute though is going to be on to Mac, who once again now starting to take some more damage too. And the fact that he wasn't able to get that early stock too means that he is way far behind.
Yeah, and there's something to be said, too, about being someone who's as acclaimed as Godly is, where, like, I felt like Mac was playing way more confident in the first set, might be able to get an edge guard here. No, we're getting right back onto the stage. But, yeah, I don't feel like he's playing as confident against Godly, and there's part of me that's like, is it that, like, champion's aura you get once you have been able to be at the top for so long that sometimes you go up against a player who has been this good for so long, and you just stop playing your game plan because you're respecting them too much.
Yeah, no, that actually happens quite a bit in quite a few games, man, where somebody, you know them from, how well they've been playing or how much they've been talked about. You are a great player yourself, but somehow just because you're like, wait, I'm going against Godly?
Yeah.
Now your hands start shaking out of nowhere. You're like, wait.
Your voice starts quivering, right?
This has never happened.
Godly? Like, he's like, it really starts shaking you up a little bit. But, I mean, Mac trying to do his best to not let the nerves get the best of him, able to get that first stock off of Godly and going to see if maybe, perhaps, he's going to be able to push that a little bit further here. But Godly, I mean, the orb is looking so good. The versatility of Godly as a player, the sheer amount of weapons that he's able to play at the top level is truly impressive. And Mac not looking like he can hang right now in the mirror match as far as the orb goes.
Try to wrap him up. Chris is present into that blast zone, but no, this time not going to be able to get him.
Nice.
However, the Fate Shoryu is definitely going to do it. Yeah, Godly. And maybe this is one of those things we kind of send a message because, yeah, I mean, Mac's orb was looking absolutely insane that last set.
Yeah.
And then Godly's like, let me show you some orb bomb.
Yeah, no,
let me
for
show
real,
you some orb bomb.
Yeah, hold on, bro. He took him back. And honestly, I can't even. There isn't much I can say. I think Godly just really looked like the better player in that game, right? I mean, Mac definitely had moments. I do, once again, that attempt of a kind of quick turnaround that he went for in the first stock could have worked out. There was a sequence I'm sure he could have gone for here or there that would have led to him getting the knockout, but he just wasn't able to find the read. But outside of that, I mean, Godly, I mean, accuracy 49% to 33, so right, kind of a similar spread to the way Mac was against Hexo in the last game, where it was like he was the one that was hitting half of his attacks. Now he's the one hitting a third, and Godly's the one hitting roughly half of them. And so really gonna have to kind of lock in. I mean, 257 to 590 damage. You're just not able to find the hits, and when you do, you're not able to convert into enough. And so Godly really just kind of bulldozing him.
I mean, like
in all aspects of the game.
The first like 30 seconds literally was just played on the right side with Mac struggling to get back to the stage more than anything else. Godly just continuously resetting the situation and getting at least like 30 damage per engagement on the way out. So yeah, it was looking kind of bad. Mac, once again though, I do like the fact that we're still willing to go off the stage and try to get a little cheese right there with that neutral air on the way down. But okay, hold on, another one. Tries it again. Godly just too elusive on getting hit with a double neutral air though.
Yeah, like the silent recover's not going to connect. Godly gets to turn around down air. They're going to force Mac to the corner, who Mac now, maybe because of your comment from earlier, has put a skin on this Petra. But I don't know if that's going to be the difference here, as Godly is still absolutely controlling the center of the stage. It seems like a Mac just can't figure out a way to get this footing. And then even when he does have some space, it seems like he's a bit lost on how to approach Godly. And that can't be the way the rest of this match goes if he wants a chance of winning.
All right, Mac. I will say, though, I mean, all things considered, this damage is a lot better this second game than it was in the first game at this juncture. He is starting to he's threatening this stock here on Godly, especially if he's able to find like a side sig near the edge. Like, we definitely could see this Fate going past that blast zone. Orb in hand. See what he can do with it.
And there we go. Gets a nice little opening there. The end light tries to follow the dodge as well. Godly is just doing so well with this aggressive positioning. Even if he's not throwing out an attack after an opener, he's so close to Mac that there's not much threat. And then he tries to go for a read there. Almost gets to turn around Nair as well. Gets to dodge just in the nick of time to not get caught by that down air from Mac. And now Godly's sharking a little bit. There we go. Comes around. It's not going to work. And then gets sent off to the right side of the KO box.
Good stuff for Mac, though. This is definitely not a lot of damage that he took on the way to getting that that first stock here off of Godly. So try to get a little weapon starve, though. Godly, again, the movement here in this matchup definitely has been way on the side of Godly right now when it comes to like getting in and out of these situations. Okay.
Take a look here. Godly on the stage, trying to position with that orb. Kind of hits the platform there with the down air. I don't know if that was intentional or not. That one looked like it was a little bit of an accident, but also, you know, the heights of these platforms do move sometimes, so that can be a little bit awkward to work around, but the side lights there will be more than enough to secure that second stock off of Mac.
I just realized that these are both, I think, high force legends as well, too. So they're just hitting each other for max damage right here. I think both of them are 8 normally. So this is just, yeah, you're getting sent. Like, you're definitely getting sent off this map when you're getting hit by anything. These Sidelight Sayers, a high force orb, definitely means you have a very easy way to rack up damage and get it confirmed all off a move you're just using regardless. So.
Yeah, it's kind of that thing, right, where the meta now has effectively just shifted to high force legends. Even the weapon doesn't seem to matter as much these days, right? It's just like who's hitting the hardest. People want these stocks to be taken at the earliest possible efficiency. And Godly almost gets a cheeky recovery there, but I love the coverage from Mac going for that gravity cancel side, like to push him a little bit further away. I was wondering if Godly was going to go for a gravity cancel side sig on the orb there instead, but instead gets caught on the dodge. And so good awareness from Mac to be able to cover that. And we have the really close game here, actually. I mean, Mac's answering back.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. I mean, you gotta give it up to Mac. That first game wasn't the greatest, but the second game, he definitely said, no, I'm shaking the nerves off. I'm ready to fight. Wow. Nice little turnaround right there. My man is willing to fight his way out the corner, not using dodges or playing on defensively. He's like, I will just fight my way through.
Now waking up of, there was a scythe down air, just mash side air out of hit stun to go ahead and hit Godly for trying to go for a follow-up. Pretty rare thing that you see, but waking up against scythe is one of the best ways to stop it from getting its impressive strings going. And so love to see that happening. Oh man, Godly try to get that NC. That's not going to be enough. Not with the ceiling here on Western Air Temple, but with this added damage, now we can have that conversation. It's going to be a down air, goes for the ground pound and gets caught on the recovery. Beautiful turnaround from Mac. Mac is able to get game 2.
And I think if it was a down air instead of that ground pound,
so too.
Because yeah, you cover more space hitting the wall too. So, but now he went for the absolute ender of like, let me get this ground pound. Ends up whiffing, boom, the down air coming out from Mac, getting himself a game on Godly. That's major. That's major.
No, I love to see it too, right? Because I mean, I think game 1 we all agreed was a very convincing win for Godly, but game number 2, Mac definitely was able to respond. Here's that edge guard we were talking about where he gets that gravity cancel sidelight unarmed, just such a beautiful response. But man, I mean, game 3, now this is the question, where are we going to go? I feel like Western Air Temple didn't really do Godly any favors, so I don't know that you want to go back. Yeah, Fortress Alliance, no surprise there. And we're keeping the same legend picks as well. I think maybe swapping to that skin really did make the difference.
Hey, you know what? This is the power up. You know, sometimes you just need a different change of the clothes, of the outfit, to really feel like you're the man right now. So, let's see what Mac can do here in this third game. He's actually kind of dominating right now. Got to give it up to him. He's easily controlling the pace of this match. A lot of damage here onto Godly at the very beginning. Godly, though, looking for a clean combination, but ends up getting punished off that as well, too. Mac going for a big play with that ground pound.
Yeah, the confidence is revving up here for Mac as he's able to find more hits unanswered. Godly now, the one kind of crumbling under the pressure, is forced to burn that dodge to get around that weapon toss, and because of it, the D-Light ground pound from Mac is able to find the mark. Godly now playing on the back foot. So much health left on this first stock of Mac. What is Godly's response to this going to be? I mean, I told you the South American matchup for Godly historically has always been a bit of an issue, and right now it's proving to be potentially a curse that holds true.
Yeah, I mean, what happened between this first and third game? Mac looking like Godly on this one this time around. Godly finally finding himself a little 3-piece combination to send Mac to that blast zone, but not after already taking a bunch of damage. My man's about to hit that deep orange, almost hitting the red now. Uh-oh. Here, 9 right now. This is looking a little scary. Does fight his way back onto the stage, but Mac getting out there quickly. Side air, gonna find the mark.
Oh, goes extremely high, manages to land without getting touched by Mac. Mac trying to send Godly back off stage. Godly gonna maybe come in with this Scythe, trying to get these end lights, and there are very different ways to approach the Scythe neutral game. Godly tends to stay grounded and fish for end lights and play off of that. There are some players that like to do a bit more of a floaty approach where they jump, fish for down air, but that doesn't seem to be Godly's style. But either way, the grounded approach doesn't seem to be working quite well enough to keep Mac from being able to get his offense started.
This Mac Petra right now with the skins, by the way. I mean, like, the Mac Petra with the skin on is going absolutely, like, maybe he forgot. He was like, wait a minute. Let me put a skin on real quick. This is what I usually play at home, but now he's feeling super comfortable. He's looking super comfortable right there. Godly going for some big reads, not paying off. Doesn't get punished off that one just yet, though, but Mac has already done so much. Gonna get sent off the splash zone. Let's see if he can make it back to the stage. To the sweat beads. Wow, covered a lot of that platform, but just not the part that he actually needed to cover, which is the very left side.
Yeah, I think Godly maybe was a little bit too slow on pulling the trigger there. We saw the sweat beats all the way down to the platform. That meant, hey, you had an opportunity to throw out an orb recovery on the landing, but instead tried to go for the end sig and just didn't quite work out. But either way, able to equalize the stock count. Hasn't taken too much damage here, so has the ability to make the turnaround. And game 3 is always the most important when it's a best of 5 because you need that extra bit of dopamine from being up in the set 2-1. And also that little bit of wiggle room as well to know that you're allowed to make mistakes, you're allowed to lose one more time and still have the capability of winning here. So we're going to see who's going to be able to get that boon as Godly is slowly but surely bringing things back.
Always call it a flex game right there, but it definitely matters a lot. Godly is, I mean, he's knocking at the door of death right here, but he has definitely been able to do quite a bit of... Mac, wait, Mac,
he gets him. He doesn't get the touch. Mac tried to lock it in, but Godly was able to get the turnaround. You can see Marky Moo and Future Bubble in the crowd reacting to the play that we just saw. Godly was able to clutch it out.
Dude, that was the same exact way that Godly lost at his game, too. They went for a ground pound, missed the ground pound, got down here. So just returned the favor to him this time around. Yeah, I mean, I think, well, one, the unarmed ground pound just travels a little slow right there. I feel like if he may have the orb, he might have actually hit that. But yeah, it just took him, after he missed it, it was GG's. And unfortunately, didn't touch the wall either. Godly really got gifted that game for sure.
Yeah. I mean, definitely happy about that. We were talking about the importance of winning the game 3, and so now Godly has that extra bit of wiggle room for the set, and Mac, who is the clear underdog in this situation, is going to get that underdog pressure, right? Like, you're going to have to climb extremely hard from the brink of despair here if you want to continue on in the winner's side of the bracket. And, I mean, who's to say that he can't? He was able to get a game. Why not the set? But you're going to have to lock in for 2 games in a row to make it happen.
Okay. We will see. Godly, though. Yeah, I mean, able to really steal that game away, but hopefully that brought him just a little more confidence here onto the gameplay because Mac definitely was ramping up. He looked super strong there in that third game until just that last 2 seconds, really, which cost him the game right there. Still, looks poised. He's on that stage right now, not looking shaken up at all. Gonna keep the Petra going, gonna keep the fake going. Nobody's swapping out. Let's get it.
3,
Here we
2,
go.
1.
Fortress
brawl.
of Lions is going to be the scenery here yet again. Extremely popular stage, and for good reason. I mean, if you want to play to win, why not just go to your comfort pick, right? Somewhere where you feel like you understand it all the way down to all of its base components. And so because of that, you're just able to move and feel like, you know, because really it all comes down to feeling. If you feel like you can play well on the stage, you're going to have the capability to do so. And so Mac already starting off a little bit on the back flip, but gets a nice little turnaround, gets stuffs the recovery here as well. So a great opportunity to go ahead and try to hit Godly. Godly has to burn the gravity cancel side sig to get the wall touch, but hey, that's all you need. Sure, you took some damage, but you still have your stock. So I think all things considered, Godly can't be too mad and actually goes on the offensive from that position. That's a situation where so many players would decide to back off, go get the weapon, but Godly recognized, hey, I can go for more, and I want it all.
Yeah, he definitely got it all right there. That down air unarmed definitely kept him right next to Mac. He's like, wait a minute, like, we're off the stage now. Let me see if I can go ahead and catch him doing anything. Caught him with the downlight into the ground pound. Very nice, very good turnaround here from Godly. He's now trying to go ahead and stack up on this lead a little bit. He's hurting, though, so he's got to be able to do it safely. And I don't think that was safe at all. However, he lives to see another day. They're both going for it. They're full sending these ground pounds right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, their accuracy on the ground pounds has not been the highest yet today, but they are still feeling extremely confident in their ability to go for them, and that's what counts the most. As Godly gets caught by the unarmed down stick from Max trying to hover around the corner. But, I mean, because of that all-star play he got on the first stock, is still in the lead.
Yes, I mean, this is still, though, really in the way of Mac being able to make a wait. I say this. All right, does get back to the stage, though. It's looking a little scary. But, yeah, that weapon toss down, you know he's going to have to start burning some resources to get back. Luckily, though, Godly does go back to stage, try to find his own weapon, allowing Mac free entry back. Mac, though, in this orb mirror right now, not looking so great. Godly seems like he's right back in control. He's got a little more confidence on his side. That down air almost knocking him right on the dome.
And a recovery is gonna go ahead and find the mark, but now Mac is unarmed. Godly looking for a sidelight Sayer in the corner, or maybe even an N-Sig. There we go, there's a sidelight Sayer, and it's absolutely more than enough to secure the knockout. And gonna go ahead and cycle another orb as well, and Godly is able to pick up an orb at the end of the day, but it's going to be the one he was carrying before. So there is a little bit of durability lost on it, but all things considered, he didn't take too much damage, so shouldn't be a big deal. Won't be disarmed anytime soon.
Okay. Scoops. Mac, hold on, bro. This is looking good. It's got a decent amount of damage right here, but yeah, he's got to go ahead and find this last hit. You know, a downlight recovery potentially, a sidelight read recovery. Could go crazy too, or straight up the shore you. Okay, dash in, neutral sig, I'm coming through. Cover in mad space, catch Godly, I think on the jump as well too. The perfect anti-air.
Yeah, and I like the response because Godly was kind of playing a bit of a reserved, I'm a dash weapon throw with my scythe and then back up if I don't get a dodge out of you game plan. And Mac was like, you know what, he's going to backdash after he does this again.
No.
Oh, that might be the stock.
Oh, no.
That's entirely the stock. What a turnaround from Godly to just go ahead and secure that with the quickest of ease. I mean, that was out like a flash. I can't believe he was able to turn that so quickly.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely insane right there. I mean, it looked like Mac just went a little too ham at the top, right? I think he looked for either the side air or a recovery up to the top. And then, yeah, Godly was like, wait, I mean, you had to use almost all your resources to get up here. So if I can just knock you too far from the stage right now, it's GG's. And that's exactly what happened. Good stuff to Godly. Great awareness, as you said, for him to realize, wait, you're overextended. Put your hand back, brother.
That's back-to-back, right? I mean, Godly able to find multiple stocks simply based off of, you know, recognizing the potential maximum benefit he can get out of a situation and just going for it and seeing if the cards fall into place, right? And they, for sure, did multiple times throughout that set. And we can catch some of the highlights here about how Godly made it happen. There's that D-like ground pound he was able to get in one of the earlier games. Sidelight Sayer, of course, nice tried and true. And then you got to go ahead and catch the landing with the neutral sig. There was a game on Western Air Temple where Godly, once again, able to get these down airs off the corner. I mean, that's just the orb classic.
Right. Yeah, that was just, I mean, twice you're probably going to see the same thing happen on both sides if you get those last stocks of both games. But, yeah, just seeing the whiff into the punish, that's just, you know, not the way you want to go out here. Mac, though, as I said, yeah, very solid game. I think this is where he gets the whiff to the punish. Boom, yeah. Whiffed, punish.
Yep.
We're going to see that again, or probably from the other side as well, as Godly does the same thing, I think, in the next game. But, dude, I mean, just straight up a good set, all things considered, between our two competitors. It was very nice to see it go, at least to a game 4. I was expecting it almost to go to distance.
Yeah, no, they played extremely well. Godly there, you know, is someone who I feel like sometimes can be a little shaky, but then is always able to kind of try to recenter himself and find his way back. And so definitely going to be fun to figure out what his thoughts are, because I'm sure he has plenty of things he'd like to go ahead and share and say with us. And so we're going to go ahead and find out what those things are in just a little bit, because guess who we have joined with us here at the desk? It's Godly himself. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
I mean, that was a look, man, solid set right there. You know, we've been talking a lot about the SA curse, kind of like you've been having a rough time with the SA players. And, you know, obviously the chat knew you was going to get the W, but I was, you know, that first game you went absolutely insane. And then after,
and then it looked like the curse kind of went. Kick in.
Yeah, it felt like the curse was about to kick in for a second, bro. But you stopped him, you know. And also, I want to know, what was the, how many champions have you played so far? How many legends have you played so far, and why Fate in that matchup?
I mean, I've been practicing Fate and Taros exclusively.
Oh, okay.
And ever since the Royale, I realized that like I can win with those picks.
Okay.
Ever since it's been so close with marking me, like I've been thinking about that, so like I need to get back. and I just need to just perform and take it, because I haven't won a LAN in like years. Like, it's embarrassing. I just need to win already. I just need to win already. What am I doing? So I'm just trying to stay locked in it. Like, in that set, I was playing okay. I was playing good, of course. Like, Mac he's a really good player, but I still need to kind of like warm up my like combos and stuff and inputs, because I didn't really like practice on the other setups. I've just been playing really, and the gaps in between like playing do mess me up a little bit when it comes to staying warm.
Right.
It kind of like keeps me back in the other set instead of like being warm for the next set.
That makes
so
sense.
I'm trying to just keep myself warm, like keep the inputs warm, keep the strings warm, the dodge reads warm. They weren't exactly the warmest there, but Mac is really good, and through the set I was warming it up obviously. And of course I dropped that one game because I went for a GP and he just jumped above it and then got me. And the same thing happened with him. And I was like, yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that back.
I got my lick back.
I got it back, yeah.
So I got a question for you, right? In the top 32, you're going to be going up against Moneyhalla, Great Sword, God of NA. What do you think about that? How you feel about a Mugi? What do you feel about that matchup? You scared? What's the thoughts, man?
No, I'm never scared. I've never been scared in this game. It's a matter of like just not overthinking and just doing what needs to be done in the moment. That's like my biggest problem. It's not really being scared. It's just like too many thoughts be rushing when it's just very simple. Just adapt and play. And of course, with Moneyhalla, he's a good player. He's going to be playing Great Sword. So I just have to stay on my toes, really, and not like do any lazy dodges or something. Like any lazy dodge against Great Sword is like the set's over. So I just have to stay composed, try not to like get hit by the silly stuff or to get really teched on with Great Sword, and just hold neutral and play like a king, and I'll just win.
All right. And so also, I know you mentioned Marky moves like in your. That's one of the people you want to get your run back on. But is there anybody else that you're looking forward to, like playing to potentially in your bracket paths currently?
I mean, I'm always looking forward to playing everyone. It's just because he's the last person I play. Like, I want to play Hughes, I want to play Kaina, and I want to play everyone. Like, I want to play all the Brazilians.
Oh, yeah.
It's to get back against the whole region.
He got a list, and he's I got to get one, then the next, then the next, then the next, then the next. I respect it, man. I appreciate it.
But I love those guys. It's never anything personal. Those guys are amazing players and amazing
About the game.
people.
Yeah,
It's about the game, you know. They're amazing. I just gotta stay up there and show them, you know, you youngins, I'm here.
Right.
I'm here.
The youngins.
The youngins can't forget I'm here.
Crazy, bro.
I know, right?
But anyway, man, thank you, Gali, coming to sit down with us for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Hope to see you in that top 8. Obviously, hope to see you in that top 1 spot, man. That's my goal.
All right.
I'm going to check these stats real quick of what we saw in that last match for sure. And as you guys know, I mean, Gali said he's trying to get that #1. He wants that belt that we had on the other side. This is the stats of the last game, 469, 418. Very good game, all things considered, but you have to think about how it ended, you know, with Gali getting a very quality punish there at the top after Mac, just a big overextension, used all of his like jump resources.
Yeah.
Got to get a chase, and Gali saw the perfect time to go for a clean punish, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I hear him. I mean, he said, well, I think verbatim, he said, I've never been scared.
Yeah, man, so put that on a shirt, bro. Put that on I've never been scared. Gali in a picture of him, bro. I need that. So, but either way, yeah, that was super solid sets that we've been able to watch so far. Looks like up next we're gonna have Acno and Radish stepping up. Is that gonna be now, or are we just supposed to cut to a little break action, or are we going straight into it?
All right. I mean, I think
we're in top 32. Oh, snap.
Deep part of bracket now.
Yeah, we're getting into the bracket for real, man. Acno and Radish going to be running up against each other. Radish, the Red Raptor GOAT. The whole reason I can't play the character is because I watch him play and I say I'll never be him. So I'll try somebody else instead. But he's definitely inspiring. And then Acno, obviously, man. I'm super happy to see Acno back. Super happy to see Acno back with Blaze. And then here on the single side of things, you know, just happy to see my man playing.
Yeah, no, I mean, Acno is one of those players where it's like, it's always good to see him performing, right? It's kind of like back in the day when Addy Mestic was around. Everyone was always happy. If Addy Mestic was in the top 8, it was a good top 8. LDZ in the top 8, it's a good top 8. And so the fact that Acno is still here competing for one as long as he has, but also he's been finding like pretty good success in singles still throughout the entire time. I mean, check out that resume, right? 12 gold medals. 8 silvers, 4 bronzes, and then you look at the combined top 8s and top 32s. We're clearing close to 90, just shy. And then you know the earnings. Well, that's a pretty decent salary if I say so myself.
He's up there, man. Again, he's been a long time player too. Back in the days of like when we used to go back over like to Rotterdam and Valencia and stuff like that for DreamHacks. Yeah, he was there. in the early days. So like, and he's still out here making it happen. PR4 right now, very high up on the PR here. On the other side of things, my boy Radish, got some nice earnings as well. PR4 as well here in the USA. Hasn't been playing as long, but he has been showing up since he's been playing. 19 top 8s, 34 top 32s, a decent amount of gold, silvers, and bronzes right now. My man is definitely, when Radish shows up, you got to expect to potentially see him in that top 8, maybe even in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Radish, they call him the surgeon now, right? That's his little tagline now. The kids, they love Radish to death, man. He's so just good and positive for the community. One, because he plays Red Raptor, and I really needed that. Personally, I really needed that. When that legend dropped, I was like, oh, man, this dude's too cool.
Trailer was crazy.
Somebody, that trailer?
Trailer was insane.
Man, anyway, I'm just saying, Radish here, definitely a fan favorite in a lot of ways. I think a cornerstone of the community at this point, and always sticks to his game plan. Right, it's Red Raptor or bust, right? Like ever since Red Raptor dropped, it has been Red Raptor or bust. And so I love that he was able to find himself in a character like that. It's like a soul main,
Right.
and it's been working out ever since. I do miss the Petra though.
Yeah, I was like, he had the Petra, so he's always been about that orb, but like so far, like those boots, like that's how you know he's really locked in with the Red Raptor, because the boots look just as good as the orb now, when we've always known him to be a very like orb heavy player. Speaking of orb though, on the other side of things, we got Acno coming through. He's got his orb as well. See what he can do with it though, and the Nimue crossover.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, especially since Sword has been nerfed, right? I think Orb, in a lot of ways, is probably the weapon that is the most similar to that, right? It has those light attack confirms into a KO option. Ooh, riding out with the motorcycle there from Radish. But because of that, that's why we're seeing so much more of it, right? Radish actually just an Orb player, but then, Acno getting edge guarded there by the weapon toss.
Wow, that looks so funny to me, bro. Like, just the reverse weapon toss right there, covering all that space. He just knocked him just low enough to where he couldn't touch that part of the wall to refresh his jumps. Good start right here to Radish. Acno, though, gonna have to fight his way back. Radish looking very good at the beginning of this game.
He is D-Light, not going to connect there. Side light, though, almost leading to conversion here. Acno just trying to find a way to convert into more damage on Radish because it wants to get that stock pretty soon. The weapon tosses are looking pretty good. The side sig so fast. I mean, this, of course, going to be that crossover for Dusk, who has, I'd say, arguably, top 10 sig kit in the game, right? Really strong, really potent, really fast, hard to punish. And the name of the game is the legends that hit like a truck and have these good neutral-focused weapons are the ones that are extremely popular right now. And so no surprise to me that we're seeing Acno rock the Dusk right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the more slept-on characters. I just think in general, like Orb and Spear, since being in the game, have never really been bad. And so I feel like this character's just never really been in the meta so hard that everyone's playing them. But when I see them on the screen, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
When I start seeing things hit, I'm like, oh yeah, that was very good. This character's got some very good tools attached to them, as well as a weapon kit. But unfortunately, hasn't been able to get much going for him just yet. Tries to get that GC in light, but hard punish right there. I'm not sure if that was the option we should have been going for in that specific situation, with Radish already having you in the red and able to punish so quickly and effortlessly.
And just like that, I mean, Radish with a pretty hefty lead here. Acno going to try to bring things back. I mean, that side sig, there it is.
Yep.
Definitely a way to make that happen, but it has to connect, obviously, in order for the results that Acno is looking for. But on the other side, if he does end up swapping over to that Spear, there is that Spear and Sig that Java, for example, in the past has made immaculate use of on Dusk. That also KOs extremely early, but there it is, another side signature, maybe even a little bit of extra charge on that second hit from Acno to go ahead and secure the knockout.
Yeah, that's that Dust tech right there, because of the first hit having a decent amount of knockback. Or stun, you are able to get a little bit of charge in there just to make it a little stronger before actually sending it. Hold on. Okay. All right, back down the middle. I mean, as it has felt like Radish has been kind of controlling the pace of this match. I mean, Acno has definitely not let the match escape him by any means. He might be playing at the same pace as Radish, but he's still finding his hits here and there.
Yeah, just because of the nature of the way that the orb juggles as well, when both of the characters on the screen have it, there's going to be a tendency for things to feel like they're going in a more vertical direction, because they're going to be chaining nairs and recoveries into each other, and they're going to try to reversal each other, kind of similar to the way that the Chakram mirror match can happen as well. But Acno does find an opening here, almost gets the stock. The weapon throw forces a dodge out of Radish, but Radish is able to go low and gets the optimal punish there, and almost has an opportunity there. Doesn't get the nair, but now Acno throwing away his own weapon, giving Radish a chance to potentially starve him. And Radish doesn't actually opt to go for it. Instead says, I'm just going to beat you in neutral regardless. Beautiful double sidelight Sayer here. An opportunity to push Acno to the corner. Another Sayer. He burns a lot of options here. Has a recovery. He does the exhausted version. And I guess just like that is able to turn things around. Forces Radish to fastball low. And then he gets around Acno somehow. Acno has no weapon.
Oh, okay. Radish throwing away his weapon as well, too. All weapons off the score. Wow. I can't believe he's able to pick that back up.
Got the Magna hands on that, and he's just harpooning him with these weapon throws. Another weapon throw, just throwing it away and picking it back up over and over. Radish has the orb now. Sidelight Sayer is all he needs to close things out. And of course, has that signature kit on Red Raptor as well. The unarmed recovery is almost enough from Acno. Throws the weapon up, trying to bait Radish. Just not going to work. It's a final hit game, and the side air is going to be found by Acno, who's able to secure game 1 over Radish, but that was as close as the game can go.
I feel as though Radish just did not want to pull the trigger at all on anything in those last 5 seconds, or 10 seconds maybe. 2 different recoveries where he was under Acno, could have tried to recover himself. Just like, man, I'm good. Not even trying to jump up and get like a neutral air or anything like that. Just, I'm chilling. I'm gonna wait till you get back down to the ground. Acno, even when he whiffs, did not look scared on the way down either. So you weren't getting that air dodge out of him. So he was just able to play whatever game he wanted. He was allowed to be a little more reckless at the end because Radish just would not challenge him.
And there was also an opportunity there for Radish to go for a D-like gravity cancel unarmed neutral signature, but instead went for the recovery. And I don't know that it would have mattered in that instance if it would have been the difference between it KOing and not, but you can tell that there's a little bit of hesitation perhaps because he didn't opt to go for what would many consider the optimal punish in that situation. So just something to keep in the back of his head there as we're going into game number 2, but all things considered, extremely close game. When you're looking at the damage dealt versus the damage taken from Acno, that was a game that was about 2 hits of difference, right? That's a sidelight Sayer of difference, realistically speaking, between the amount of damage they were able to deal to each other. So game 2, I'm sure, is going to be equally as close.
Okay, here we are in to our second game, though. Yeah, definitely, I'm very surprised at the ending, I'd say, of that match being that we had a very hard start there from Radish, but yeah, Acno just able to get right back into the mix, and then Radish not really the most daring at the end, allowing Acno to kind of steal that game away from him, though. Looking pretty daring at the beginning of this game, though. Already hit a down 6 flourish right there, right at the beginning of this game. Unfortunately, though, way up at the top. Oh, he's running out of resources. I like that idea from Acno, though, and he is still on the offensive.
Okay, and Radish is like, let me get my punish, I'm going to get my nair, I can't get much more than that, and I'm going to get out. But at this point, I mean, Acno has pretty much lapped Radish in damage. Radish recognizes no dodge on Acno, goes for the 3-piece, and the Ensig is so potent. I mean, there was a huge damage deficit to make up for there, but finding that Ensig was absolutely what Radish needed.
Yeah, absolutely, but unfortunately, though, Acno going to come back on right off the soft platform, too, getting the recovery, sending him packing. We're right back to an even game. About to get custom combo with that weapon toss, but only takes a little bit of extra damage because of that. Ooh.
Okay, like this sidelight Sayer goes for the downer follow-up as well. Radish on the boots. Just kind of looking at Acno here, jumping a little bit, trying to bait out some attack, but being ever patient, and Acno responding with patience of his own, trying to throw out one of his safest aerials, that down air, but Radish is still able to punish it.
Like that weapon toss right there to also get another weapon in hand.
Catch. Oh, exhausted recovery. Not going to have enough juice on it.
Yeah, it looked like he waited that one out, too, just to make sure Acno, or if he's going to try to dodge or do a dodge in place, he's going to catch it. He did. Acno, second stock not looking so good for right now. Radish, though, only needs one. Wait. Okay, but almost got a crazy turnaround. That second dare was about to send him into the trenches for sure.
And a nice patience from Radish, tries to just kind of bounce that orb off the corner there to see if he can catch Acno on the way up. It doesn't work, but the Sayer just going to be straight up enough on his own. So now, I mean, he's feeling pretty good about the way things are going. I mean, Radish, very healthy lead, all things considered. I mean, Acno has the ability to kind of make a big play. I mean, we were talking about just the potency of some of Dusk's signatures, right? We haven't seen one yet today, but if he's able to get a down signature on Orb, that one sends you at an abysmal angle. And so maybe that can be something he can use in his pocket to go ahead and try to fight back against Radish, but Radish recovering high is not going to make that an easy option to use.
Oop. Okay, Acno. My man is trying to get all the way to the other side. Managed to find out. Okay, I like that weight right there this time around from Radish. Seeing the side Acno's going to land on. Acno's starting to throw out a lot more of these SIGs. Nothing really connecting just yet, though. Oh, birds up. Nobody home, though.
He manages to get over the recovery there, tries to slide into the DMs, but that one's not going to work. Manages to go ahead and pick up a pair of boots. And now we're right back in the thick of it here. I mean, Acno on the back foot. Radish, all things considered, does not have to approach, but is making the choice to do so anyway, despite the fact that he has the lead. To send a statement, and honestly, to not ruin your own flow, because a lot of the times, like, that recovery's not going to be enough. I respect it, though, so try to hit that N6, send him to the top.
Okay. All right, we end up getting stock, and we are hurting, but like not so technically done just yet off any hit. I mean, a SIG at the side will definitely take him out, but he's got a little bit of room to work with. Maybe not so much anymore. Yeah, if he gets hit by another, any type of combination, downlight recovery should be able to do it. Downlight side air should be able to do it. Could be a real problem. Uh-oh.
Yeah, even an N-light in the corner, you saw Radish trying to go for that one. There's just a raw recovery, able to catch Acno on the way down. That's going to be Radish securing game number 2. And I felt really good about that game number 2, right?
Yeah.
Game number 1, you know, was pretty haphazard. They did roughly the same amount of damage to each other, and then we're kind of fishing for the final KO hit. This time around, I mean, very slow but methodical play from Radish is able to get him a pretty convincing victory, I'd say.
I mean, it looks like he was able to catch on to a lot of the habits of Acno just to get some big plays there, too. I mean, that's a super huge catch if you're able to get a read with your insig for that stock that early, which is smart. Good catch on the recovery as well, too. So good games, all things considered there for Raiders. As we get to our third game, see what we get this time around, the flex game, if you will, between Acno and Radish. Now, first, all these games so far, though, have been very close. That one not as close as the first one, but it still was the last stock situation, so.
Yeah, and it's really tough going up against Radish with a lead as well, because I think Radish just plays in such a manner that, like, you know, if you are forced to play Radish's game, it just ends up being a really tough time for you. A lot of players can crumble from that position. Always feels more comfortable in general to play with the lead, but especially against a player like Radish where, you know, if you're forced to play the lead, you know, his offense can feel a little bit rougher. But this time around, on the back foot, Acno starting off with a lot of oomph, and Radish trying to bait out some of these dodges, runs into that orb recovery there. I actually thought that, you know, maybe it was over, maybe I'll be able to go ahead and get a punish, but that was not the case. The active frames just proving to be way too juicy in that situation. Oh, and juggle here as well. The recovery, not quite going to connect. What's the answer here going to be from Radish, man? I mean, he had a really good game too, but suddenly game 3, looks like Acno's made the adjustments.
Yeah, no, so far. Oh, okay, finally gets himself punished, but he's got to turn this to a stock if he wants to make sure he can stop the bleeding right now. Dancing around each other, gets the side air, goes way out there for another one. Oh, I like that. Return fire, and tries to step on him. Love the idea as well, but Acno very smart on his recovery.
Yeah, Radish just a little bit early with the down sig, I think, but that's going to be fine. Is able to secure the knockout as well, only in roughly the yellow here. So all things considered, not too much damage taken. Going to go ahead and try to bring this back as Acno swings with that side air. Radish trying to counter punch, but I mean, you're going to have to hit a little bit harder to go ahead and bring things back here. That side air goes unanswered though, and that's a good win for Radish. Uh-oh. Another unanswered side air, a down air as well. That's 3 hits now that Acno has not been able to return to Radish. Oh, we're playing Radish's game again.
Yes, sir. Like, hold up. Like, let's go ahead and sit back real quick. Acno, not really sure exactly how to get in there just yet, but still looking for some of these side stigs. None of them really being able to register the way he's wanted, at least like the raw way. Now an in-stig. I like the idea, though. Acno has, Radish has been jumping up the corner a lot. Maybe a dash back in-stig would have worked. Unarmed neutral light almost taking him out. That's how you know he's hurting.
Yeah, I mean, great response from Acno to throw out the weapon and then cover the dodge through the weapon with an unarmed nair. Just a little bit unfortunate that it wasn't enough to knock out, but Radish just went for a slide charge down sig. Really tried to scare Acno there, but he didn't bite, so gotta give props to Acno's defense. Radish still, I mean, at this point, he's already done what he needed to, right? I mean, the damage count is even. He's going to lose the stock here, but he's going to come back, pick up an orb, and go for side lights air, or if he manages to, you know, pick up a pair of boots, it'll be a D-light recovery as well. So it doesn't really matter at this point. There's the boots. He just has to find the opening.
Radish, though, so far. Yeah, it's been definitely behind pretty much the entirety of this third game. Even if he does get the stock right now, he's going to have to kind of really make a lot of this back up. Does manage to find that stock left side with the side air. Same situation we saw from the from the second stocks, actually. He's right in that yellow, so something he can get back very quickly. But it's all about not getting hit himself.
Oh, I don't even think he realized that side that was going to hit. It was the tail end of it. Didn't go for the conversion, but able to get some hits now. And just like
Back
that,
in it.
eating up the damage. Another side air. Raiders starting to get momentum, and that's where things get tricky because you're so used to him kind of playing on the back foot a little bit that when he changes gears, you're like, wait, this is not the tempo that I was used to. And just like that, now he's like, all right, I'm going to go back to my corner. I'm going to wait it out. You know, I'm sitting in the lazy river right now.
Uh-oh.
But then when the current comes in, Akno better be ready.
Akno, yeah, like, you know, Akno, I feel like I saw him jogging for position to go for that the entire time. Nothing thrown out in those last 5 seconds. Just waiting for Raiders to use all the options, have to land, and immediately calls him out on what side he was going to with that side sig. Good stuff to Akno. We're going to be able to see it in this replay, but that's exactly what I was about to say. I was like, he's looking for that sig for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be able to see it on that replay for the final stock, which should be right here. You can see Akno kind of dashing around and then comes right in and says, yep, that's where I needed you to be in order to go ahead and connect these hitboxes. Akno dealing 560 damage in that game and taking 455. So, you know, kind of lapping Raiders by about 100 damage, which is, you know, pretty good all things considered. Still a close game, but not nearly as close as kind of that game 1 was. So for game number 4 here, Raiders hasn't been able to control the tempo as much as he would like, and Akno really able to find the SIGs when they matter, right? I think that's 2 different stocks he's been able to get with that side SIG throughout the course of the set, and like, that makes a difference, right? I mean, Raiders, on the other hand, was able to get a KO with the boots and SIG, was able to land, I believe, an orb side SIG at some point earlier in the set. It didn't lead to a knockout. He's gone for these down signatures, but they haven't been connecting either. And we just need one of them to hit, right? And that'll be the swing for Raiders.
Neutral sig or down sig, one of them, something. He has definitely been bringing the bird out, but the bird has not been able to connect with any of these hits just yet. But it's all good. I mean, he's able to now this time around start off with a lead. I think in that last game, he legitimately was just behind the whole game.
Yeah.
Like, he lost the first stock, he got stock back, but he's always in yellow when he got it back, and then Akno just really never got behind him. Currently, though, this is a very hot start here for Raiders, as he's only in the orange on his first stock, and he's starting to really add up this damage here on Akno, too. He's about to lap him. If he can get another combination, there it is. He's lapped.
And
another one.
What I love about Raiders, man, just like that, Akno out the building. You know, a lot of people, I think, can sometimes discredit the way Raiders plays Brawlhalla, but like, he is someone who is like, he's able to switch up the flow. You know what I mean? He's not like the baby. Like, he has a different flow on every song that comes out.
He said, when are you going to switch the flow? I thought you never asked, but he actually does switch it this time.
Exactly.
And I appreciate that about Raiders.
You know, it's that. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Imagine if he was able to go ahead and get that recovery off the top that high. It for certainly would have KO'd in the orange. But now Raiders gonna lose that stock. Throws out an NSIG just in case Akno comes over there. If he's able to hit him, he's gonna be able to get a chase dodge off of that and get back to the stage. But I mean, Raiders pretty much at this point feels like this game 4 is secured. Hopefully he doesn't get too big for his britches, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to game number 5.
Yeah, I can't imagine him doing, unless he just goes for like the craziest ground pound right now and gets hard punished. I cannot imagine him losing this stock before this game is over. And he will not, as he immediately finds the heavy right there to go ahead and take that stock. Good stuff to Raiders getting into a game 5. It was looking a little scary at the end of that game 4, but as soon as this, at the end of that game 3, but as soon as game 4 started, it looks like he was just right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it out really well, right? Raiders with a lead, clearly, it's just so much more comfortable. Akno had a much tougher time dealing with that, and I think Raiders also just played way more confidently when he had the lead. When he falls behind a little bit, it feels like not necessarily that he's second-guessing himself, but more so that I think he's trying to be more precise, and being more precise, I think, translates to his gameplay in a manner that says, I need to take more time to make decisions. And because it can end up that way, you know, the more time you take in a game like Brawlhalla, or really any sort of combative game, right, it means the person who's making decisions first, even if they're not the right decisions, often can come out on top. And so that's something Radish is going to have to consider as he goes into Game 5. If I'm him, just simply based off of what I just saw, I'm just trying to make sure I get that lead first, and I'm trying to hold it.
Yeah. So now we got into this Game 5 right now. Acno gonna have to really answer back, because I think that was the most dominant win we've had so far in this set, as far as like between them. I know he had a pretty good dominant third game, but it was still one stock. This time you're getting two stock, very low damage there on to Radish. So you gotta feel like the momentum is definitely on the side of Radish right now. We'll see what happens as we get into our 5th game. Where are we headed?
Game 5.
Game 5. Okay, Demon Island, let's go. It's all scraps right now, and we gotta swap the characters with the Diana's out. Okay.
Okay, I respect it. I mean, Blaster's so good right now, and I think there's something about, playing a mirror of any weapon that can feel kind of taxing over a while. And so you're like, you know what, I need something fresh, but is this the answer that Acno needed? So far, Radish has been able to zone break with so much ease, but here's an opportunity for Acno. Goes off stage, and also Diana on a stage like Demon Island. Oh my gosh, almost got caught by that ground pound. But her SIGs are going to KO you real early here. You don't have much wall to work with, and you get the side SIG on either weapon, really. Down SIG as well. It's going to be a problem.
She's got very good reversal SIGs, and then she's got true combo SIGs as well, too, if you end up getting that dodge burn with the bow. But I just don't know if we're going to be able to get that right now. Super hot start again for Radish. Acno on the Blasters, didn't look so great, so he's now swapping over to the bow. The bow's getting a little more work done right now, though.
Hey, yeah, and I mean, Diana looking all right. I mean, kind of more known as like a Balloon Boy classic here. But we're going to see Acno piloting it. There we go, double recovery. Not going to be enough to KO. I mean, the bow recovery historically, and very infamously known for not really knocking out at damage ranges that people would like. But that's just kind of one of the things about the weapon. For being a neutral monster, that's one of the detriments to it. It takes a little bit longer to knock out, but just runs up into his face and gravity cancel down signatures. It's not enough to KO. Gonna bounce off the stage, get that reduced knockback, but Acno sending some sort of statement there. I'm not exactly sure what it says though.
I mean, look, it said I will just do it, bro. he does go Nike with it real quick, but I just don't know if that's going to matter too much right now. Oh, yeah, it's getting kicked straight up off that stage. With the Blasters thing, yeah, I think it's really the bow that's going to be able to carry him to a victory here, if anything. The Blasters have not really shown me that he's, like, using them to the greatest of degree just yet. But that bow ends up getting him a stock as well, too. I think he got almost all of his damage off that bow, really. And it decides to stay with it. Yeah, here we go.
All right, and Radish just looking for a weapon. Manages to dodge around. Acno's going to have those boots here. Throwing them away. I think he wants the orb. And wow, the perfect spawn timing, I thought. But Acno was actually able to go ahead and start Radish out. And he's going to be able to do it again here. No, not this time around. So Radish has his orb. This is his neutral comfort weapon here. And hopefully that'll help him stay toe-to-toe with Acno as Acno backing up. And the thing about that bow as well, now Acno has so much control of the ground, right? You have that sidelight, you have that downlight for your burst option as well, and so good at catching landings. And then if you force Radish to play floaty like he is now, that N-Sig suddenly becomes much more potent of a threat. And let's not even forget about the neutral airs and the recoveries for juggle options.
Make his way back down to the stage. Finally does it, though. But yeah, I mean, this game is starting to slow down a little bit to the crossfire as like the damage. Until we get that nice little three-piece here from Radish. Does get the unarmed, too. And I think the next weapon that Acno will pick up will be the Blasters, which, again, not really been able to show up just yet. Okay, true combo, side light, side air. Starting to get some hits here, like to see it.
Okay, and Acno, once again on the Blasters, haven't seen too much of it yet in this game, but it's going to require a higher amount of dexterity. I keep mentioning that because you're not really allowed to miss. You miss like a downlight right now, you lose your stock, but it doesn't matter. Radish is able to find the side air anyway, and is one stock away from being able to win this set and sending Acno into the elimination side of bracket.
Oh, yoink. Long, yeah, get him out of here. Yeet. Like, get that man out of here for sure. Yeah, just getting slammed. That's what I mean, though. Diana has very good reversal signatures. My back's to the corner, but actually, no, it's you that's going to be losing that stock. Okay. Oh, that would have been, he would have stole the game. The game was absolutely over if he had found that neutral sig. I love the fact that we even went for it. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Every time he presses that button, my heart stops.
Yeah.
I can already see how it ends. Tries to go for the N-Sig there, but ends up getting reversal by Acno on the way down. They're both going to refresh all of their abilities here by touching the floor, but it looks like Radish a little bit on the back foot.
Something about him and crumbling on this last stock in this last stock situation. Hopefully it's not happening again. He's jumping out the corner too. I feel like he's gonna get red.
The SIGs are so scary at this point. Last stock versus Diana, you can't not constantly be thinking about them. But he gets the punish here, gets the falling side, or you can tell they're both getting a little bit nervous. They want it so bad. Oh, if Raiders had came in with a sidelight, he would have been caught by that down signature there. Good job by him for not pulling the trigger, but Akno still in a very good spot to take this game. A D-light recovery should be enough. Goes for a weapon throw and gets the Sair. It's misdirection. The side air is going to knock out Radish, and Akno is able to sneak that set win by confusing Radish by throwing that weapon up and saying, hey, did you expect this? And Radish was like, bro, whoa, what just happened to me?
He said, what is he doing with that in the skies? Honestly, he literally shut him off from coming back to the middle of the stage too. That was the perfect weapon to throw. It's a wide weapon. It spins. It covers a lot of space. And then because of the weapon toss right under him as well, he was able to get the blasters. Blaster side air is absolutely insane. Could have also went for any SIG. I mean, he was definitely willing to throw out those SIGs as well. Diana has a very good neutral SIG, very good side SIG as well, but just finds that blasters side air with Raiders being stuck in the corner. What a way to end that game. Great stuff to Akno for the swap too. It was looking a little scary at the very beginning because the blasters weren't really showing up, but as the game progressed, the blasters got better and better and ends up even taking the actual game with a blaster side air.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I point out maybe too often is just how many sets in Brawlhalla are decided by immediate weapon swap into immediate attack, right? Just because I always say you can even see a little bit of that's not a little bit, that's a lot of despair on Rage's face there, as you know, he got. You know, that was definitely a dang I got moment. You feel that in the core of your being. It's like, dag man, like you really got me on that. But that's what happens. Like there's just no way for the brain. It's a mental stack overload when you're trying to space around one weapon and they swap to another one so fast that like your entire spacing gets messed up. You don't get a chance to try to reposition, and boom, just like that, not only is your stock gone, but so are your chances of staying in the winner's side of bracket.
I think also too, just, I mean, he was playing at like such high alert for like 30 straight seconds. Like all the SIGs that Akno threw out, if any of them hit, it was over. Like he hit that side SIG when Radish almost came in with that Sair. If Radish drifted a little more, slung off the stage again. Covered mad space with that one side SIG, or the down SIG, sorry, but he covered off all that space with the side SIG later. Radish jumped so far back he couldn't even get a punish himself. It was just a lot of things that he had to look out for. So yeah, I mean, the mental stack definitely became very high, and then unfortunately kind of crumbled straight under it after that. So I mean, I had a great time watching those matches, and now I got to know Sheepy. How did you feel about those matches?
I mean, I love seeing the journey, right? Because when you guys first started, you know, we were still in pools. We're trying to find out the last couple of players going into top 32, and then this last match, right? Akno versus Radish. We're now in top 32. We are on the winner side. So yes, I know Radish just lost, but it's not over yet for him. It's just gonna be a little bit more challenging because he's got to do the elimination run, right? But could be possible because I like what you guys were saying. You know, Radish has this very unique way of like changing the pace.
Yes.
The flow, you know, the flow of the game. And sometimes that really trips people up. But then you got players like Akno that's like, wait a minute, I got it. I got something. Let me lock in here, and I got something to change and switch it up to you so that he can take that W and go on the winner side of top 32. So, I mean, this is it. So, I mean, if you're asking me how I feel, it's like, oh, we're here. And now from now on, we're going to see some very, like, high-level caliber play, and it's always going to just be interesting, right, now that we're in top 32. So, I mean, dang. If we can talk about top 32 real quick, I just want to give like a little quick update if y'all don't mind. So if you guys at home want to follow along, obviously I'm on start.gg, but on the CEO 2025 page to see the bracket here. But I do want to give a just very quick update on who is still on the winner side of top 32, okay? So Markimu still on the top 32 winner side going down. Balloon Boy, Moonir, and then Godly versus Wes. They're fighting against each other, still on the winner side. Wow. So what I just listed means that some people did get knocked into the elimination side. We just saw Radish going down there. This also includes Huichibu. This also includes, let me see here, oh wait, no, hold on.
I didn't hear Sandstorm.
Use is knocked down to the elimination side. Sandstorm kind of about to play, not quite yet.
Okay.
And then
I go.
Who else? Money Holla now on the elimination side, and also Escape now knocked down to the elimination side. And the journey is still happening also on the elimination side too. There's a bunch of match going on now. So I mean, guys, follow in, tune in, look at this bracket. It's intense right now. There's a lot of people are just trying to fight for their lives because they want to make it to top 8. They want to make it to Championship Sunday, right? Okay, so. That was my little quick update. I want to grab any final thoughts that you guys have based on everything you've seen so far. What do you want to look forward to? What's going on?
I mean, it always ends up being just such an absolute treat to come out to mid-seasons and then see everything people have been preparing up for this moment to really try to give, you know, their best shot at becoming the best. And then finding myself in a spot where, like, okay, so now I have someone new to look out for. I remember last mid-seasons, it was Jeff Wardo. Have no idea how well Jeff did in bracket this time around, but I was like, dang, Jeff is on the map. This time for me, that player is going to be Mac. I'm never going to forget it because I was like, dang, you really made Godly earn it. You know what I mean? And I love seeing stuff like that.
I think, honestly, just for me at this point in time, it's going to be, there's 4 stories I'm really trying to follow. Like, obviously, now after sitting next to Gali, I want to see him do well. I want to see my man get him. See, I haven't won in a while. He's embarrassing, bro. I was like, oh, dang. Okay, so, yeah, we need to see that W. Obviously, always going to go for my GOAT, Sandstorm. The new mini GOAT right now, Marky Moo, he's been looking real strong. And then, of course, man, I always just want to keep up with you. I got to keep up with at least one of my South American brethren, and it's going to be used this time around. I'm expecting to see some great things for all 4 of those players. So as the rest of this top 32 shakes out, I'm hoping they all make it into that top 8.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're just going to have to see, right?
Yeah.
As we go through here. Now, y'all, I got to shout out, I got to do a quick reminder here for my folks here at the venue, at home watching, because we're talking about tournaments, and we're talking about, obviously, I'm going to mention the grandest tournament. Of course, I'm going to mention the World Championship here, because you don't want to miss it. You're going to hear me talk about this all weekend long, because literally it is the culmination of our esports, okay? It all comes down to the World Championship. And this year, BCX 2025, we are literally celebrating 10 years of Brawlhalla. And I still can't believe those are words coming out of my mouth. So please come and celebrate with us, brawlhalla.com/BCX. Get your tickets, find information about the hotel, get it all booked, get the early bird. Don't want to miss out, please. I'm letting y'all know it's going to be a grand time. We're going to be at a new place, new venue, Gateway Arena. Come on out. Brawlhalla.com/BCX, November 21st to 23rd. You don't want to miss the World Championship, okay? All right, y'all. I want to thank you guys so much. Thank you, Flambo. Thank you, TK, for the wonderful commentary. But now we're going to go to a very quick break, but stick around because when we come back, we're going to see Kinda versus Sandstorm. So see y'all soon. way through top 32 of the singles tournament here at the Brawlhalla Midseason Championship. And here on the desk now with me is Sparky and Taza. Y'all, the mid-season mayhem is literally in full swing right now. I've got to get your thoughts. How are you guys feeling about the tournament so far? Sparky.
I am loving it. I just got to watch Moonir take out Use 3-1. Moonir got the 2 victories early on in the set. And how many times have we told this story where it doesn't end with a Moonir victory? It seems like a narrative that repeats itself over and over and over again.
That's not where I thought the story was going.
He started off with the Mordex. We saw him lose a game, and I was like, oh no. He took a moment on the character select screen, and I was like, oh no. He's going to lock in the Taros, and like, it's just over after this one. But he stuck with the Mordex, and he was able to take it 3-1, denying the narrative. That arc of the Moonir timeline is over. We're on the Moonir 1v1 redemption arc, where he doesn't go up 2-0 and get reverse 3, and he did it against Use, man. He maintained patience. Yeah. There were moments where he got a little over-aggressive, but like that happens, but he was able to rein it back in, which is the more important part, and won over Use. Like that was a fantastic set to watch.
My favorite part of the story was you saying that he stuck with the Mordex, right? And that's the one that you don't expect Moonir
yeah, that's also the other thing we've been talking about.
And it's like, okay, well, he's going to change his legend every time something goes slightly wrong, but no, he stuck with something and it's all the way through. And it was interesting because I was talking with him with Flambo behind him. We're like, we didn't think you had the Mordex prepared. He's like, I didn't think I had it prepared.
Yeah, that's like literally what everyone has been saying. Is the Mordex from Moonir coming out has been a surprise, even to Moonir himself.
Well, yeah, I'm very excited to see how he does because he's got to go up against another South American legend, which is Lores, that we'll be seeing later on today. But that'll be a little bit later. But it's been, with that Use upset, my idea of how the bracket's going to go is very different now, and I'm excited to see it to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all feel the same way here, that there's just so many things happening right now as we go into top 32 and then we make our way into top 8. And you never know what's going to happen. So to hear that is incredible. It's crazy. Now, before we start getting into the matches and the tournaments and things like that, I got to give a quick reminder about some merch, okay? Because the thing is that if you're actually at the venue right now, we are almost sold out of our fresh basic merch that you see here on the screen. That's the sweater here, that's the joggers. I'm literally wearing the joggers. They're super comfortable. Duke was wearing the sweaters yesterday. Amazing, super comfy. But if you're at the venue and you were like, I'm still thinking about it, I'm trying to decide if I want it, please go get it now. We were actually almost sold out of this collection. And my folks at home watching, Brawlhalla.insidecodeusa.com, so you can get your hands on a part of this as well. All right, so that's my quick shout out for that new exclusive basic merch. But wait, that's not all, because you don't want to miss out on the exclusive Brawlhalla Fest Reaper long sleeve tee and short sleeve here too. We also got that at the venue, so if you're already trying to think about, hey, do I want that basic new collection? You know what, go ahead and grab this too if you don't already have it. It's an amazing illustration, custom made, all that stuff for Brawlhalla Fest. And then of course my folks at home, you know the website, Brawlhalla.insidecodeusa.com. Go ahead and go over there right now. Get it before June 20th, because after that, it's gone. Can't get it again. All right, so don't miss out. That is your quick reminder as I'm trying to look out for you guys here. Okay, so now that's been said, let's actually talk about this upcoming tournament here, this next match. The next matches, actually. So the next match that we're going to see here is actually Kaina versus Sandstorm. That is a winner side top 32 match. But then after that match, every single other match that y'all will see here on the main stream is going to be a top 8 qualifying match. So it's game time. It's serious. Now, Sparky, Taza, I do want to grab your thoughts now about this upcoming match here with Kaina versus Sandstorm. Sparky, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you essentially have 2 legends of the game. Like, you could take this out of, like, probably the past 3 years of Brawlhalla, and you could plop this into a grand finals match, and you'd be like, yes, that makes sense. I'm not that surprised. If anything, the quote-unquote outlier, or one you may not expect to be there, would be like Sandstorm. And that's so funny about this dynamic, is that Sandstorm, the GOAT, would be the one to be like, oh, really? Sandstorm made it that far? And not like, wow, Kaina made it that far. But like you just mentioned, this is still early on in top 32. This is the first round of top 32. That's how difficult Brawlhalla is at the top level on LAN year 2025.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned for Sandstorm, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that this is definitely Kaina's meta, right? We're seeing so many Terroses locked in and then in 2s and 1s, and that was like Kaina was the first one to really succeed with it back when we thought Hammer was the worst weapon in the game and Terros isn't playable anymore, and there he is winning everything in South America. Meanwhile, I've heard rumors that Sandstorm is locking in a completely different legend pick after his run with Priya previously, which is now I think he was playing Core. So that's crazy. I don't know. I don't see we've seen
I haven't
locked in,
seen that yet. So at this point, I don't believe it.
Sometimes he says that he's going to do something, and like the Magyar, and then he doesn't lock in the entire day. But I'm excited to see this matchup coming up because this is not a qualifier into top 8.
Yep.
This is to get into the qualifier for top 8. The winner of this is looking to fight Balloon Boy, which is crazy that this is how seeding turns out. But when you've got 3 regions, right? This land's so international with all of the best players from Europe, South America, and the U.S. being here, right? It's like, I guess it makes sense that they're fighting in this round. What do you do when you have 20 amazing players?
Yeah, what do you do when you have the top players of each region just right here, right now? I mean, that's the exciting thing, right? That's what we all want to see. Who comes out on top? Who is the best for mid-season, right? And so, I mean, you see the GOAT here. We all know Sandstorm. We know the placements, the medals, the earnings.
He's in 2 top 3.
Yeah, that's the additional wrinkle that we can add to the Sandstorm narrative here at CEO at the Midseason Championship. Is he's also storming through the Rivals 2 bracket right now.
Yeah. Got in winner's side top 32. I'm checking right now because that was a big win over ZB. And that's like a pretty incredible win. So he's here representing 2 platform fighters.
He's
winner's side top 32.
He's having to go back and forth.
And I'm over here being like, oh man, I hope he doesn't top 8 Sunday. But over here we've got Kaina with the Terros, right? Look at the earnings, look at the medals. One of the winningest players in the game, coming from South America, and it's a region where Kaina's not even the reigning world champ. Right?
Yep.
Like that's how tough it is to compete in South America.
He's just yawning on the camera.
I feel it's been a long day.
It's been a gauntlet today.
No, I'm not blaming him. It's just very funny timing for him to be yawning right on the camera. You're seeing Kaina right in front of you there. Like, we've seen Kaina on the main broadcast so many different times. He's not able to make it out to like every LAN that we do, so it always is a blessing to see him here, especially at CEO, especially at mid-season. We have Sandstorm versus Kaina, PR3 in North America versus PR2 from South America.
Yeah, and they are ready to battle it out here. So Sparky, Taza, take it away.
All right, here we go. As you said, very high PR here. And while Kaina can't make it out to everything that's LAN, it does feel like his attendance is a lot higher than any Royales he's able to qualify.
Yes.
Right? So we do get to see more Kaina in person than normally. But here we go on the Demon Island for game number 1, and it's going to be Sandstorm on the Mordex. The core is nowhere to be seen. This is kind of what I was expecting, going against Kaina on the Terros for game 1.
Kind of already starting things off pretty big. Going with a neutral signature, even though Sandstorm was really low on that. That could have been a bait in that moment, or that's just a read that he goes for, and he's going to kind of step away from that as we get further. His flow between weapons is so strong. He already has Sandstorm in the red. The D-Sig from the middle of the stage, that's going to do it. That's a 30-second stock, Taza.
Yeah, very, very fast coming out from Kaina here at the beginning of the game. And now Sandstorm looking for the gauntlets, gets hit away by the downlights, 3 downlights in a row, and Demon Island's going to be so difficult to land against Kaina, like I was talking about before, right? Before everybody was picking Terros, Kaina was holding center, playing Axe, doing all these landing coverages with downlight, then several nairs, having the patience to wait for the dodge before going for the nair again. But Sandstorm finally finds his footing and gets the side air, puts him on the left side of the stage. Misses the downlight. That had to have been missing the downlight, right? Or do you think that he just thought that was going to connect?
I think he expected Kaina to just go a little bit higher, or maybe Sandstorm thought he was going to be a little bit lower when that happened, so he was going for active frames over the shortness.
And then Kaina shows him how it's done.
Yes, sir. He shows that breakdancing in both directions. Now with a 2-stock lead, he's starting this one off just really, really running over Sandstorm here.
Yeah,
the scary thing is, like, every time he whiffs that side light, I expect a punish to come out from Kaina. That time he didn't get it. Sandstorm was a little, there you go.
Kaina was setting up for the backswing of the grounded down air, which would combo into downlight or side light at that damage. Sandstorm finally getting the D-light recovery in. Nice job being able to get that confirm on gauntlets. While it doesn't have really anything guaranteed off side light, you can do that if you get your gravity cancel out, but kind of goes right back to swinging with the axe. Neutralites, putting Sandstorm on the left side of the stage. Side light nair, anything else. The downlight on the landing. So good at getting more hits.
He's orange.
And Sandstorm's close to going down in this game 1.
Like 4 more hits, he's going to be red. Okay, the D-light into the in-light going forward. Even picks up that as Kaina moves just a little bit to the right. Another in-light coming out, but the damage output from Kaina might be too much here.
And
Is
now
it going to be a
Kaina
2-stock?
holding onto the hammer, stopped, side air, sent flying. 1 more hit, and that's going to be it for Sandstorm here. Axe picked up. Kaina's not like the most down sig heavy Taros player here, but that feels like a situation where you just catch the landing, get the game over with, go to game 2. But Sandstorm now fighting back. Gets a D-light down there. A little bit more of the splash from the downlight there to get him even more damage on him.
Now, we've seen him commit just a few times with the side light, and I was wondering if he felt like he needed a little bit more damage before he could find the KO with the in-light, because I expected the in-light to be the KO move, but now he's got hammer, so we know exactly what he's looking for. Oh, it's going to be the neutral light this time. He felt he had enough damage, which he did. He was correct, hitting that in-light in the center of the stage. Didn't need the stomp setup to potentially get a drop or anything like that. Grab the stacked option with the in-light, get the KO. Just like that, kind of takes game 1.
Very convincing. Like I said at the beginning, I think this is a great meta for Kaina.
Yep.
And Kaina's definitely on a mission to be able to get into top 8 as soon as possible. If Sandstorm's in the way in round 1, well then he'll 3-0 him like he'll try to 3-0 anybody else. Sandstorm, on the other hand, I don't know if that game was bad enough for him to, say, lock in Teska or try something different with the characters right away going into game 2, but maybe it was, because the Mordex didn't look too prepared for what Kaina had to do on that stage.
He might maybe try to lean over on the Scythe a little bit more if he does stick with the Mordex, because last game he did 244 damage on the Gauntlets and only 70 on the Scythe. Maybe the Gauntlets are just his idea going forward. Oh, we are seeing the swap over to the Teska, so it seems like the Gauntlets are part of the main game plan. He's going to hope here that he can find something better with the boots, maybe the signature kit he feels a little bit more comfortable on when he has the Gauntlets in his hands compared to the Mordex. We don't typically think about Mordex that much for the signature kit on Gauntlets as opposed to the Scythe.
I gotta admit, Sparky, I'm a little concerned.
I am too, absolutely.
Sandstorm, when he goes into the fishing for the answer thing, I don't see how this character is gonna, well, actually, hold on, show me Sandstorm. Go for the down air here. Let's watch this out. Edgeguard scenario, goes in, doesn't get the downlight right afterwards. So far, all good on the boots, but then sidelight stomp. Sayer's gonna take out that first stock. Yeah, I think the primary issue is landing on Demon Island.
Yeah.
Kaina's constantly been hovering right underneath him, playing an excellent ground game, keeping Sandstorm juggled. And I guess maybe Boots Dare lets you cut through that a little bit more, but we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, if we're thinking about stages, it's like, okay, yeah, if he's going to throw that out, he's going to get punished for it like every single time. There's the in-light, gets to the weapon toss too. Oh, dude, yeah.
It's brutal, Sparky. It's brutal. Like, Kaina is completely demolishing him, falls to the side air there as Sandstorm tries to catch a landing with the in-lights. Okay, what do we got? Recovery. Nicely done. It knocks out from the top and center stage. So Sandstorm keeps it close 2-2.
If we go to another map that has like soft platforms, like maybe Sandstorm can go there, but then I just worry about like Hammer Nair. Like Kaina was doing Hammer, okay.
Oh.
Almost got the GCD light read there.
If he gets the grab,
bringing it back, sending it back over. There's the down air you were talking about earlier. Okay, I thought we were going to see another down air. Just sends him back over.
Air has Kaina off the bottom of the stage. Ground pound, goes for the weapon throw to gravity cancel side light. That'll disarm him. Boots picked up once again. Didn't catch the jump though. Side air travels with it. Using that active input so that it's not as strong, but you get to reposition yourself faster for the edge guard. Sandstorm trying to go for a call out. Down sig, I cannot believe that missed. Kind of barely sidestepping it with the pivot end light. But Sandstorm's now taking the lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it. That sider almost gets him.
Weapon toss goes down. There's no extra weapon spawn until just now, but it's on the other side of the stage. Kaina. Now he's going to move over. Sandstorm got back onto the main stage, so he went for the weapon. There's the in-light. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Sandstorm on final stock, but the lead has been shrunk so much by Sandstorm, largely due to the boots on that second stock.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to close it out here now on the gauntlets. Get scooped.
Dude, yeah, and that's like that's what I'm worried about. You want to go to a soft platform stage, like Kaina has the vertical hammer gameplay.
Ooh. That is a lot of damage to put on to that last stock for Sandstorm there. It was looking so good, but once the hammer got started, Sandstorm just went straight to orange.
No additional juggle on the weapons.
Okay.
Gets the down air. That gives Kaina the room to go to the weapon spawn. He's going to move over there now while still putting out a presence on the corner.
Okay, gets the jump with the side air. What else has he got? Down light, down air, kind of low on resources. Ground pound narrowly avoided. Goes for recovery. That could have been the stock. Good job playing on the edge there. Demon Island so small with that wall to play with there, and it's just able to get back.
Does he stick on Hammer? I think he's going to stick on Hammer. He's going to throw that one up just so he can stick on Hammer and get a weapon toss out.
Hammer
Sandstorm,
Prime.
great job recovering low so he didn't get caught by the
Kinda
daylight.
could go for like a dash jump weapon throw here and reliably pick up the Hammer right afterwards, but max range.
Dude, he does that like better than
stop.
everybody else on Hammer.
That looked like down light on Gauntlets.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
It feels like it shouldn't hit, but he still finds connections with it so often. Now going up 2-0 against Sandstorm. And this time we saw on the previous game with the Vortex, we saw 70 damage on the Scythe and like 200 plus on the Gauntlets. This game, he's kind of stepping away from the Gauntlets and really going on the boots. 97 on Gauntlets, 334 on boots. So his boot strings are working.
Yeah, they were carrying most of the damage and also carrying kind of off stage in most of those cases. Kindness recovery looked fantastic that game.
The range on it's crazy.
3, 2,
And now we're going to be going
Okay.
Small World's End. So I mean, it's hard to say who this benefits more. Obviously, high force legends like taking people out faster, but like Boots recovery has that like blasters
exactly.
X factor where like the fixed distance on the brings you closer to that top blast zone, whereas like Taro's just gonna knock you out regardless.
I feel like the potential here, like the max potential for early KOs is going to be in favor of China, but the average in terms of KO is going to lean more in towards the side of the Tesca, like with the Boots recovery, like you're talking about.
Double side
with the Gauntlet recovery, yeah.
But so far, it's been kind of juggling with Nairs. Sandstorm lands just to get punished once again by the end lights. Kind of waiting for a wall slip to start activating here. 2 exclamation points. Sandstorm has a touch and kind of just neutralizes him again. Says, let's do it again. Maybe he'll go for a little edge guard mix up here, but why should he? Just 3 end lights. It's a tough situation to recover from. I mean, World's End is just Demon Island, but smaller. And there's more to it than that. But when it comes to landing on the stage, right, that's the same.
You have a little bit bigger of a wall, but like we're not seeing kind of extend off stage.
The
so it
wall's
doesn't matter
not
if the wall is 2 pixels or 10,000 pixels.
Yeah, as far as how their game plans are interacting, it might as well be the same stage. And
the down air and the grounded down air. Another grounded down air does come out and miss. The desync almost KOing off the top, potentially leading kinda into a 2-stock lead. It's again these landing down airs. He's not gonna find KOs with that just yet, but he dodges away from the potential recovery. There's the side air from the wrong side of the stage, still living. Weapon toss goes right over Sandstorm's head. The D-light off the stage. Recovery back. Now he's back to the axe. The in-light from the middle. Still not enough just yet.
Oh, and now Kindness just going to be playing, basically playing baseball.
Yep, there you go.
And Sandstorm's the ball. Bats him away, right? That's 2 end light knockouts in a row, which is. This is how Kindness has been playing Taros for years.
Yep.
Sandstorm now waiting for a weapon. Gets the kick. Nice shot with the end light. Goes over to the right side of the stage.
I do love on the in-light KO that kind of just got. He was above Sandstorm, and it felt like he hesitated for just a moment. Like he wanted to hit the down air, but was like, this isn't going to do it here. I need to move right behind him and then grab the in-light.
Kind of so
Oh, there you go.
The axe. Oh, and then the late airs. Always falling with those to catch the option after the sidelight Nair connects. Let's look for it. Gets the downlight right afterwards, right? He hits with Nair one time and goes down even further to catch the landing with the downlight right afterwards. Sandstorm now in orange. Does have kind of off the right side of the stage. He has to take risks here at this point. Kind of continuing to bat Sandstorm away with the axe. Down to would have just knocked out. Sandstorm, can he get something? Okay, Gravity catch with D-light side air. What else has he got? Gets pummeled away. His axe on deck. Well, we won't be able to find out for a little bit longer.
Okay,
here.
nice grab. Sidelight again chasing after rather than getting the higher force one so we can keep the pressure up. Hoping to take away the second stock. That'll do it right there. We're on final stocks here.
Final stocks. Sandstorm on Tesca. Sticking with the boots. Let's see if Kinda can finally pick up a weapon. It's been so long, I don't know what's on deck. Okay, Hammer's picked up. Recovery. Does catch Kinda in the middle of that jump. Kinda looking for the stomp.
Dude, he's playing so grounded. He's definitely looking for the stomp.
Sandstorm playing around that pretty smartly. He knows that Kinda's trying to react to a whiff, so if he stays stacked, he gets the end light. Boots actually can deal with that playstyle pretty well, but the scoop will take it. Kinda with the 3-0 over Sandstorm. Makes quick work of him as he moves on into winners round 2.
Yeah, the way he was staying grounded, it seemed like he really wanted the stomp rather than a down air. Like he wasn't floating above at all, hoping to just like scoop, whether behind him or in front of him, whatever.
And then after 2 neutral losses, he was like, fine.
Yeah, he was like,
jump.
I'll do it.
I'll jump
get it in
there.
the air. I'll let Sandstorm be right below me and use the down air. There's enough damage. We can KO off the top here on World's End. And he does it just like that, rather unceremoniously, even though the gravity of what just happened is very impressive.
Yeah, showing why Kinda is so dominant in the game in general. There's, I mean, that's like one of several neutral light knockouts that we're going to be seeing throughout the highlights of these reels, right?
Yeah, that was the neutral light where he could have gone for the down air, which at that point would have essentially done nothing. That was a great side stick grabbing out of the middle of the air. But again, like when we see really successful Teskas, I'm looking specifically at Wes, we see a lot of signatures used. We did see the side signature there from Sandstorm to get the KO, but other than that, it was just like regular Boots gameplay. His gauntlets, they were hit or miss most of the time. Like his percentage wasn't terrible, but it was really the Boots. So it was really smart of him to make that swap over onto the Teska, even though he would still carry over the gauntlets from the previous Mordex pick that wasn't working.
Yeah, kind of looking very strong.
Absolutely.
He's a favorite of mine to win the whole thing at this rate. His Taros is one of the best I've ever watched. It looks like he got a point.
After seeing, I definitely agree with you after seeing that. I hadn't gotten the chance to see too much kind of gameplay in 1v1s just because, like, you know how it goes. There are so many, especially as the tournament gets deeper and deeper. It's like there are so many sets out there off stream that we want to catch. So it's like, what's the set of the moment? I haven't been able to watch any kind of sets so far. I was a little bit worried for him going into this one. He says he hasn't been able to practice as much going into this tournament lately. So I was like, okay, like, yes, he's doing really well in twos, but you have like the benefit of the twos morale and sitting next to your friend that you've been working with and all that kind of stuff going into it. So I was wondering what he was going to have in 1v1s. Now I definitely put him as a very much potential frontrunner.
It's also worth noting that that's a kind of saying that he hasn't had much time to practice, right? So like, how much is not a lot of time to practice for somebody like Kaina is always interesting to think about. But I think he looks like he's in very good form. I wasn't looking at that and going, Kaina doesn't usually miss those. He was hitting everything against Sandstorm, so it was kind of hard to say. But very well played. Excited to see more from him as he goes on to match against Balloon Boy later on.
Yes, we are now moving into our top 8 qualifiers. We're going to take a look here at what our top 8 qualifier matches will be looking like. On the top side of the bracket, we have Marky Moo versus Acno. That's going to be our very next set. Then we're going to have Kaina versus Balloon Boy. Then after that, we're going to have Moonir versus Lores, which is going to be really exciting. We just talked about Moonir taking out Hughes. He's going to move on to another South American player in Lores this time. And then we also have Godly versus Wes. In each of these sets, we have a South American player. We also have 2 EU players, and we have 3 EU players, Godly, Moonir, and Acno. And then we have 2 North American players in Marky Moo and Balloon Boy.
And
what a spread.
Marky Moo and Balloon Boy are the new blood on the top of the scene, right? Like in terms of like the top 3 in NA, Marky Moo and Balloon Boy have been dominating it. Balloon Boy was like a little shaky at first looking at BCX 2024, right? Like how consistent is he going to be? Can he get that much further? But Marky Moo was up there, right, in that top 4 and is continuing to do amazing. Won the Royale just now.
Yeah, he won the Spring Royale. He won the Autumn Royale last year.
And on the other side, an interesting development when it comes to the singles meta, right? Which is that I've been trying, unsuccessfully, to push that blasters are really good right now.
Dude, what are people doing, man? They gave us like there's still issues with it, right?
Yeah.
Recovery doesn't knock out as early as it should. That's not just me. Acno said that as well, so you can take it as truth. You can take it as reality.
And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because Acno just secured the win over Radish playing Diana.
Yep.
And he's been playing Nimue and Diana. Nimue is the epic crossover for Dusk.
Yes,
so
sir.
we've got that Spear and Orb, and then also the blasters and the bow. But specifically the blasters is what I think Acno actually like looks better on than anybody ever expects. Every time I see him, I go, oh yeah, I forget that you have that. You've been playing so much Kaya. But it makes sense. Kaya with the bow and then blasters being good right now leans into Diana making her way back into the meta. And then Balloon Boy has been playing a plethora of blasters legends, most specifically Vivi, right?
Yep.
And then locking in Mega Man, which is that epic crossover for Vivi. And so we have 2 blasters players potentially in this qualifier matches for top 8. It's a matter of whether Acno thinks that that's the right pick to go against his opponent here, which is Marky Moo, who has a lot of experience against Balloon Boy.
Dude, Marky Moo, I'm telling you, man, move over to... I feel like all of the legends on the screen need to move over to the version of the weapon that they play with blasters. Right, dude. If Marky Moo on the Knicks, man, we saw it at Max Mode a little bit. That was part of his answer to the Chakra meta at the time, was moving over onto the Knicks. I think she's incredibly strong.
Although I do think that blasters actually did pretty nicely into Chakram, so there's a lot less of it now. Maybe you're a little less inclined to play it. That being said, Hammer also did really great into Chakram.
I'm saying move over onto the Cassidy pick. It's right there, guys.
He's just everywhere. I mean, we saw a little bit of Cassidy on side stream earlier today. I was casting with Walt. We were able to watch Wubs lock and Cassidy. And then I think shortly afterwards, Faith, who played 5 different legends in a set, also played Cassidy for a little bit. So.
Shout out Typhon South America, really showing the strength of that legend. Hopefully we get some Typhon BCX. That would be huge. That would be massive.
Here we go, looking at the main stage as Marky Moo. On stage right, or is that stage left? Hold on.
No, you're right the first time. Stage right.
Yeah, stage right, and Acno on stage left. looking at Marky Moo right now, those gold medals are getting better and better, right? Several top 3s, starting to close it out. Always starting with the Mordex, the fastest Mordex I've ever seen, but has shown that he's willing to lock in some other characters.
Yeah, his Mordex is definitely like faster than like Sandstorm's was at his peak, because like that's just how things progress sometimes, is like as things get faster, then that's just like the baseline that people start from. So Marky Moo was starting from a faster baseline than Sandstorm was starting from whenever he was on his run of dominance.
Meanwhile, Acno, I don't really feel like has changed too much as a player over the years, but he has maintained consistency.
Yeah.
So he's been raising that floor along with everybody else in Europe, right? And then every time that he comes over to the States, I go like, well, surely this is the time that Acno gets like 65th, but he just continues.
Somehow, dude.
He continues to upset a player after player, and then I talk to him about it, and he just goes like, I don't know. I'm not really thinking about it.
I got to look back to like Agno's first like really solid placement to see how many years he's been doing this. It's 2019.
It's been over half a
So
decade,
like
right?
we talked about Wes at the Royale also being around and relevant for 7 years, just like Sandstorm being around and being relevant for 7 years.
Yeah.
Agno's done it for 6 years. His first major tournament was Winter Championship 2019. Yeah, he's done it in 1v1 and 2v2.
Yeah,
so we got to give him, okay, he's starting here with the Diana. I want to see this Diana.
That's how he ended the set against Radish, and now he's going to be opening it up here against Marky Moo. So we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm just going to mention it one more time. Biggest news about the Blasters within the last 3 months is that Sidelight now combos in the thing sometimes. So that's a great poking tool that has now been added to Blasters neutral. Yes, recovery does not knock out as early as it did 2 years ago. But now you have a lot more options to scrap with than just hitting your neutral light and then guessing so that you can hope to get the follow-up.
There's the side air from Marky Moo, the weapon toss. Is he going to be able to clean this one up? Is it going to be the GCD light? Okay, he doesn't need anything. One of the things, though, that side light being true has led to is like a little bit more of a passive blaster gameplay out where you're really just kind of searching for that, kind of like the way people would just search for like Sword D light when that was the main combo starter for Sword out there. So it's going to be really tough for him to deal with someone like Marky Moo. Looking for the GCD sig, hoping Marky Moo is going to keep pushing. Oh, the bottom side of that ground.
You know, that's really
like
funny.
A 45-degree angle. That's just going to nail him.
Every Diana likes to go for that cheese. That was very ambitious. Marky Moo has taken like 60 damage. He is destroying him right now. Okay, there we go. D-Light recovery. You're not going to get the knockout just yet, but the N-Stick will. I was watching Adam Cool 178 on the side stream, and Isaiah has the exact same setup.
Okay. Was he actually playing the blasters, or was he just mostly playing cannon?
It was mostly cannon.
Yeah.
But there was one blasters D-Light recovery where you could like cover the landing with the N-Sig right afterwards. It's the same angle. And I like seeing Acno being able to take a stock with that, but it's a long time coming before he can equalize. Marky Moo just dominating here. Let's see, pummels him away with the neutral light. What else has he got? Okay,
just struggling with an air. Is he grabbing another one?
Acno warming up. Okay, that down the down sig is spelling doom for Acno every time that he uses it.
He's got to be a little bit more careful with that one. He can't just throw that out.
He's like winds up and he's like, now hit me.
Yeah.
It's a really powerful move. The reason why he goes for down sig at the ledge is because if it connects, you'll steal a stock in orange.
Yep, absolutely.
Works on both weapons. I think on bow it's a little less range, but it's faster.
So much faster. It is such a safer move.
More powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely see it used more often from Diana players on the bow rather than the blaster's down signature. Because like, you got to think you have like the two different blasts. Because it has more range, like yeah, it'll cover more. But yeah, you have the two blasts.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Here we go back to the Fortress of Lions. Acno opening up with the blasters, tries to catch Marky Moo with the jump. Let's see if he can stop Marky Moo from running away with the lead at the very beginning of the set. Opens up the side air, exchanges, and Acno uses that dodge right away. Marky Moo, knowing that it's gone, gravity cancel D-Light in air, grabs him out of the skies and gets even more damage. But so far it's been back and forth, and Acno dodging the weapon throw and getting the end light right afterwards, and Marky Moo just fighting back unarmed. It's been quite a heated scrap so far.
The biggest thing that worries me about these blasters into Marky Moo is just how overwhelming Marky Moo can be. Anytime Acno wants to burn his dodge to go for a D-Light, like sometimes it's guaranteed, right? Like if you hit the down air and their dodge is gone, you can combo that into the GCD light, which you see blasters players going for. But then like you just see the raw KO potential, the raw string potential. It's higher for Marky Moo. His movement lets him maneuver around those dead zones a little bit better than like some other players would be able to against blasters. So I just feel like I don't know, man. I don't know if the blasters are going to be enough here for Acno to take out Marky Moo.
Yeah, well, and it's also not a matter of like enough. It's like I did a lot of talk about counter matchups, right, with Chakram and then the weapons. I thought that did well with it back when it was really dominating the scene towards the Royale. Blasters, I've always said, I think Gauntlets do the best job of getting into the dead zone of Blasters, especially when they're spacing with sidelight. So it's already a pretty tough matchup, and Acto seems to be navigating that quite well. Oh, pivots the Sair, and Markimu just completely destroys him for it. Gets the ground pound after the weapon toss. An amazing setup, almost a little bit of a red herring, right? To throw the weapon up and have your eyes tracking that when the real threat is the unarmed ground pound that's about to steal your stock away. And Markimu with a neutral light nair, catching Acno on the landing. And look at that, so many of these whiffed attacks from Acno are going horribly punished by Markimu, who is just doing so much to capitalize on every time Acno misses. Finally, D-Light Sider connects. Can Acno get the end stick? He does, but doesn't get the spike.
Not close enough to the right side. It's going to end up bouncing off the stage. The weapon toss goes up. Acno landing with a down air, just really trying to. Oh, he's just running all the way. He's just running away right now. Come on, you can't just run away and then try and go for the cheese. Okay,
yes,
maybe you can. Maybe you can. I take it back.
Yeah, the gravity cancel at that time, right? Well, hey, he's never gone for it again after he missed the first one.
Yeah.
But he also lost his stock every time.
Yeah, exactly. So. That's really been one of the biggest things for Markimu. It was like all of the punishes that he's gotten on all of these whiff moves. Like they've been solid, they've been frequent, and they've either been like a good amount of damage or a lot of damage.
I mean, he just needs like 3 more hits for down sig to knock out again. Okay, set it up, Acno. Slide charge down sig right here. Gravity cancel. No. Okay, he's actually
immediately going for the sidelight bolt.
Oh, he tried it. He tried
I don't think he's going to hit it, bro. I really don't.
Gravity cancel this time.
I've been wrong before, but I really don't think he's going to
hit it once. He can hit it again. Look, he's ready. He's like,
look where Markimu is. He's in the middle of the stage. He's not going to fall for the bait, brother.
You don't think Acno's going to down sig again right here?
I think he's going to. Do I think he's going to hit it? No, I don't.
Back. Oh, no, that was it. Oh, and Markimu gets the silent recovery. If only Acno down sigged. then it would be 1-1.
I feel like the number of times that I've done commentary with you, Tazza, and you've latched onto something exactly like this has been so many times.
It is very
so
funny, though.
It is. No, it absolutely is.
This one is super true. Are you telling me that Acno, the way Acno was playing on the lip of the stage there's no way he wasn't thinking about it.
Oh, he absolutely was. Again, I 100% agree with you on that. I don't agree with his decision making.
Yeah. I don't agree with it either. I'm not condoning down sig cheese at the end of the stage. All of you aspiring
Tazaraki, the down sig apologist. Oh,
weapon throw to stop the recovery. Very cool. Yeah, and it's like despite the loadout really being like a call out to when Boomy was dominating with Diana for so long, this character's never really been meta, right?
Oh, dude, he was looking for the Spring Royale classic, where you down air, flip him over, and then go for the GCD light.
Is that it? Wait, Markimu dipped too low. He didn't
Dude, Acno, brother, all right.
Okay, I mean, that was definitely an amazing recovery from Acno, starting from when the weapon throw stopped Markimu from getting his jumps, and then Markimu played it kind of sloppily, really, up the edge of the stage there. Dive kick catching him before he can get his jumps back. Now he's 3-1, so Acno looking to close out this game, but I'm still kind of worried for Acno right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, I'm looking at the game state and I'm going, this doesn't seem like he's got it yet. Let's see if he can get at least get him to orange.
He did get 2 stocks. I could be wrong on this one that it was someone else at the Royale, but like I believe it was Markimu who's doing like so many really, really low recoveries. So it's sick that Acno was able to call that out over on the left side, got the weapon toss to interrupt the recovery and got the KO off of it, and then also got it on the right side as well off of that like behavioral trend from Markimu, who's really working for him at the Royale, but Acno can see that coming now.
Weapon throw coming up from Markimu, and Acno holding on the left side of the stage. It's not down sig time yet. You got to get him at least in like light orange. So he jumps forward, tries to go for the side light, but Markimu matches him with a dash forward end light into end sig, and this is what I'm talking about, Sparky.
Yep.
Markimu basically donated 2 stocks away, and the game stays even.
And he didn't even have to do it like he did at the Royale with the God reads that he ended up pulling out. It's just like he's winning neutral gameplay. He's extending the strings. There's the 2-piece. He even goes for the nair, but Acno goes down.
He's got a lead,
goes over the edge. Acno threw out the neutral air a little bit early.
Down air,
waited.
goes to the recovery,
down air.
weapon throw, picks up the sight once
control.
again. Does not get that neutral air. It was so close. Acno didn't dodge it. Markimu just missed. Otherwise, that could have been Acno going off stage again. End light, nair, dash forward, dash back. Does not get to the landing. Acno goes for a juggle. Nothing else coming from that. Acno, that was the first damage Acno's gotten in like a minute and a half.
It's come on,
okay,
man.
It's not even time, Acno. He's gonna lose his stock for that one. Markimu's gonna lose his stock for that one. He doesn't have his jumps back. He has a dodge. That's it. You're kidding me,
dude. The down sig cheese.
He did 207 damage that game.
That's crazy.
Cheese
That's
to
crazy,
death. I'm not.
dude.
I am not. I couldn't even.
Is Marky Moo lactose intolerant? Do we know?
He might be. He's got to go talk to Creed backstage to get that.
Yeah, he's got to get some lactate.
I mean, come on. I've never seen
3,
a
2,
207
1, brawl.
to 415 wins the game. Marky Moo, what were you doing?
It's the cheese with the down sig, and there was the weapon toss on the left side that interrupted the recovery. I feel like we're going to see Marky Moo go crazy this game.
I think so too.
Okay, all right.
And the NSIG gets punished. Okay, oh wait, no way. Okay, Marky Moo's actually going to lose his stock. Okay, finally dive kicks back. Akno trying to snipe him with the down air. Sidelight comes through, does spot dodge the down light, gets the neutral light right afterwards. Akno getting some damage onto him, but like there's a significant risk that Marky Moo actually just loses all of his stocks trying to carry Akno off stage. Look at him go with these neutral air juggles. Does spot dodge the NSIG. Is that going to be the stock? Find out. Weapon throw into gravity, cancel down heavy. Really nice coverage there. I guess that would have been beaten by a recovery if Akno had any left.
Which he did not.
But he didn't. So that was a great option.
I do love that like Akno is willing to engage and let like Marky Moo mess himself up by really overcommitting on the edge. That's respect from Akno of him just not being like, I want to get out of this edge guard situation against Marky Moo, which a lot of other players would go for. Akno's like, no, come on, let's do this.
Although I think great stock there by Akno. I think that if he did play that way, Marky Moo would have gotten 50 more like edge
100%.
right?
100%.
Like it's because Akno is challenging him at his own game that it's messing up Marky Moo so much that he's losing stocks for it. Down sig does the active input to toss him on the left side of the stage, looking for the gravity cancel D-light, and look at that. Akno dodges it, cancels the dodge into a side sig, gets the end light right afterwards. He's in Marky Moo's head a little bit, I think. Like it's still absolutely Marky Moo's momentum, but every time he goes off stage, Akno goes, yeah, I'm not that much of a chump. I can actually fight back in these situations, and now he's brought it back to an almost even game. I feel a down tick coming on here, Sparky. Okay, good. It's not wrong one. But I was right, technically, but I'm going to correct myself. I was talking about Akno.
I do love that it's also Akno showing like multiple options from the signature kit, like not just the bow D-Sig. We just saw the side sig hit, gravity canceled over on the left side. We've seen some in-sigs come out on the bow as well. Those haven't really been successful just yet, but like who knows, man. You can get a great dunk with them. We saw the neutral signature on blasters earlier.
Oh, God. No, okay. I thought I was going to gravity cancel down sig, but he goes for the down line instead. And because of that, it drops, so that's not good. Marky Moo has one jump left. He might lose his stock there.
Yeah,
great job dodging back to stage. I thought he might just forget. Sidestick clears the board. Akno's keeping this close. How does Akno do it? How does he do it?
He's playing Diana. Like he's playing Diana like you're supposed to play Diana. He's not playing
blasters. You think this is how you're supposed to play Diana?
He's not playing bow. Like he's kind of playing. Oh!
This is a canonical matchup. There's a whole battle pass about this matchup. This is the stage about it.
Like bow side sig as a chasing signature against someone like Marky Moo. Like blaster sig, side sig would probably go too far because Marky Moo isn't going to run away like that. He's going to run away just a little bit.
Oh, Marky Moo, how are you going to throw this? Okay. Akno goes to the ground pound. That was honestly a pretty good play. Bow ground pound at this point could knock out. Does the dash jump in there. Marky Moo starting to slow it down a little bit, which I think is benefiting Akno. He does still continue to approach with sidelight into the corner, and Akno. Don't do it.
Oh my dude!
No. Dude, I was laughing.
Oh, I knew it was coming.
Dude, okay. Akno he's literally on the side of the stage. Like, I know he's not smiling. He's not smiling like physically, but I know he's laughing at Marky Moo being like, I know you're gonna approach me.
Yeah, that's wild.
He's losing the game. He's behind in damage. Marky Moo's jumping off stage and getting cheesed by Bo. Well played to Akno to the game plan, but like it's happened twice in a row now.
It shows like how detrimental like overconfidence can be and a little bit of recklessness.
Do you think it's overconfidence? I don't know.
I think it's overconfidence. I think it's recklessness.
All of these highlights are Akno reversing Marky Moo on an attempted edge.
Yeah. Dude,
that's the anguish that everyone's feeling. Like for me, what could I do but laugh?
But it's genuinely funny.
Like you could actually stay center stage and just throw each weapon spawn off the stage towards Akno, and that's a better game plan than what just happened here. So now we're at game 5, Akno versus Marky Moo. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't know. I am not as confident in Marky Moo winning anymore. He's been doing double Akno's damage every game. What was the He did more damage that game too. It wasn't double, but like it was still 100 damage lead.
So now we're on Demon Island, which is going to have a smaller wall. Maybe not as safe for Acno to go over and bait Markimu back on, but like also that's less for Markimu to recover back on after he gets caught by a goofy move from Acno.
Yeah, goofy move. That's what the whole, that is his playstyle, right? It's just so difficult to close stocks on. Acno behind in damage. I don't think it matters that he's behind in damage. He'll hit like a bow neutral air and then down sig in the corner. He's on the weapon. There's the weapon toss from Markimu. Does break up the pressure from Acno. Silent recovery. Nice patience. Gets the first stock.
Catches him going over, grabs him with a recovery KO off the top. Man, we're laughing because it's like this is a funny game, but also this is a really cool game.
No, it is.
Like when do we see something like this? We'll see
Acno is stone cold going.
He's winning games off of it.
Yeah, he's stone cold saying, hey, Markimu's going to do this. He's impatient. He's jumping off stage. I'm good off stage. I'm going to reversal him, and he's done it. He's done it 6 times now.
Yeah, how often do we see like the patient person being the one over on the wall and the impatient person being on the main stage going off and getting reversed like this? Like we really don't see it. We see the patient person being the one maintaining center stage. Like that's what Use does. Use like to maintain center stage control.
Do you like wake up, grabbing cancel, do you like recovery? Acno equalizes it just like that. Markimu taking a moment to wipe his face. I mean, it's been 2 straight games of this. It's game 5, best of 5, goes for the ground pound on the gauntlets, gets hit for it. Not surprised. Acno now on the center of the stage. Ensign could be huge here just to be able to get him set up for a side air. But he goes for Nair instead. And Markimu's having difficulty breaking through the defenses of Acno now.
Dude, the corner is the game plan. He just wants Markimu over on the corner every single time.
Oh,
nice
he's going to jump out of this.
D-light.
If that was Ensig, I think that was the stock.
Yeah, we haven't seen an Insig in a while.
He went for the recovery. Side to the
covered
dodge, and that's Diana 101. Oh my goodness, the first time that we've seen it this set though.
I'm telling you, he's playing Diana like you're supposed to play Diana.
Oh,
cheesiness aside, like he's playing Diana. How are you supposed to play this legend?
Yes, I can't believe it. Is Acno going to reverse 3-0 Markimu?
Dude, that would be...
Oh,
so
sidelight
wild,
hits.
dude.
He goes in for the jumping recovery. Markimu on the right side of the stage. What can he do? Sidelight recovery, the same mirror image
exactly.
of the last stock that he took off Acno. It is now game 5. Last stock between both players here. Acno on the verge of a reverse 3-0. Markimu just trying to stay on the winner side of the bracket. And Acno's now on the bow.
He's just retreating over to that corner, goes back to the middle stage, back over to the corner.
No,
the
it works.
Sidelight off the stage, the
Recovery. Markimu looking for
Back
the sidelight to get started.
baby.
The headlight comes through again. Acno goes to the other side.
Dude, it's so scary. Anytime he's on the corner, it
Acno
might be a
approach.
D-Sig.
Ground pound could knock him out. Doesn't get hit with a weapon toss. Siders him in the side of the stage. Blasters picked up, throws the blasters away. He wants the bow. It's going to be the easiest way to be able to beat Markimu here. Sidelight doesn't get the nair right afterwards. Now Acno goes to the center of the stage, and Markimu is looking for the nair on the landing. Acno trying to do the anti-airs with the neutral light. He might do dash jump nair here if he waits long enough.
Look how much more patient Markimu is
No dodge
being.
means
He
that that's a
still
true
gets
combo. Pivot down stick here would be huge. Acno gets him. He gets him with the cheese. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. It worked. He got the damage he needed for the pivot down stick, and he wins it 3-2. Acno, representing Europe, takes the first seed spot. That is seed 1 going down into elimination side. Acno has now taken that spot away.
So one thing that we learned at Spring Royale from Markimu is that like when he needs a break, he needs a break. If he can't get a break,
there's a front row of people with their hands on their heads. Like I can't blame him. Markimu just got completely annihilated by Downsig.
If he doesn't get his break, that's when things start to fall apart. And when you win a cheesy game like that and he's not able to mentally reset through any amount of time through a break or anything like that, like he can have a close win and then get the break after the set and get the reset there. But when Acno keeps doing something like that and he's not able to take even a moment to breathe, like we just see it fall apart. I can't believe Acno did that.
Shameless. It was shameless.
Yeah.
No. And it works.
We're going to get to talk to him. We're going to get an interview with the winner, which, I don't want to be biased, but I'm really glad we get to talk to Acno after this. Because I got to know, what's going through his mind after this, dude.
Oh, wow. 100% signature accuracy coming out from Acno, which is pretty impressive because I think the set started off with him like gravity cancel down 6, like off stage, losing stocks to it. But as the game went on, he got more and more precise, and Markimu looked more and more shaky in the approaches. And Acto was a reversal king. I mean,
I think that's
at least
the first
at least
game.
he had a damage lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the first game Acno did more damage than Markimu did.
Wow.
I can't believe that was a 3-0, dude. I really thought it was going to be like, okay, we got the goofiness out of the way, and like now it's time to get serious, and then Markimu just runs over him. Acno's going to be sitting down with us here. Can we hear Markimu? I'm sorry, can we hear Acno?
Can you hear us?
Acno, can you hear us?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Bro, what?
No, first question.
Okay.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, for sure, of course.
You should be.
You absolutely should be. We were well, after the end of game 1. You won game 3 only doing 200 damage.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Well played. What are your thoughts on Markimu jumping into your down sig 7 times towards the end?
It happens. Diana.
Yeah,
That's the
Diana.
only reason to play Diana, really.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying. He's playing Diana like you're supposed to.
Exactly.
I'm surprised that you led with Diana in this set after leading with Dusk in previous ones. Why would you do that?
Well, Diana has always been my comfort pick, so I've decided to go with that instead of like Dusk, since I haven't been playing Dusk.
Okay, so that's like a mid-tournament adaptation.
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
So you started off the set playing more blasters than you were bow. Like at what point were you like, I'm going to pretty much only do bow now?
Well, basically, I noticed my blasters weren't doing much. And yeah, my bow was working quite well, so I decided to just stick with it, play it out in neutral, and it worked out.
Are you experienced with people going off stage with you as much as Markimu was doing? Because you
Yes.
looked super comfortable
Heavy.
off stage all the time.
Heavily. Also in the Royale, I really learned how he played. He prefers playing off stage more than on neutral. So, I decided to just run away as fast as possible, and I managed to outsmart that.
That's literally what we were saying
Yeah,
as well.
that's exactly
Because I
what
looked
we were
at it and I
talking
was like, I think Acno recognizes that if he just counts to 3, Markimu will jump on him,
Yeah,
and you
for
can
sure.
neutralize. And then every once in a while, I think you would say, okay, he looks like he's trying to be patient. I'm going to do a dash jump neutral air.
Yeah.
And then you just went right back to the corner.
Yeah. It's nice to just have little traits that work out in your favor, so I just decided to keep going with that, and it worked out.
I just like, dude, I'm still flabbergasted after that. Like I've never seen such a silly set like that.
That was good.
From 2 unbelievably talented players. Like normally we don't see behavior like that at this point in the bracket. We'll see like a known player doing stuff like that against like a pools match type player.
Yeah, the thing that I would like to add is after he SD'd, well, as basically SD'd twice in that in the third game, I think he just lost momentum, and that's why I just could keep going and going.
Yeah, and you held on to it, and you knew exactly what you needed to do, and he didn't show adaptation. that was the big part. Like, it actually looked like he got more and more nervous, and then you just capitalized. And now, congratulations, you've taken over the 1 seed spot from Markimu, going into winner's side of top 8. You'll be fighting against the winner of Kaina and Balloon Boy. Who do you have as the favorite to win that set?
I will prefer Balloon Boy winning, since the last time I fought Kaina was, I think, BCX, and yeah, let me not tell you what happened. That did not go well.
All right, Acno, I got one more question for you. One thing we mentioned is that you've been around as a top player in both 1v1s and 2v2s for like 6 years now, which is more than almost everybody out there other than like Sandstorm and Wes. What's one thing that is the same now that it's always been throughout the years, and what's one thing that's different, that's changed over time?
Ooh, that's a very good question. One thing that changed, I would like to add, is the dash changes. A lot of players managed to get way better with the newer dash changes, since you can just dash jump around way more, and that creates more momentum, more pressure, and overall, I'm not sure if it's like a really good addition, but it does the job for the newer players. So one thing that stayed the same, can't really say much. Everything just keeps changing, really, and I think that's great.
All right, Acno, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory and your qualification for top 8. Fantastic work. We're going to be going to a short break, and then we'll be right back with more of the 1v1 Brawlhalla here at the Midseason Championship at CEO 2025.
Are you ready to dance with danger? You don't wanna samba with me. My kicks are a bit over the top. Vambora, this fight is about to get funky. Tá bom, let's dance. Ah, you can't dodge boots and bullets. My pistols make the best dance partners. You need a little splash of color. My bullets leave a lasting impression, but my dancing will take your breath away forever. Boas-vindas a Brawlhalla.
간식 시간이다.
문어 좀 먹을래? 아프소. 잘 먹을게. 크게 불태워보자. 배고파. 빨리 해보자고. Time to unleash the dragon. Real powers 맛은 바로 이거다. 디저트도 먹어. I'm working up an appetite. 밖에는 거북이, 안에는 드래곤. 이기는 건 디저트만큼 달콤한 거야. 뭐 거의. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome back to the Midseason Championship here at CEO 2025. I'm Taza. Sparky's going to be joining me as we go through the rest of this qualifier section into top 8, where we just had an incredible reverse 3-0 coming out from the EU Go Akno, who has now taken that 1-seed spot away from Markimu in a stellar Diana versus Mordex matchup.
What an interesting palate cleanser of a match. I feel like the next match we're going to get into is going to be a lot more serious than one of the previous ones that we just saw. We saw Kaina versus Sandstorm. That was an interesting one because it was a 3-0 for Kaina, and then
it was very serious, but it wasn't very long.
Yeah, and then we went into one of the silliest sets that we've seen since it was the Spring Royale.
He simply outsmarted him.
He's simply someone out there needs to make that. You make that on one of the NBA sports quotes. Picture of Akno. I'm sure there's one out there from this tournament. I simply outsmarted him, and then right below that it has the red quotation marks, and right below that is Akno after he hits Markimu with the 7th bow DC for a KO in orange.
Sidelight side sig on dodging.
There you go.
Man.
That's the meme right there. I just gave that to you for free.
That's right. Well, yeah, I'm excited to see more Blasters gameplay in particular because Akno was talking about Diana was a comfort pick, and now we've got Balloon Boy on the other side who he's hoping will win this because he's afraid of the rematch with Kaina for a good reason because of the last time that happened. So
yeah, look at how we saw Kaina versus Sandstorm play is that he didn't go off stage, so that's not going to work for Akno. But before we talk about that, we can talk about the tournament where these two players last would have fought each other. That was BCX 2024, but now we're talking about BCX 2025. Brawlhalla.com/ BCX for your tickets. Get the early bird BCX tickets for competitors or spectators. It's going to be, the airport is the Atlanta Airport Marriott. Discounted rooms are available right now. More hotel info soon. I think we have all the hotel info out, I think.
That's right.
The code is BWCA. That's for Brawlhalla World Championship, Brawlhalla World Championship. Hey, we just got a great price on the room. Make sure to book those rooms now. Get all of your stuff out of the way now because it will be here before you know it. Brawlhalla.com/BCX.
Yeah, if you've been to BCX before, definitely try to make it out this year. It is going to be fantastic. It's a celebration of everything Brawlhalla, so we've got the World Championship at it, but there's so much more, as you can just see over here, right? This is Midseason Championship, which is a huge celebration, and this is only halfway through the season, so sign up now. It's going to be great. But here we are back in the Midseason Championship, where we're not even into top 8 yet, and we're getting matches such as Acno versus Marky Moo and Kaina versus Balloon Boy. Here he is, Balloon Boy sitting down, the last remaining North American player in the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, and we have 3 EU players. Those are 2 sentences that I did not expect to be uttered here at the Midseason
It could be 3 out of 4 EU on winner's side, top side. Especially with Munir, we're getting that upset over Hughes. Although he's got to fight against Lores, and Lores just tends to make crazy upsets on land. But I digress. We've got to talk about NA here right now because Balloon Boy is the final hope, and we've got Kaina over the other side, who everybody is saying, I don't want to fight that guy.
Both of these players made it into the top 8, of course, at last year's BCX, and here they are fighting for their way into the top 8. Balloon Boy got 5th at BCX, and of course, Kaina, we all remember the all-South American Grand Finals of Kaina versus Hughes, with Kaina coming in 2nd place to use his gold medal.
Yeah, Kaina oftentimes hailed as being the #1 of South America, but doesn't get home with the World Championship. It has been used over and over again. I think Kaina is still continuing to dominate and cause trouble in the scene, right? But at PR #2, it's just because Hughes is that much better, which means that this bracket actually has the highest chance for Kaina to do really well, because Hughes is not going to be in his way, at least not on the winner's side. So here we go, Balloon Boy opening up with Mega Man, going against Kaina on Roman Reigns. We're starting here on the Fortress of Lions, and the Blaster's already going strong. Balloon Boy definitely, in my opinion, the best Blasters player that we've got in the scene right now.
I feel like there's pretty much nobody that is going to argue with that. I think we don't have, again, like you mentioned earlier, we don't have too much representation.
Nobody that plays it primarily. And even Acno today was like, yeah, my Blasters weren't looking so hot, so I played both the entire
Baby Type, brother, please come to BCX, man. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to come to land and show us that Cassidy. I can't wait. Nice side sig to get the KO.
For the knockout, barely taking any damage at the start here. Yes, while Acno might be liking the start of this matchup, Balloon Boy might also just be playing so good that he's probably going, wow, both of these players would be tough to fight against, and kind of finally attacking back here. I think that as far as weapons go against
why didn't you just go for the immediately sidelight? Maybe he wanted to get the dodge out and really go for something big, but you had the option to go for the D-light in the sidelight.
Yeah, that was. It looked like he tried to input it, and he just inputted a stutter step instead.
Okay.
So it's possible he just dropped it, but either way, gravity cancel sidelight, side air, true combos, and sidelight, side air again. So much damage coming out into Kaina. Sidelight, side air 3 more times. Kaina now on the left side of the stage. Balloon Boy tries to go for the finisher with the leaf shield once more time, but he can't get it. Neutral light, can he get the read? He does, but not in the right positioning, and Kaina avoids getting hit by another sidelight there. D-light dash up recovery. It's going to be a 3-stock to 1 lead. Balloon Boy can't be touched, and Kaina's hold center play style. Hope I can whiff punish. This isn't going to work if you have got a ranged weapon always hitting you with these sidelights. It has been a struggle for Kaina.
Yeah, and that's the Blasters gameplay that I was alluding to earlier when we were kind of talking about Acno and what the kind of Blasters play culture has evolved into now that sidelight side air is true, is you have people mostly going for sidelight side air, and then Balloon Boy is a scientist. He knows exactly when he can get the KO. That's when he goes for the D-light into the recovery. Now he's swapping over onto the boots, which is what Sandstorm tried to do against Kaina earlier unsuccessfully.
Except Balloon Boy succeeding. Look at him catch every single one of Kaina's landings. It's 4, 5 straight combos in a row.
Oh my gosh!
And it hits him with the neutral stick. Kaina's just getting beat up. Okay, puts out the tornado. Not going to quite do it.
Oh gosh.
Not
going to be enough. Not right away. Looking for the edge guard here. He backs up.
Flame sword for the knockout at the top.
That signature, like, never KOs.
It does what Balloon Boy's playing him.
So late.
Yeah, Balloon Boy fully utilized Mega Man's kit there. Leaf Shield knockout to start things out, right? We even saw a little bit of the Tornado, and then the Flame Sword hitting twice to be able to get the knockout there off the top. Balloon Boy dominates Kaina in game number 1.
Dude,
let's see if Kaina can get to Demon Island or World's Ends.
All of his landing punishes from Balloon Boy were amazing.
And it was both weapons too.
Yeah, and contrast that to what happened earlier when Kaina had the axe and he was landing with down airs and getting the grounded down air as well onto Sandstorm. It was something he was doing so successfully. All of a sudden, Balloon Boy completely turns that on its head. It's a 180, and Balloon Boy is the one punishing all of these landings. Kaina has no way in.
I also think Balloon Boy is continuing to ban out the flat stages here, so leaving Kaina open with only one. This is the closest that you're going to get. Single flat stage. This is Mos Eisley. So here we go into game number 2. Balloon Boy with a very strong showing in game 1. But as we saw in the set prior, best of 5s are best of 5s for a reason. You got to have room for that mid-set adaptation. Let's see what Kaina's got.
I think Balloon Boy really needs to be careful with the way he's throwing out these D-lights.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
So quick, 3 stairs in a row, that's it.
One, yep, right there. That's the stock. Crowd going crazy. They love a Balloon Boy victory.
And this is such a big deal because I would not, even with seed aside, I would not go into this weekend with Balloon Boy on my favorites to beat Kaina right now.
I would agree.
It's looking really good. This isn't him fighting for his life, getting lucky. He is dominating Kaina right now in the 1v1.
Now he still does have quite a bit of damage on this stock, so we could see it even up very quickly. There's a sidelight into the side air again.
I'm telling you, it's
I
so
think
good.
if he chills out a little bit on the D-lights, that's going to slow down a lot of the punishes that Kaina is able to find because it's mostly on the D-lights.
Neutral light.
He goes for the in signature. I was going to say, he didn't grab that one earlier when you talked about the suite of signatures that we saw coming
that was the one we were missing.
He didn't go for the in sig.
Yeah, we were missing Rush and we were missing the Hurricane, but opens up the boots, 3 hits, puts him off stage. Can he catch the landing here with the downlight, puts out the Tornado, lands on the bottom of the stage, comes right back forward, but now kind of doing the anti-air game that he's so good at, downlight after downlight. Balloon Boy kicks him away with the end light, goes right over to the blasters, gonna try to put him off stage, D-light dash up recovery to go for a juggle states. What else has he got?
I don't even know if a D-light recovery would do it now. I don't think a raw recovery does it if he picks it up.
He needs another sidelight side air.
think so.
D-light recovery, not going to do it, so he just goes for D-light stare. The weapon throw, and that secures it. A much better choice than going for D-light recovery and not getting the stock. Balloon Boy gets the edge guard, now 2-1.
Dude, he's playing so well here against Kaina. I just really did not see him coming out of the gate like this, doing so well. Back over onto the main platform.
Flame Sword once again, getting the end of the hitbox there. Almost playing with that neutral signature like it's a lance snare, where you're trying to get the very end of the move to burn.
Like we used to hit reverse snare.
But you get so much power and damage out of it because you don't have to worry about where you are when you're hitting it. So it's just a great option at the edge of the stage without Kaina's recovering. D-Light Cider puts even more damage on him. Balloon Boy destroying Kaina here once again, has a damage lead on a stock lead. Stomp finally stops him from the end light, but Balloon Boy just shoots him right away.
Oh, gets him with the second blast of the in light.
D-Light dash recovery.
D-Light recovery, not enough.
Leaf Shield does get punished. Brother? Trying to catch, I guess, a fadeaway to the side of the stage.
I don't know if anybody could get there in that time. I don't know about that one, Balloon Boy, but he's been playing so well. I don't want to harp on that too much, obviously.
Sidelight neutral air. Kaina could downlight him here at this point, but I don't know if that would knock out just yet. And that cross-up side air.
One more
might
side
just
air
do
from
it.
pretty much anywhere is going to do it.
Puts out the NC side air, bounces off the stage, still enough.
Kind of juggling the weapons, bringing everything down to final stock, but he's going to have to play so well. And there are a handful of pickups that Balloon Boy can grab. Like a sidelight, it's going to lead into the side air. It's going to be a KO, unless he maybe picks up a little bit too high and some of the variables come into play and he misses it. Balloon Boy is going to be very careful before he commits to ending the fadeaway side air. Does get punished with the end light.
Teros has got that X factor with the neutral signature, right? Sidelight and air. Dude. As Balloon Boy on the left side of the stage, downlight on the juggle state. Balloon Boy might be overthinking this. Goes for the unarmed recovery. If he stays unarmed, it's going to be Kaina's comfort zone. Boots picked up once again. Flamethrower gets punched by sidelight and air. Kaina gets the recovery. Not the strong hit. Goes for the end sig. Gets the D-light recovery, and Balloon Boy gets the punish. Thank goodness. It looked like he was throwing that game. Now we're going to be going to game number 3, where I feel like Kaina is starting to hit his stride.
What was that insig, man? That came out from it doesn't feel like him.
No, it had to be a misinput. I mean, Balloon Boy was on the top right of the stage, right? In the replay. Like, I think we'll see it, hopefully, towards the end.
Dude,
this edge guard opening up the game, that's incredibly hard to do.
Yep. You see Kaina doing that with Axe. Like,
yeah. I look at that NSIG and I go, I would honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got a replay of Kaina looking at his controller and going, what the heck happens?
3, 2, 1.
All right, match point. Balloon Boy now 1 game away from a winner's side top 8 appearance over Kaina. but kind of looks like he's got that adaptation through. So now the boots are
Another
on.
one?
He's getting the gravitational end
Just the end light.
He can still continue the edge guard here. Goes for the ground pound. Kind of is he going to reverse it? No. Goes right back to the stage. Tries to bait him out. Waits at the dodge. Gets the down light, but he kicks right through the end light. As kind of lets that go a little bit too soon, and now he's right back onto the ground. Nair juggles stage. Gravity cancel D-light down air. Ground pound would knock him out, but he doesn't pivot it. Kind of gets right past it.
Kai's going to stay back over from the corner, not even putting out end lights or D lights. Again,
jumps right over the Sarah that time. Good adaptation from Kaina. This time he might do a reverse dare to cover the landing from Balloon Boy. It's getting tougher and tougher for Balloon Boy to crack through the defense of Kaina now as the game has gone on.
Yeah, Kaina's not going to let him recover back onto the main stage for free. Oh, he even gets past and turns around. He was still inside of the dead zone from that D-light as the blaster passed.
Down air comes through, not getting anything else off of that. Not high enough damage to combo Decider just yet. And Balloon Boy's not been putting up the sidelights that we saw before. There it goes. He gets punished by a sidelight. Doesn't combo into Nair because it was a little too quick with the downlight since Balloon Boy flying. This could be Kaina's first lead of the set. End light will knock out. There he goes. This is what I was seeing last game, Sparky. I think Kaina's kind of figured out how to hit his stride.
Yeah.
And now I'm wondering what's Balloon Boy going to do as an adaptation in return. The sidelight Sarahs aren't hitting anymore. The Sarah edge guards aren't hitting anymore. He's been mostly getting damage on the boots, and Kaina's been getting all the damage back.
What I was going to say is the Blaster's gameplay is definitely slowed down here. He's not able to find the openings. There's the whirlwind.
Being able to get that knockout.
He's going back
there.
over to boots, of course. Doesn't want to spend any time with the Blasters. Has kind of figured out how to adapt against that. Finds so many punishes. Oh, he was able to fade away just in time and move, snapping his dash.
Oh, but sidelight and air, ground pounds. Tons of damage coming out from Kaina. Does get a quick flame sword in there. Burns kind of to the left, putting him almost in the orange. Downlight whiffed. Sidelight and air. Kind of goes for a dodge out read and misses the weapon pickup. Uncharacteristic, but gets the kick anyways. Not too damaged.
Now swapping over to the hammer. He has a nice lead. It might just be Stomp Side Air City. Kind of looks like he's setting up for it. He might get frustrated like he did previously with that. If Blue Boy wants to play aerially, he could just go vertical. Yep, there's the dare.
Side air hits, but side air hits right back. Kaina with the gravity cancel sidelight to celebrate. He is now up 2 stocks to 1.
Even though he's finding his stride, Balloon Boy's still up 2-0. So if he gets the victory this game, he's still going to have to find 2 more.
Sparky, this is concerning. I'm like looking at Balloon Boy, and he's just jumping around, getting hit by neutral light in there. Okay, finally finds the blasters. He's going to get some end light damage in, but I still give favor to Kaina here. He's getting his sidelight nairs. He's getting the dashes in.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, and we're seeing the confidence with the whiff punishes. That's 3 sidelight nairs. No sidelight nair. Goes for the recovery here, maybe. No, goes in for the down sig. I thought down sig was going to come out for sure, but Kaina just being a little too conservative. End light going to knock out next time that it hits. And Balloon Boy has gone this entire game really struggling to get in at all. Kaina is going to bring this to a game 4, like almost absolutely.
He's going to get caught there, but nothing oh, I can't believe he didn't get a punish in time. He moved just a little bit in the direction that Balloon Boy did. The in-light for the KO. One thing that is just not working for Balloon Boy anymore is the sidelights. 1, he's missing them, and then 2, because of the overspacing that's coming out from Kaina, he's able to use the extended range of Axe sidelight, not just the in-light punish, but he's able to get the sidelight in time to then follow up with the nair, which means your damage output just goes through the roof.
Where do we go for game 4, Sparky?
I don't think there is a safe place for
I think
Balloon
so.
Boy to go.
2, 1.
Because again, like, it's the same thing that we were talking about with Sandstorm earlier. You go to a map with soft platforms. I worry about
this is neutral. This is a neutral pick.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. He's going to go right back to the blasters. It didn't look like he believed them too much, but he's going to go right back to them. So far, so good. Gets a good combo, neutral light coming through. Meanwhile, Kaina looks like he is fully online.
Yeah, maybe play the in-light game a little bit more. The side light Kaina's able to overspace to get the timing in for the punish, but if he lingers just a little bit too much, then he gets caught by the second
dare reversal and the leaf shield, no
Great
dodge, but the
toss,
backswing
too.
of the recovery means Kaina gets more damage for it. The downlights now start covering the landing. Another downlight could come through here. If Kaina does like a dash jump fastfall end light, that could be huge, but Balloon Boy sends him off stage, puts up the metal blade. Could do it again. D-light side air is at the stock. That's it. Balloon Boy takes the lead in game 4.
He's doing it with both his blasters and his boots, as you just saw on that stock. He was doing a great job with the end lights. He started things off doing the D-light and the side light on the blasters, which is what you do at low damage. Okay, Kaina's ready for the timing on the end light now.
Oh, that is scary. Scary edge guarding there. Wait, Kaina goes all the way through.
So
I thought he was going to catch up with the recovery, but both players just kind of froze.
He just kind of like lagged along the top side of the corner.
No dodge.
I really thought that recovery was coming. The on-stage ground pound, it's like one of the first times we've seen the ground pound.
Ground pound,
down
side air,
reload.
Okay, a leaf shield gets punished by stomp side air. Kaina doesn't take too much damage for that, but that was still a crazy stock. Like low damage ground pound into fadeaways there. Looked great. Balloon Boy now on the boots.
Nice punish on the in light. Tries to find a second follow-up, can't do it. Doesn't chase with that, but he does throw out the buzzsaw. Let's see. He's gonna wake. Get caught by an in-light. There's the weapon toss in the side light. Gets in the blasters.
Oh, and now Kaina does give it a down land recovery. That's going to be Kaina off the top of the stage. All right, Balloon Boy, one stock away from representing NA in top 4 to go up against Acno. Kaina has to get through 2 stocks to stay in the set. Let's see what he can do. One side light comes through. Stomp in an end light. Has him off the side of the stage. Low on jumps. Recovery here can knock him out. Goes in. Doesn't get the stomp. Doesn't get the sider afterwards. But Balloon Boy gets hit by that side light, putting him into red. And now Kaina needs to stomp Sair.
Dude, Kaina has the weapon to not only get the damage, hold on to the weapon, and find the KO. He's so close to it. There's the down air. Yeah. You want to play in the air. You know you're going to get scooped. Kaina's ready for it. His vertical gameplay, and he's swapping back to the hammer.
Is it boots? What does Balloon Boy have coming up next?
I think it's boots, yeah, for the blasters that he picked up previously.
No, okay, blasters are still there, had him primed. All right. So now Balloon Boy fighting against Kaina, goes in for the side light, gets hit by that side light. Oh, that's a hard punish. Double Nair almost connects. He's still going, scooping the Nair. Low jumps. I can't believe it. Kaina played that entire stock with like 5 attacks. Okay, D-Light, side light, doesn't get the Sarah right afterwards. Balloon Boy dropping some critical damage, but gets the D-Light pivot Nair.
Nice.
Down air.
The dare. There was no dodge that came after it, so we couldn't find the second dare.
Still behind on damage, though, and these leaf shields could be bad. Okay, gravity comes with recovery, but taking a huge risk, but getting a huge reward. Now even up the game in damage.
Dude, Kaina's not like found a single hit.
Sider again. He got disarmed.
Disarms too. There's a weapon spawn, but it's all the way.
Oh, the dare with the dodge down. Reed and now Kaina on center stage. Could he go for the stomp here? No. Doesn't get hit by the gravity cancel delay. It looks like Balloon Boy gets hit by that sider. Low on jumps, has to make it back to the stage.
Heavy? No.
Dive kick reversal. That means he's got another chance, but Kaina gets right through into the hurricane. That's it.
Balloon Boy sends Kaina down to the elimination bracket with a 3-1.
Slow-mo at the celebrating. Yeah, that is an incredible win. I really felt that slipping away from Balloon Boy as the set went on. To be able to clutch that edge guard there, and it was so huge for him, kind of playing so well as the set went on. And then that edge guard scenario was like, is this going to be the D-Light ground pound that brings us to game 5? If we go to game 5, I feel like kind of was going to 2-stock him with how the momentum was going, but Balloon Boy held on and then got the knockout.
Yeah, dude, everything slowed down with Kaina. The momentum was just not on his side anymore. Balloon Boy was finding so many D-Lights, adding up the damage right after that. Gravity canceling them too. He's going through so many high-risk maneuvers, but based on the way that Kaina was playing, how defensively Kaina was playing, he just got hit by so many of them. He didn't know exactly what to do. I literally think AJ Moore had to like stop slow-mo from rushing the stage because like we can't have that.
Wow, yeah, we're looking through these highlights again. Those are the end light knockouts that Kaina was known for, but it just had so much trouble locking in. Start of game 4 with that D-Light side air, kind of bringing things back, but D-Light recovery being able to bring it to a 2-1 stock situation. But yeah, Kaina nearly stole this game here. I thought that was going to be the D-Light ground pound. Then Balloon Boy just slips right by. Boots picked up here, and then the wake-up gravity cancel down sig to knock him off the right side of the stage, and then everybody right popping off. Was an amazing victory coming out from Balloon Boy over Kaina.
And by hitting that signature in the middle of the stage, it didn't really matter which side it sent to. So it was not side dependent. Goes to the right, it goes to the left, it gets the KO either way. Balloon Boy closing that one out, 3-1 over Kaina. He's joining us here on the desk. We're going to get a question over to him in just a few moments as he gets settled after a lightning set that we just saw. Balloon Boy, can you hear us, brother?
Yeah.
How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling amazing, man.
Congratulations with that win over Kaina. 3-1 victory is a huge deal. You're now on the winner's side of top 8 with a surprising opponent there over Acno. I'm not sure if that's who you were expecting to take the set over Markimu.
Honestly, when I saw Mark up 2-0, I thought that was it, but Acno surprised me. I gotta play him now, yeah.
Okay, so we just spoke to Acno, and he said that he would rather you win the set than Kaina because he would feel more confident playing against you than Kaina. Your response?
I think he's more confident against me because we play similar weapons. I used to play a lot of Diana, so I think he's more confident than me because I played the similar weapons as him, and he knows how to counter the weapons.
That's a very professional, nice answer as well.
Speaking of which, right, we're now in a situation where the last 2 games in the top 8, Blasters, Legends have made it on the winner's side.
Stop, dude, you're gonna get it nerfed. Stop saying
it. Just no more.
Well, I've got the opinion that I think Blasters are doing very well right now, but I wanted to know, as you as the primary Blaster's main of North America, if not in the world, where do you think that they sit right now when it comes to a lot of other weapons? Because I still don't think that they're being picked a lot competitively.
Yeah, I think they're one of like the more harder weapons to like learn how to play. So I think it's like it's definitely a bigger skill gap to learn how to play blasters than other weapons like gauntlets or like spear or sword. Like those weapons, it's very like niche how to play them. With blasters, you need a little bit more of a like understanding of how to play the weapon at a top level.
That makes a lot of sense.
So you've never played against Kaina, as far as I know, in any like major tournament set before. How did you feel going into that against him, given like all of the aura that he has around him as a top Brawlhalla player?
I did play him at the Autumn Royale, but that was only in the round robin.
Yeah.
He 3-2'd me. He beat me last time, so I was a bit nervous going into him at first because he beat me the last time I played against him. But this time I just went in with a lot of confidence. I wasn't nervous, and I just played my game.
Awesome. I'm really excited to be able to see the matchup that you got coming on later on in the day. Sparky, do you have another question? I think Balloon Boy's kind of...
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. That's kind of all I got for him here. Looking at the bracket, so there's still Munir and Lores, there's still Godly and Wes on the top side. Anything stick out about those players that you're like really looking forward to potentially playing against, or really worried about playing against?
I want to see Mark like get top 8.
Okay.
I really like he's my boy. So I really want to see Mark like get far in the bracket, so even though he's in the losers bracket.
So Marky Moo has been called like the savior of North America. How does that make you feel now that you're the main representative of North America on top side of bracket?
Makes me feel good. It's my first time like being on top, so yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Well, congratulations, Balloon Boy. It was an awesome run being able to take out Kaina, and let's see if you can get the run go even further because you are the one North American player there on winner's side of top 8. Fantastic play. Can't wait to see some more.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us on the desk. This bracket's been great. Like we say that every time, and like we're telling the truth every single time. We've had some great matches so far on our block here, Tazaraki, but we got some more coming for you. Let's look at the schedule of the upcoming matches. Of course, we are still in top 32 here. We're looking at top 8 qualifier matches. We just saw Balloon Boy versus Kaina, solidifying Balloon Boy's spot on the top side, sending Kaina down to the elimination side for his top 8 qualifier down there against S-Grape in the future. Then we're going to see Munir and Lores coming up next. Right after that, we're going to have Godly versus Wes, and we're going to have Jeff versus Meg D. Of course, the Jeff versus Meg D set will be on the bottom side of the bracket. So after Godly versus Wes, we're going to be going down to the bottom side into that elimination side.
Wait, you're telling me Jeff beat Radish?
I'm telling you...
If that's happening, Jeff had to have beaten Radish.
I'm telling you that Jeff beat Radish. Jeff beat XJ Cool J.
Jeff beat XJ Cool J and Radish playing
Radish.
Thor?
2 Game 5s back-to-back for Jeff before he moved on to now face Meg D.
I know the Taros is there, but his most reported legend in Star GG is Thor. That's incredible. Okay. Meanwhile, Meg D took out J44L and Guichibu, which is like a pretty good win for how Meg D's runs have been going lately.
Meg D taking out Guichibu is massive. That's a big win for Meg D for sure.
Okay. Cool. Bracket is really shaking up to be interesting here. And the matchup that we got coming up next, we have seeing the players sitting down here on stage right. Lores going up against Munir. It's going to be South America versus EU. Munir has already taken out PR #1, the reigning world champion. What do you got?
One more wild update I want to give you before we focus on this set.
Yeah.
Seabass took out Sandstorm on bottom side in Game 5. 2 sets before a potential qualifier for Sandstorm. So Sandstorm will not be making it into top 8 in this video game. There is still the potential for rivals too, but his run in this video game, Brawlhalla, over here on the Midseason Championship stage is over, and it's to Seabass.
He must have been playing a little too much Olympia.
Victory.
I'm looking at that and going like, he's got his eyes set on rivals.
There's no crystal for him to teleport to.
Yeah, well, here we've got Munir sitting at the desk. Looking at all those medals there, while we don't see any golds for the officials, he's had plenty of golds over in the community tournaments. Is no stranger to being in top 3, several top 2s even, and is now going to be going up against Lores to see if he can make it in the winner's side of top 8. An incredible win over Hughes just now, and he's going to see if he can repeat that feat against Lores, who is going to be playing Dusk, I believe, for game #1. So.
Yep. Last time they fought, it was a similar lineup, but not the exact same lineup. Lores was playing Dusk. This was at Max Mode 2025 at the Winter Royale, but Munir was playing Taros for that set. So he's changing things up, bringing in the Mordex that pretty much not a lot of people expected going into this one, even Munir himself. And look at the Gauntlet gameplay, almost getting the ground pound.
When did Munir get that fast with the Gauntlets?
For
that
real,
was incredible.
man.
The
We were
down
talking
air,
about
the
the
down
sight
air.
earlier, that now he's leveling up the Gauntlets here, the sideline into the recovery, floating in case he can find another one.
D-Light, okay, into the dash jump down air. Lores finally breaks with the pressure, gets a sideline sider, goes to the ground pound. Munir goes to the ground pound himself, but Lores cuts through with that recovery, and then Ensig almost snipes Munir away. Dare sends Lores straight down. D-Light ground pound could knock out, went for the gravity cancel down sig, I think, but the spear recovery stops him, and the haymaker will send him flying off the right side. It's been non-stop back and forth, and that weapon toss will send Munir off the stage first. But still, that was like, I still felt like that was Lores like defending himself in the corner the whole time.
He
and
was
just
on back foot
happened
for
to win.
sure. There's the sidelight from Munir. From the wrong side of the stage, so he's not going to find the KO. That's going to bounce off the stage. Weapon toss goes high, but it doesn't matter. Lores loses that stock. We're about a minute into this game, and Munir's going to pick up the side instant to wake up with the in-light from Lores' unarmed kit, even backing up just a little bit before throwing out the side kick.
Ooh, dash forward and light. Okay, Munir trying to catch up with the recovery. Just get the down air. Low on jumps, goes for gravity cancel down, expecting a wake up immediately, but Lores waited it out, went for the weapon throw instead, did not get caught by that move. If Munir spiked him into the stage, I think it would have just been it for the stock, because I don't think you go for the active input backwards in that situation.
Yeah, it felt like there was medium risk there from Munir. I don't think he was in danger of losing the stock given how little damage was on his stock, and Lores was at the weapon disadvantage. So going for that was like medium risk, massive reward.
Sidelight coming out from Lores, and light connects from Munir, dash jumping around. Let's see if we can get the edge guard here. No goes for the downlight, and Lores is in the sider. They're just exchanging sides against sides against non-stop blow for blow.
Whoever has more range at the given time. Like you just got to get the right range at the right time. Lores was the one who found it.
I just love that Lores is matching the aggression from Munir here and being like, I can play even faster. This has been incredible. Look at that, the wake up on the Nair, stopping the double sidelight. Dodge gone, immediately goes up for the Nair, weapon throw Nair.
And even the delayed pickup, just in case he wanted to go back in unarmed against Munir. There's the in-light sending Lores over to the right side. He doesn't have a weapon. Munir disarms himself, throwing low. Neutral air, he lands, shuffles out the weapons.
Munir still playing like he's on his first stock, but he is slowly losing the lead there. Unarmed recovery hitting twice. Weapon throw does not combo into anything. And D-Light recovery from Lores almost will secure game one, definitely. Spear picked up, that gets the recovery. That's going to be a two-stock for Lores. And it's amazing how the momentum still felt so driven by Munir, despite Lores having so much control as the scrap went on more and more. But man, this has been the most fast-paced game that I think we've watched all day, where they're just not letting up. No one took any time to get into wall slip or like dash dance weapon throw that game.
Yeah,
that was intense.
Like that, Lores has always done that. I think better than a lot of other players. Maybe their success with it has been higher. Like when we've seen Impala go like Omega fast movement mode, but even that, he's not able to sustain it throughout the set.
Okay, Munir went Taros. I think that's fine. Look at the nairs. You're saying, but he just nared him 3 times and almost hit Ensig. Look at Munir go! Get the ground pound right here, Munir. Okay, he went for the down air instead.
He still picks up the neutral light after whiffing the down air.
I mean, Munir's playing so fast right now that I feel like that makes Taros even scarier, but Lores has been able to match every single time. Stop sider since Lores flying, but if it's not enough, that means Lores could come back and steal the stock. That stops there, will do it. Quick 25-second stock from Munir here in game number 2.
There was the option for Lores to go back down over to the wall after that weapon spawn went high. That was kind of covering his high recovery options. He didn't go down, so he just went straight through the middle, back onto the corner, almost reached up with that.
There comes through, like the option for the side sig there, but not going to quite hit. D-Light into recovery, not going to knock out either. Another recovery could possibly do it. Side light goes in for the dash jump recovery. And the gravity cancel down heavy. Just non-stop, doesn't matter if he's unarmed. He's going to keep applying the pressure, and Lores evens it up 2-2.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw Lores going in for those signature options instead of going for the D-Light recovery, because we saw the D-Light recovery come out, and it wasn't enough. That's why he wants to get those hard-hitting Dusk Sigs that everybody talks about when they mention this legend. Great down air. There's a weapon toss up. Lores almost got in there perfect, but that weapon toss is going to save Munir.
Dash jump. Dash forward, D-Light side air. The recovery, and the gravity cancel stops there. Munir deletes the second stock from Lores. Gets ready to take another one here in game number 2.
Based on what we've seen, I don't think we should go back to this stage if you're Lores. If you're Munir, absolutely take this option. But if you're Lores, I think you should stay away from this. Give you something with a little bit bigger sidewall.
And you know what that means? We're going to go to Demon Island all 5 times. That's what, the fact that you acknowledge that at all means the players definitely have not. Gravity cancel and to get to the side of the stage. I think Lores was hoping that he was low enough.
Yeah.
that it would bounce off the slant on the bottom left side, but he still gets the edge guard, and just like that, you end up 1-to-1 once again. Loras' defense is so incredible. But Munir with the D-like ground pound into recovery to be able to punish Loras slipping right past him. So much damage coming through here. Stomp Sair, one more Stomp Sair will give him the win. And that's the, oh, I thought that was it, but he sidelighted it.
He picks up the goofy stomp, so it can be a little bit weird whether or not you're able to get the sider after that. Why you went for the sidelight?
Okay, goes over to the X, picks up the hammer once again. Stomps around, keeping Loras denied. Loras finds a weapon. No, gets scooped instead. That's going to be the game going to Munir. It's 1-to-1.
Nice pick up there from Munir.
The Terros looks okay.
Absolutely.
You got to remember that Munir's the one player you can trust to just go by the vibes of what he thinks he should be playing.
Yeah, but also sometimes you have that panic swap on a Terros.
The Mordex got 2-stocked.
That is true. That is true.
Really
the
doesn't get that
context
much
here is
worse.
different. What I should remember is that the days of Munir getting reverse 3'd are gone. We're
reverse
in the new
3'd because he decided to change his.
Yeah,
like
we're at Munir's new arc, the redemption arc of Munir here.
Which is a little more of a tactical pick here. Now, will Loras stay on the Dusk? I know Loras was on Kaya for years.
Yeah.
But Kaya had suffered several balance changes for years. Largely in part due to Loras, but also because there was a Kaya succeeding in both game modes in every region for a very long time. Now she doesn't have like an unreactable neutral sig on bow. And now her down sig doesn't knock out super early.
He's going to stick with Dusk.
Laura has been prioritizing Dusk, and the Dusk looks great. So we're going to be going here into game number 3.
Yeah, I just don't know what other options he should really be going for as a spear player out there, because you are going to take away some potency of KO potential if you're a spear player. Like maybe the Bryn, like that's what Stingray's been doing in
like
North
the
America.
Dusk a lot.
But yeah, I definitely agree with the Dusk pick.
I think Orb's pretty great here, although we haven't really seen Orb at all in this set, right? Like, what was the Orb damage coming out from Loras last game?
The first KO is going to go to Munir on that one. The Orb damage was 69 Orb damage. So he's like hardly touching the weapon whatsoever. And that's a little bit of Loras here. That's like he's one of the best spear players in the world. So he's going to stick on that weapon as much as he possibly can.
Munir up a stock. Loras picks up the Orb and goes sliding right in, not being able to get the knockout there. Side sig not going to be able to knock out. Gravity cancel end sig. Munir playing a little safe. If Munir had a weapon, I'd say that end sig had a higher chance of hitting. But yeah, Loras just puts up the side sig, and that's going to be it.
You're just going to run through like all of the signatures there real quick. You do the in sig, you do the side sig, you do the down sig.
And it's funny because like I feel like when Dusk came out, the signatures were the weaker side of like his kit in terms of perception of the character. And over time, I think people have understood how much utility they've got and how quick they are, right?
But especially on the Orb, we don't really talk about the spear signatures as much. Like I was talking to Stingray about that a little bit earlier, is like they are not the most favorable signatures that he has. It's more the Orb signatures because they're so much quicker. Laura's even baiting with one of the spear
so quick on that stock too. Munir deleted Loras' first stock, and just like that with a Pogo Sair, Munir is out of his second stock there, and Loras continues to apply the pressure. Sidelight gets the jump read with the Nair, pokes him with the Neutralite. At this point, I think down sig could be pretty good, but he goes for a Pogo instead. Another sider connects, goes for a downlight on a jump read, and Loras went for the weapon toss into the pickup downlight. Doesn't quite hit it, but he gets the weapon throw anyways. Now Munir off the right side of the stage. Orb on deck. No, Spear primed. You know that he's got that ready to go. And Munir cannot do anything in this game. Side sig was close to being able to knock out here for Loras, but he gets hit by a sider instead.
Yeah, that was a good sider from Munir. That's going to send Loras flying away from the weapon. Still without a weapon. There's the stomp side air, putting Loras on a final stock. He's going to have to wait just a little bit longer for the next weapon spawn to come in as Munir's doing the juggle.
Certainly going to stay with the hammer, though. I think he had like almost Oval's damage on the hammer last time, over 400 of it. Now Neutralite coming through. Dash jump, pivot nair, gets in. Another hammer picked up.
Yeah, man, last game, Munir did 1 damage on Axe, so it was literally just a weapon toss in that.
I mean, Loras is stuck on the Orb now, and he has only gotten hit by Stomp Sairs and Dares. This is looking really bad. He should probably just throw it away, but no, he goes for the Sider instead. I mean, you've got Sidelight Sider there. Spear not as great as punishing the ground there. Hits the downlight into pick up onto the Spear, and nearly costs him. Munir now 1 neutral win away. Stomp doesn't hit the exhausted recovery. If that was a full recovery, I think he would have gotten clipped.
Yeah, he would have ended up moving over and drifting too far to the right and getting caught by it.
Unarmed.
It's
just a one-hit game for both players. Sidelight Sider here. Falling Sider would knock him out. Goes with the recovery. And Munir caught off guard. Loras with the win in game number 3 brings it to match points.
potentially giving Lores some momentum back on his side with that, especially doing with the orb, maybe giving him a little bit of confidence there after that. Like, okay, my spear is struggling a little bit. I was getting hit by a lot of things, and I picked up the orb. I was getting hit by even more things on the orb, but I was able to clutch it out with the orb in the end, getting that recovery right over the corner like we see orb players do all of the time. There was a side sig in the way. There's the down air, bounce pass, side air.
So close, though. To see the game be in this state after a clean 2-stock to 1 lead. Mooner going to be sticking with the Taros here after that loss. I'm going to try to bring it to a game 5. Opens up with the axe, puts out a down sig, and Lores has whiffed a few follow-ups off the unarmed down light.
Definitely.
Like and is costing him some damage here. Now he opens up the orb, gets the down light right after the end light. Great 4-hit combo. Let's see what else Lores is able to do here. Dash jumping around, looking for an opening in the side sig.
Yeah.
By holding the charge, gets the hit. Sidelight into the side air. Okay, Lores might take his first orb stock of the set. Ground pound here could knock out, but Moonir is allowed to go back to the stage. Tries to get that max range down signature and disarms Moonir from the axe.
Yeah, it seems like he's definitely feeling more comfortable on the orb. Even though last game, the grab, the rip out of the air, and the throw all the way from the middle of the stage, getting the KO with that, a huge lead, only 50 damage on the stock. But he even did less damage last game with orb than he did the previous one. It was like 69 before. Last game was only 53, so still absolutely a spear game, even though he hit that recovery at the end.
Love the call out there, too. The mental damage from getting hit by side light, chase dodge, end sig's got to be so huge. Moonir was going for, like, hammer ground pounds at, like, light yellow. Gets the side sig, though, and just like that, man, Teros hits so hard.
Nuclear bomb from the middle of the stage. You're still going to get the KO off that.
And now Moonir has evened it up 2-2. Laura has played that first stock so phenomenally, and that ground pound can take it away.
What are you doing?
Dive kick into recovery and a nair. Okay, Laura's not willing to risk the reversal game against the hammer there, hitting with those sideways moves. Side sig punished, doesn't get the double nair. Moonir looking for the landing here with the neutral air of his own. No side air. Laura's gets swamped. Okay, he was greedy.
Double.
Little greedy there. Ends up getting punished for it, but like the idea.
I think he expected Lores to like immediately throw out an attack after that, or something like slower than just like jumping really high or retreating, which is why he went for the double stomp. The
downlight pickup.
He does it so well.
And that's what he was going for previously. We saw him drop it before, and I was saying he was kind of dropping the follow-ups off the downlight, but he's doing these downlights tactically around the weapon spawns. Then he gets the pickup into the spear downlight recovery.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's just true off of unarmed downlight.
Yes, there's so much stun time on it. You have so much time to pick up that weapon. As long as you have the mental stack to be able to go through and go move by move very quickly, which Lores absolutely does. Like, I think you have plenty of time to pick up that weapon off of the high stun time from unarmed downlight.
Sider hits. Laura's off the left side of the stage. Moonir gets hit by the orb down air. Sidelight side air, that's a lot of damage. Lores does get caught by the Ensig though, and Moonir goes all the way out for a grab. Cancel step the ground pound. Is that it? Weapon throw hits him. Can Lores make it back? The dark touches and Moonir doesn't cover with the ground pound. That might cost him the game. He almost clutched it. The down sig is hit by the weapon throw. Moonir just completely decimates himself twice in a row. Lores holding on. If Moonir still wins after all, this would be a miracle.
Gosh. Lores
falling with the side air. You've got to be joking. It's an amazing win for Lores, but I am not kidding. He got so dang lucky. The first time was like, okay, fool me once with my own edge guard, right? The ground pound on the dodge. Like Moonir just needed to hold down there. That's all he had left was the dodge. And then the second time, the weapon throw.
I feel like that one's more unlucky.
That was very
That one's
unlucky.
more just
That was very
unlucky for
like
for
Lores
Moonir.
was literally teleporting straight off the left side of the stage, and the weapon throw stopped all momentum. I can't believe how fortunate Lores was to win that game.
Yeah, I think Moonir's going to be kicking himself, especially after that dropped edge guard. He had the option there, and he just didn't go for it. We saw it play out in front of our eyes. Like, you had to use essentially everything to get over onto that wall. The second you touch the wall, even if you're at the beginning of your dodge iframes, your iframes end. That's exactly what we call a free edge guard there.
And look at that. I mean, that stock right there is like why Lores earned the victory for sure. But man, this is going to be rough. That's
just unlucky.
You know, how cool would it have been if the axe down air comboed? Right, that would have been a because Moonir looked like he was like responding to the situation, but ends up just going down there, and that falling side air catches Moonir right at the edge.
Yeah,
and you can see the despair there from that situation, because I mean he basically lost out on a knockout 2 times in a row.
Yep.
From a deficit. He was at a damage deficit that entire game.
That's so tough. And he even did it 463 damage, so his KO efficiency was like really, really good. Obviously, you turn red at 150, so you do that through all 3 stocks, and you're at 450 if you KO right at 150 every single time, which is very hard to secure and do, but he did it in 463 total damage. He was 1 hit away, man. I can't believe, like, that's so tough.
I was looking forward to
the
the Moonier story going into top 8 there. But we do have the nice story of a representative from every region in winner's side top 4 so far.
That is very cool.
That is amazing. And now we've got Sheepy back here to talk a little bit about the matches that we've got going on, which have been amazing.
What were these matches?
This is a wild block.
This is wild. Yeah. This is what I love. This is where things get exciting. But like seriously, like it got to the point where I'm like, I don't know who to root for. I don't know who I want to win more because I want both of them to win. Or like, yeah, literally this last match with Loris versus Munir, I'm like, I love Loris, you know? And I'm like, oh, but Munir is such a great and nice person. And then the drop edge, I was just like, no! Like, just the back and forth is crazy. Same feeling I had with, oh my God, Balloon Boy versus Kaina. What an incredible
Where'd that 3-1 come from?
What an incredible match. And then obviously Agno, Markimu, oh my, just seriously, the last few matches y'all have been commentating have been off the charts. And I'm sitting backstage and I can hear the crowd going too. It's been exciting, it's been crazy to say the least here. I do want to grab y'all's final thoughts just overall on just how things are playing out. Taza, you mentioned right now we have each region represented.
Yeah, each region, but even weirder is that it's on winner's side, it's Diana VV Dusk. What?
Who put that on their parlay?
What are these legends playwrights? No, it's awesome to see how much each player is pushing the meta in their own way, because these are characters that aren't very popular competitively, but they're being played phenomenally here on the big stage. And I love the caliber of matches that we get at the Midseason Championship, where it feels like every winner's quarterfinals is like a super major final, right? We just get to watch it best of 5 after best of 5. And then all the emotions that come with the anguish of knowing that they're like, oh yeah, I'm not top 8 now, and I have to go into the elimination side, and there's like all of these heavy hitters here that like just lost the round before me. It's really exciting to watch these matches play out.
Yeah, I'm loving specifically our block. I loved how dynamic all of our games were. It felt like every single game gave us completely different vibes, from like the silliness of the Acno set to like the surprise of the kind of Sandstorm set to like more surprise of Balloon Boy than like turning around the dominance that kind of had, 3-1ing him, and then like the heartbreaking defeat that we just saw from Moonir and the victory of Flores. Absolutely, yeah.
Like they were just not letting up. There was that situation where Acno was like, okay, I'm going to camp this guy for being aggressive, and then Moonir and Loris were just kind of like, I'm going to be aggressive.
WP gamers, we're just gonna push forward and keep attacking.
It was a fast set, and Loris ends up coming out on top, maybe a little bit because Moonir was playing too fast. But you know what? I fully expect Moonir to make that run to the elimination side.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Thank you guys, Sparky, Taza, for your commentary here on these literally crazy matches. Y'all, we're reaching the end of our top 32 matches, and we will see who will make it to the top 8 to brawl for a chance at the belt tomorrow on Championship Sunday, right after we take a short break. So we'll see you guys soon.
downline recovery. That's going to be kind of off the top of the stage. All right, Balloon Boy. One stock.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Brawlhalla Midseason Championship at CEO 2025. We're starting here with top 8 qualifiers for Championship Sunday. And here on the desk now, I got Walt, I got TK. Boys, this is the end here. How are you guys feeling?
I'm so excited. TK, this has been insane, bro. Like, every single match, all hitters, no quitters, everything's going so wild right now. It's a good time. If you're a Brawlhalla fan, you're eating good. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, so far, I sat and got the chance to watch the last 3 matches. The last one was actually a little bit of a heartbreaker because I do love some Munir, but like watching that weapon toss ruin his actual play, I was like, oh, breaks my heart. You know, breaks your, hey, but you know what? You're unlucky sometimes. It's all good. He's still in. Just has to make his way through on the other side of things, which means we should be able to see him later.
Yes.
That's right.
Potentially. Yes, for sure. And so before we get into our next match here, I do got to do a very quick reminder here, y'all, about the World Championship, the grandest tournament of all. Brawlhalla.com/BCX, November 21st to 23rd. You don't want to miss it because we're celebrating 10 years of Brawlhalla. So please join us at BCX 2025. You can get your tickets, you can get your hotel, find all that information, and you don't want to miss the early bird tickets but before they're gone, June 20th. You get the swag bag, you get all that stuff if you get your tickets now. So please join us, Brawlhalla.com/BCX. Would love to see y'all there at the World Championship. Okay, guys, now it's time to get to business. Let's talk about this next match here. This next match is Godly versus Wes. This is a winner's side top 8 qualifying match. How are we feeling about this?
Can I start on this one?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Time is a flat circle, and I talked about this on the desk. This was a projected matchup that was supposed to happen between Godly and Wes, and it happened on the elimination side at BCX last year. 5 games went Godly's way. but Wes is starting to challenge him, man. Wes has not beaten Godly in a single match yet, but it just seems like he's getting closer and closer, and it's just like, man, this set could be complete fireworks. I'm so excited for it.
I'm just excited to see Godly play because everybody knows, well, we love Godly in this house, obviously. So,
we do.
You know, but as I said, there's 4 storylines I'm trying to watch, and he was definitely one of them. Here on the other side of things, no slouch to saying, you know, I'm not a fan of Wes. Wes definitely been holding it down for a long time, too. Also over the 100K mark, which means my man's been making that bread. But look at his placements. 41 top 8s, 48 top 30s. He seldom misses a top 8. That's so insane. That's an insane stat. That's great. So I'm excited to see what they do as they play up against each other. Now, we have been saying a lot, for a lot of times, that Godly has had a hard time against the South Americans. Doesn't seem to be a factor here for Wes, but this could be the day. You know, it's always about who's playing the best in this current moment, in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I want to kind of pick y'all's brains on predictions here, right? Who is going to go through? Because whoever wins sits nice and pretty winner side top 8, and we all know the players want that. TK, I'm going to start with you. Who you feeling here?
I'm feeling Godly. I mean, I'm with the people, but it's not, I'm with the people about as much as the people are. I'm feeling Godly by a little bit. Like, it's not like 100% my guy's going to the top. Like, no, it's about, I'd give it about a 60-40 at best for me because Wes definitely is playing one of my favorite characters who I think can definitely ShamWow some stocks. If the Tesca comes out. But Godly has just been looking good. I saw the Fate earlier, asked him about it. He said he's only been playing Fate, I think Taros are the 2 characters he's been playing a lot. He's been practicing them super heavy. So as long as he's warmed up, I'm giving it to Godly. But if Wes comes through, it's not a surprise at all.
Let me tip the seesaw a little bit more here. It is God mode activated all day. I don't care. Listen, I made my predictions. I think EU's making a resurgence here. And look, you brought up the point as well. It doesn't seem like Godly particularly struggles with Wes in the raw head-to-head.
Right.
Wes is the number 3 PR player in South America. Where are the other 2 South American players in the elimination bracket? This is an insane path for Godly to make it to top 8. Either way, I think we're all in for a treat, but I mean, look, I put Godly as my number 1 for a reason.
Well, we're going to see because they're heating up. They're ready to go. So, Walt, TK, let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Looks like we're into our first match. Fortress of Lions will be the first thing we're getting into. The Fate is out. The Tesca is indeed out. Nice skin as well for both of them. But let's see what we get here. The first weapon going over to Godly already. The Scythe, got to see what he can do with it, though. Unfortunately, first weapon goes to him. He doesn't actually get first blood there as Wes does strike first. But, geez. Godly striking harder.
Already going hard. And I mean, this is the aggressions, particularly from Wes's side, that we saw in the BCX set as well, right? We're going to get so much back and forth action between these 2. The offstage is going to be absolutely insane. Wes already throwing himself off, not finding the connecting hit. Doesn't get the recovery right there either. But Godly back on offense. Let's see what the edge guard looks like. Dare doesn't connect.
Want to see if Wes going to try to get you know, more involved here with these boots over the gauntlets. Haven't got a chance to see the boots yet. The boots finally come out. All right. Time to get involved. Now, this is the weapon I'm most worried about because, yeah, the boots always leave in a situation where it feels like a 50-50. Just fires the gun. Bro, I'm just going to do some magic right here. I don't care.
You want to see a trick? Let's go. Okay, Godly, first strike already. Pretty healthy on this stock as well. Wes looking for the reply. Picks up the gauntlets in hand, going boxing. Getting a little bit. Oh, goes for it. I love that move, though, right? Like, you're playing from a little bit behind. You might as well try to get something. You can pick up the stock, make it an even bout.
Slide charge off, reverse pile driver would have been absolutely insane to get right there, but wasn't able to. Okay, still, though, yeah, we're going to find it anyway, way up at the top 2, so see if we can get a nice little weapon star. What does he decide to play with? It's going to be the boots. All right. Going to keep the boots going. Nice start right there, neutral air into the side air.
And look, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Aggressive chase dodges forward from Wes. He wants a piece of the action as much as he can get. Godly creating a little bit of space now. Wes still in advantage state. How does he get back? Uh-oh, watch this. Look at this. He's cutting this off early as well. I really like this, 2-3 hit string from Wes. Doesn't want to overextend, get reversal, and put himself in a position where Godly can just let it rock again.
Yeah, it's like a slow and surely getting some damage, but you're still getting put in the same bad position multiple times while leaving out like 15, 20 damage every time. That's very good for Wes, but yeah, Godly finally getting back to the stage right now. Godly really has not really been able to like kind of counter back with these boots. The West boots right now, slowly but surely, as I said, just whittling away at Godly's life bar.
Uh-oh. Recovery misses. Okay, we saw Sweatbeads online. Godly's fishing a lot for the Sares, but Wes is playing super up and down right now. This is where you kind of want to go for the end lights, but just like that, Wes flips the situation. He's up a stock.
Dude, he actually just in-lighted his way to a victory right there. Like, it's been nothing but just little hits here and there. Nothing crazy coming up from West. No long strings. Just going to continue to hold center stage, hold a stage advantage, and then, you know, with one way into this stock. However, though, Godly now starting to fight back. He just needs to find one more solid hit. Sidelight Sayer should be able to do it. Looks for the recovery. Not going to hit. Sayer from the other side of the stage, not enough.
Okay, yeah, this is Sidelight Sayer territory, though, especially on this side. Godly
there it is.
there. There's the stock. Godly makes this one back. Relatively healthy on last stock. He's going to cycle through weapons and go back to the side. I don't blame you. It's been working out wonders so far.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're dancing right now. Who's going to go ahead and start and get that first hit on this last stock? Not too much between them. I mean, they're pretty much neck and neck when it comes to this damage. A little bit more on Godly currently. Okay. Find us a couple hits here. Hold on.
Wes gets the cross up. Godly, just a couple nickel and dimes coming through, not making a whole dollar quite yet, but Godly swaps it back over to the orb. Chase dodges in, tries to get a little bit more action going, dodges through by the skin of his teeth. Wes wanted to close that one out early, but will it cost him? Doesn't look like it so far. Doesn't connect with that first hit, but the recovery comes through. Godly already in red, and he gets the dodge wave, but he doesn't connect.
I like that. Yeah, he definitely just jumped away. Ooh, looking for the big jump out the corner. I like that idea, though, from Wes. Wes has just been dominating Godly at with stage advantage and stage pressure the entire time. Godly's just not been able to get his footing on the ground. Finally does it here.
You got to watch if you overextend on the second air-to-airs from Godly, and he knows it, right? You see Wes just immediately getting at a disadvantage, trying to go for the counter hit. Godly unarmed, picks up the scythe again. What kind of advantage state can he find here? Weapon toss, reconnects with the throw. Wes pushes off stage, it's not enough. Next one, I mean, this could just be another end light to victory.
Oh, wow. Okay, that dodge back, definitely thought he was going to be able to get something crazy off that. Oh, okay, he almost jumped straight into it. This is down to the wire. Next big thing definitely
is just any light attack, right? Like,
truly.
So close. Godly, missed recovery, sends it all the way down, and Wes is going to get on the board first.
Wes finding that Sayer at the most opportune time. Doesn't hit the platform, so no bounce. Just sends him straight to that bottom corner into the blast zone. What a way to fight back right there. Now I was talking about the fact that I was wondering what his boots were going to do. Those boots went crazy. It was a more slow developing game when the boots were in, or I guess on feet. I was going to say in hand, but on feet. And I just feel as though, just the way that he was being able to control the stage whilst with the boots was good enough to get this W on Godly. Godly just spending a lot of time here on the edge just like this, trying to find his way back to center stage, getting sent right back out, 15, 20 more damage being added up every time.
Yep.
He's got to figure out a way to claim some stage. He's got to claim some land.
I think it starts with the orb, right? That was pretty problematic for Godly in his first game. Only 169 damage in that first game, despite it being equipped for about 40% of that first game. A lot of really awkward positions, right? You're stacked on top of Wes. You don't get the end light. You don't get any type of get off me tool. So you're instead going for the side light in this position. But look at the legend swap that we have on the screen.
Dude, I love seeing this because it really feels like, you know, like the Smash 4 era of like, oh, I just lost Bayonetta.
Let's switch it over. Okay, all right.
I'm just going to switch this bad boy over. So the Taros, I mean, always a popular pick, obviously.
I actually think it's really good for the aforementioned reasons, right?
Yeah.
Like the orb was not working out for Godly in that first game. So why not swap out, get a new weapon kit, and maybe see what you can make work here.
And he said it has been practiced up, too, so this isn't just like a desperation Taros pick. Like, he is playing Taros on a regular basis. Hopefully this does pay off for him right now, but as great as Taros is, because everyone does have a pocket Taros, that means most people have good Taros knowledge in the matchup. Still might not matter, though. You get caught with a straight sig, it's just going to be curtains for you anyway.
Okay, Wes. Position, that was so perfect for first strike. I love the way that he's just drifting down, covering so much space, but doesn't pull the trigger until he knows Godly has nothing left.
GCD, like, yeah, to the side sig. Way out there, too, as well. There's no way he wasn't going to hit that blast zone. Even if he didn't, I feel like he was so far away, it didn't even matter. Godly, though, just need one good solid hit here as Taros. A down air, a side air could do it. But Wes is so good at just fighting his way back to the center stage. The side air from the middle. Taros power.
Hey, man.
Power Taros.
It's pretty good. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good. There's the Taros pick working out for Godly. He is still playing from behind. He hasn't really claimed that strong of a lead yet in this set, but Godly, a quick three-piece off the stage, can't get the third one. Scoops him up. Playing the ground game once again. That's what Taros is known for.
Keeping it simple, but you really, that's what you do with Taros. You go for the B&Bs. Some downlight Sayers, you know. Try to go for a big sig right there. Small punish, though, here from Wes.
Yeah, and again, the spacing is just a little bit awkward. Wes is kind of piling on top of Godly, making it weird for some of these longer range moves to find their mark. Here's the offstage, trading some ground pounds back and forth. Wes is the one that gets the better end of that exchange. Oh, just dodge through recovery. I mean, why not?
Oh, he's big chilling right now. I mean, like, Godly's not even really swinging, but the West movement is very nice. So, yes, it's good for him not to be swinging just haphazardly and then getting punished all the time. As of right now, there's nothing really coming out. He tried to get one stomp so far. Does swing for that down light. He is struggling to find a hit here. West now, right back in the same position we've been seeing for a lot. Boots and Godly off the stage.
This is the tough thing about Teros, too. Despite having so much force and being able to get these KOs, look at how far that Sair sent, even from cross-court. Godly's moves are telegraphed. Godly's moves are a little bit slow. So if West can get Godly to press a button first, it's an easy whiff punish, and he's maintaining this lead still, TK.
Oh, wow. Okay. Explosive right there with the down light into the ground pound. Gets him out of there, and we are right back into a one-stock game. Yeah, that lead came and went.
Let's see what Godly can do here. Off the back of the legend swap as well. Weapon throw covers the high angle.
Oh, recovery snapped right there, but doesn't matter.
Finally gets the gauntlets in hand, though, is Wes. You see Stomp. Remixed it a little bit, only gets a couple more hits. Now look at this, just bats him away unarmed. Wes able to pick up those boots, which has put in so much work for him in the prior game.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, Godly, even with a slight chance to try to get a recovery or a punish, it just goes to show you, mate, he's not expecting some of these options that Wes is throwing out. Okay, here we go. This is good, though.
Let's see what he does. Okay, back to the hammer, of course. Yeah, tries to go for the scoop, but it burns the dodge. Wes reverses the situation. Now it's off stage, tries to go for the signature, doesn't get too much more after that. Just like that, the damage differential is getting real close here. It's getting a little dicey, off stage already.
Unarmed as well, too. He gets to unarmed here now. So Wes, look at, oh, I almost think he thought he didn't touch that wall, but no, Wes right back to the boots. The boots have been the star of the show. A neutral light.
Oh my gosh, and once again, same exact situation. Wes covering the position. Sweat beads come through, weapon toss comes down to make Godly have to go high, and it's just another hit that comes through. Wes is up 2-0. This could be his first win over Godly.
Dude, he is absolutely walling Godly off, man. He's gonna have to like really tap into his inner European, man. Get your Christopher Columbus on, find some land. All right, brother, what's going on here? I need you to get some stage. I need you to go ahead and establish some pressure. He's not been able to do it so far because of the way that Wes is playing. Almost every single one of these stocks you're probably gonna see is Wes just chilling on stage, waiting for Godly to come back and then getting a hard punish. Except for right there, that was just a clean punish from Wes. But all the stocks so far have looked like this. Like, Godly trying to find place, you can't do that. You're denied access to the club.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Definitely explore a little bit. Try to find some land to plant your feet on, maybe establish some firm ground if you're Godly. The spacing has also been quite awkward as well with just how on top of Godly Wes is playing. And look at the score right now, 2-0 for Wes. A reverse 3-0 is in order for Godly to be able to advance to top 8 on the winner's side.
Right.
And we are back to the fade as well.
This would be major, as you said, for Wes. I mean, getting his first win ever here against Godly. And Godly, as we talked to him earlier today, he said, I'm trying to get a W. I haven't won a land in quite some time. And Wes is like, well, I'm trying to make that true again. Put him in the losers. Only needs one more game here. Godly looking pretty good, though, at the beginning of this third game.
But is it enough? We don't know. God mode has not quite been activated quite yet. Ooh. But we do find the first stock. It's a good start for Godly.
It's a good start for sure, but he's definitely taking quite a bit of damage, so it is easy for Wes to try to even this back up. No weapon in hand just yet. This is a chance to, I think, there might have been the boost he would have. Wow,
my!
I don't need a weapon, actually.
He said, how about my fist? Brother, taste this. Let's see, Wes evened it right back up. And again, this is what I mean, whether he has a weapon or not, he is just completely on top of Godly. It just feels like Godly's flustered in these spots.
Fighting with sweat beads and that, too. He's like, I don't need to go back down to the ground. I'm just going to keep putting on the damage. Nice, okay, no air dodge in this time, but he's always there for the punish. Even if he misses his follow-up, he still positions himself well enough to get away and get himself a nice punish.
No whiff punish on Godly's side either. This is where Wes makes so much happen, though. Reverses the situation. Godly, no weapon in sight, a little bit awkward, or back online. But again, the game one, it really hasn't been doing a lot for Godly, so he just chucks it away.
Yeah. Okay, the movement. Once again, hold on. Godly has got, he's got to get himself back, into the driver's seat. Wow. Well, first down stick right there is going to do it up.
He's getting in his head, TK. I'm nervous right now. Godly trying to regain some composure, trying to regain some momentum, but look at the damage already. He's in red. Wes, patient as can be, tries to just go for some normals, pushing him back off stage, rinse and repeat.
nice. Okay, getting thrown off that stage. That's definitely the turnaround you need right here. Looking for a side air. No, doesn't go for it. But he's able to get back up there, yeah.
Yeah, opts for the orb instead. And again, this is why you pick a legend like this. You get good confirms off of Sidelight Cider, but why not if you can just clip him right out of the sky, take your lead, and try to hold on to it for as long as you can.
Yeah, and always having like that Shoryu-esque. Oh, wait, oh my God, the damage. My man's getting clipped right now. Hold on, can Gali go ahead and finish his plate, though? That's what we need to see.
Yep, West touchdown on the soft platform, so it did reset all of his movement. Well, Godly tries to go for the GC and Light, doesn't get too much more, and actually loses the stock as a result. West has a shot to close it out in 3. You do not want to give Godly another opening.
Not at all, and this is this is really the weapon that's been giving him a lot of success too. These boots have been an absolute menace here for Godly. Another down stage, combos off of it. He's trying to send it fully.
Off stage,
Wait a minute.
Stage. Godly no weapon, Godly no weapon though. You see it far side, West tried to flip it, didn't get too much more recovery, doesn't find its mark either, so West fighting his way back into this game.
Godly's really trying to fight his way back down right now, but
oh my gosh, he waited for the jump to West! Unreal. Unreal! Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, off the backboard, he finds the throw necessary to stay in this game, but holy, West made him work hard.
And West was, he's got his hands covering his face, but I wouldn't even be so ashamed right there. He was just a little bit off on the spacing for, I think, that ground pound to really try to seal the deal. But, like, look at the way that you're controlling the pace of this match. Like, you are definitely, you got Gali on his back foot the entire time. So I would not be too worried just yet. We got to see what happens at the beginning as we get to this game 4. But yeah, Gali finding very opportune down air. Go ahead and close it out. Like the neutral stake as well. Love those short use S neutral stakes to really cover that space above and in front of you.
And look, I'm going to keep it a buck with you guys as we look at the statistics for this previous game. The orb is doing next to nothing in this right now. It is 79 damage once again. It's like under 80, I think, for the first 2 games that we've seen off of this Fate. Don't get me wrong, it worked out for Godly in the end there. The weapon toss secured him the KO to win that game. But if you are not leveraging the simplicity of the orb that can get you those KOs, then you're just playing a one-weapon game, and Wes is going to take that all the way to the bank.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that it's the orb that's the one that's like, because yeah, there is a simplicity to that weapon. You know, as I think Sparky said earlier, there's like the closest weapon currently to like the sword, and you are just basically looking for kind of the same things. That's what you want. You want some sidelight stairs. He's like,
Godly heard me. He was like, all right, we got to do this. Let's lock in.
Let me show you what's going on here.
But as we say it, Wes evens up the damage just like that. Gets the signature pickup off the left side. Godly goes way high to try to cover. Wes scouted it for miles. Still maintaining the advantage for just a moment longer. Pushes off stage yet again.
It's just Whip City right now for Godly. He's just not been able to call out Wes correctly and what he wants to do. Wes has been able to call him out correctly every time he tries to get back to the stage, though.
What's been the recovery pattern again? I think Godly goes high this time, right? Yeah. Because Wes has just been going for end lights to just reset and push back off every single time. Good on Godly to recognize it, but look at the damage once again. He's playing from behind.
It's the orb too again. As you
hang on, brother.
Okay. I definitely needed that. I'm pretty sure that would have been able to take the stock too with the amount of force here. Wow, just swanton bombs that's there right there real quick. Not expecting him to come out there. Not expecting that reach either. Godly, the orb still has not been able to do a crazy amount, but he's got it back in his hand one more time. But we're inside light Sarah percentages, so this is fine.
Oh my gosh, look at the mix-ups from Wes, though. He is just going all over Godly, looking confused, keeping the head on a swivel for a second. Sidelights there, finds its mark, exactly what you need if you have the orb equipped.
Hey, gonna get rid of it and go for the scythe now. And as you said, if we're only doing 79 damage that last game, then the scythe had to do a bunch of damage because he did like 587, 47 altogether, something like that.
Yeah, close to 400 from that last game on the scythe alone. So, I mean, look, it was a very, very close game in terms of damage differential, 511 total to 487. So Godly's got to make it count. Oh, off stage already. Hang on.
Again?
That was Sweat Beans. Godly closes this one. There's the stock. What a beautiful sequence from Godly. Starting to get activated a little bit.
He turned the God mode on just for a little bit. You know, he was like, here's a preview of the God mode right now.
We'll find out in game 5. Let's see what happens. Godly up a stock. Can he maintain it, though? Wes, the aggression starting to fade a little.
Uh-oh. Wes, though. Definitely don't want to count him out by any means. He may have just kind of got bodied on that stock, but he already did a decent amount of damage here onto Godly. So he's just looking for that final big hit there. And a lot of active inputs he's choosing too. So if he gets that, he can definitely giant swing behind him. Just get the stock out the way.
Exactly. Godly did prime up that scythe as well, so he does get to keep this one, keep a little bit of priority here. Weapon Toss gets the action started, a 3-piece as well, but Wes, the dodge out, GC doesn't get punished. Godly's still in the driver's seat, though, and the weapon spawn so favorable for him. The weapon toss hitting him actually kind of messed up the sequence as well a little bit.
Yeah, I think it didn't pop him. It didn't allow him to pop up high enough for him to get the Sayer there, unfortunately. Both of them unarmed. Well, no, just Godly's unarmed right now. Now both of them unarmed, but we're going to go right back to the gauntlets. Let's see what we can do here.
I think this is high recovery from Godly again, right? Like, look at this positioning. As soon as Godly touches the wall, super high, wait for the platform, get yourself back on the ground and center. He's finding the land, TK.
Uh-oh. He's definitely, and look, it may have taken the Nina Intensive Sensory to get there, but he's finding it, bro.
He's finding it for sure. We'll see. This is just a couple of light hits away from West finding this stock and making it a one-stock battle. But the damage is getting slowly out of reach. Okay, great counter hit from West, necessary to stay in it. And he can close this one out in 4 games, or will Godly begin to mount the reverse 3-0 comeback?
We're at the point now, too, where this is like, wait, oh my.
I got scared for a second.
Yeah, and if Godly, if he got into panic there, he definitely got scooped up.
Godly's winner's bracket lies in the balance. Can West close this one out? Are the nerves getting to him?
Fighting. Godly has just got to find one good sidelight side air. That was the side air, but the next one, next sidelight side air should be able to do it here.
Especially from here, for sure. And Godly knows it. You see the Sayer off right away. West guarding the stage, he gets the ground pound, and he just closes it out in 4. That is unbelievable.
West just full sending it. He's like, I actually know you can't get back here. What a ground pound. What a way to get into this top 8. West will be our qualifier already. Winner's side for Championship Sunday.
Wow. Dude, all roads. And look, I mean, I was saying, I'm a Godly fan through and through. I think we love Godly in this house. West was in control for that set, man. And I mean, to close it out in that fashion where it looked like Godly was starting to level up, culminate in that game 5, mount the reverse 3-0 comeback, for West to shut it down and to get his first ever victory over Godly and to qualify for top 8 at the midseason. I mean, it's just like we're stacking up on the resume right now, bro. This is great for West.
No, this is a quality win for him for sure. He needed that. I mean, for all the reasons that Walt just listed, but at the same time, being able to put Godly into losers is a major feat. He's one of the people that people always kind of like bet on to take a tournament here. But West said, I'll put some respect on my name there. Godly like, oh, how did this happen to me after that game? But he was able to at least lock in for 1. And for most of that 4th game, he was locked in. But with a big Hail Mary-esque of a play right there from West to go ahead and take that last stock major.
That was so crazy. And I mean, this is what I mean, the aggression on the side of West being so good at staying in that awkward spacing where it made it really hard for Godly to know if he should be going for like end lights or like side lights to get the conversions on the orb. And that's what led to these games that were almost like non-factors for that weapon. Way better for Godly just in terms of the orb's solo performance, but it wasn't enough here. Godly's gonna have to do it from the elimination bracket.
I mean, like, I still believe in my boy to get in, but gots to give it up to West, man. Now sitting, is he the only South American in winner's side right now?
He is.
Wow. That's so dope, man. But look at this real quick at the stats that we got. 595 to the 502. And, like, clearly, the game was very close. But you got to talk about that last play, bro. Like, it really did come down to how he was able to close that game out effectively and in the time that he needed to do it. And that's the type of gameplay I want to see from your boy Wes.
And he's got the homies in the back cheering for him as well. This is awesome. We got Wes here on the desk with us here right now. Wes, how's it feel, bro? Congratulations.
Thank you. I feel pretty nice right now.
Your first win over Godly ever, and it's also on top of you making it into top 8 on the winner's side. I mean, tell us what it feels like playing against someone like Godly. You only get a couple chances a year to be able to face off against him. Your sets are always awesome, but this is the first time you've been able to beat him. What's it been like?
Yeah, like, I always play Godly when I'm, like, on Royales. Like, even at Lens, like, last year, BCX, like, it was a really good set, and, like, it was a hard loss. And then I'm really happy I can do it now. Like, Godly is, like, a really good friend of mine, and I really like to fight against him. And I don't know, I'm just like feeling good right now.
One of the games that you dropped versus Godly, we saw you kind of put your hands up, and it reminded me of that set at BCX, of course, a heartbreaker. What's kind of going through your head when you drop those games? Like, are you going hard on yourself, being like, I got this, or like, what's your mentality in those situations?
Usually it's just like, oh, why I did this, Like, on the game I lost, I was like, I did the ground pound way too early, and he dodged and killed me. So it's like, why did I just didn't wait, you know? It's nothing like, oh, he's so trash or anything. It's like, why did I do this? Why did I do that? You know, it's always putting pressure on me.
There seems to be a lot of respect. This is one of the things I really do like about this community is that all of you guys seem to speak so highly of the other top players. Like, no one's ever like, oh, that guy's really bad. Like, Godly sat up here earlier, did his interview, and said, no, I just like playing whoever. You're saying the same thing. But what do you feel like was the real key difference here in your match this time that got you the W? Because, you know, from what I was standing there, you had so much, like, stage control anytime you had boots on hand, I guess. But what do you feel like was the difference maker between these sets, or this set and the last few sets you've had with him?
Yeah, like on Royale, I was really close to beating him, but like my mental, after I misinputted one time, just like keeping like on the back of my head, like, oh, why did I do that? Like 2 games like back, and I really just lost mental at Royale. At this time, I had like this strategy because battle boots against Scythe is pretty hard. So if I go off stage, if I'm not on the center of the map, he would just get so much damage on me. So I need to get stage control as much as I can.
All right, and then last question here. I mean, like, you obviously are in top 8. What do you feel like your chances are against your, you know, to get into this top 3 spot, this top 1 spot?
To be honest, I'm not thinking about 1v1 right now because like tomorrow I need to play the 2v2 first.
Right.
So I would just think about the 1v1 after the 2v2 is done.
Get there, okay.
That's
all
what's
right.
up. That's king mentality.
Yes,
I like
sir.
that a lot, actually. Let's go. Wes, thank you so much. Congratulations on the top 8 appearance. Well deserved, man. I mean, what a great set. I had a blast watching that one, and there's so much more action already coming our way. I think we got our schedule that we can take a look at in just a second. But man, I mean, what do you think about this? Wes over Godly has been crazy, and I didn't even want to say it. Wes, this is a good path. This is a good path, honestly.
Let me take a look.
We got Wes Loris scheduled for tomorrow. I can't say that loud.
Don't say it too loud.
Say that loud. It's all right.
All right. Before we get into the rest of the top 8, we got to get some of these qualifiers going on. So that means we're going to have Jeff, who's been on kind of a dynamite run, actually.
Yes.
Jeff also showed up on my radar, I think, last midseason, actually, with the Thor as well. He's going to be going against Meg D. So can he beat the defensive powerhouse that is Meg D? I know somewhere PJ's in the crowd with his big Meg D shirt on, ready to say, please, let's go Meg D or something. He's got a sign out there. I don't know. But I'm a Jeff fan out here, bro. I think he also might be a Jeff fan, too, because I think he likes Thor. So he might be split.
I mean,
he might be split, dude.
At this point, when you look at the rap sheet, how are you not a fan of Jeff at this point? A 3-2 win over XJ Cool J, a 3-1 win over Radish, and now you're facing off against Meg D. I mean, this is the run of the century right now, and if he wins, that's another upset of like top 10 plus variety under his belt, and then he gets to face off against Munir. Right. For the top 8 spot on the elimination side. This is going to be a banger. I'm excited.
Yeah, and then we have Marky Moo going up against Hughes. That's definitely going to be for a top 8 spot, too. But yeah, we have to see what happens between Jeff and Meg D. who fights Munir. Munir, kind of a heartbreaking loss there because he did, technically, with no weapon toss, the game was over. But the weapon toss stopped the momentum of the down stick hitting. Had to play a little more game, just didn't work out in his favor. Big shouts to Loris, though, bro.
It's the game you play. It's the game you play. Sometimes you got to just take it. Take it as it is. But with our previous set as well, I do see that Godly falling to the elimination bracket. He's going to be playing against Vem 10 Kilo for the top 8 spot elimination side over on twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. So you're going to want to check that one out. Not miss potentially EU making it into top 8 here in the name of Godly. But like you said, I mean, there's only heavy hitters left here, and it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's why we're always happy to come to midseason. It's one of the greatest tournament plans that we have. Obviously, BCX is going to be super huge, too, so if you haven't got a chance to sign up for that, definitely check it out. But most people who are here, you'll see them again on the grand stages of BCX as well. But as of right now, still being the mid-season champion has got to hold some weight, some merit for sure. We're going to see who can get a little further here in this bracket. As Meg D sitting over here, look at them earnings. My boy is definitely no slouch to getting all the way up into these top 8s, into these top 32s. Unfortunately, has not been able to grab a first place yet, but a couple of seconds and a couple of bronzes as well here too for the 57K. That's a good amount to be making for this game. PR 10 right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's in the top 10. You gotta watch out for him. I know that they have this character on the screen. I mean, it's not normally who he plays, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, sometimes I'm always happy to see a little wrench in the plan. Here though, Jeff. coming up onto the scene, relatively new. As you can see by his placements, he's got 1 top 8 and 6 top 32s, making a little money here and there, but he's definitely the Thor aficionado out here.
And once again, I remind everyone at home of the quality of players Jeff has beaten on this bracket run, just in the elimination bracket alone. XJ Cool J, I believe, is number 5 PR in Europe. We have Radish, of course, I think top 4 in NA. And then if a win happens here, that's another top 10 North American PR win under Jeff's belt for a guy who's just starting to kind of burst onto the scene. It's just really crazy to watch.
It kills me every time. You know, everybody's got these tags. And like the tags never are really super silly here, but just feel like this guy is like, Brawlhalla's being played in here? I'll sit down. I'll see what's going on.
My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff. I'm just going to play a little Brawlhalla. And it always works out for him as he's sitting in here, potentially making it into a top 8. Does have to take out Meg D and then try it again against Moonier if he's able to do it. But let's see if we can get through the first task as we get into it. The Petra coming out. The Undertaker, aka the Thor crossover, coming out.
2, 1, brawl.
Petra looking real popular lately in these days. And I think that was just, again, another thing that Sparky said. It seems like a lot of people are just really doubling down on Force lately. So if you got a high Force character playing your weapons and you like their SIGs, go ahead and try them out.
Yeah, I would say it's that, and then also the recurring theme of Orb is just in a very good spot right now in terms of just meta placement. So Meg D, we did see Meg D playing earlier using the Petra as well to hang around in the elimination side bracket. Let's see if he can keep on this run.
Okay. Meg D so far does have the stage advantage, but yeah, nothing crazy happening yet. That neutral Sake is going to try to catch him as he runs over neutral light. Okay. Jeff starting to get some big hits here. That's hammers. They may not do a lot of combos every time, but each hit will do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and on the contrary, with a weapon like Gauntlets in the hands of Meg D, you kind of have to watch out for some of the dodge patterns that Jeff is eventually going to bring out. Big signature, enough to disarm. Meg D trying to fight their way back towards the ground. Jeff patrolling it. Does get the orb. No whiff punish in sight for the side light. Meg D a little bit more initiative now with the recovery, forcing Jeff to land on the soft platform.
Okay, hold up. Jeff getting sent out, but just not past that blast zone just yet. He's got to watch the way he gets back.
Oh my, that was crazy high up to go for that. Meg D, a very brave gravity cancel, finds the hit, gets the disarm as well. Jeff still no weapon in sight. Now again, just running straight over to the spawn saying, yeah, you got to come to me now.
Yeah, needed that little extra oomph. Every time you see that, it's because you just want to guarantee it. And recovery sometimes might work, but getting the GC neutral heavy, it's always going to be a little more power there. So make sure he gets Jeff past that blast zone. And now Jeff wants to go ahead and even it up as quick as possible. Got the orb in hand. The bounce, not enough.
Off the wall potentially. Yeah, gets it right there. Great answer from Jeff. Gets a bit of a weapon starve as well as Meg D comes off the respawn.
Right.
It is Orb v Orb action. Meg D. Some damage early. Can't connect with too much more. Now we're just going to be trading some down airs back and forth until someone can find the first initiating hit. Meg D clips him out of the sky with the recovery.
The Orb v Orb gameplay coming up for you right now, but as of right now, it looks like Meg D is on the winning side of that Orb v Orb. In fact, getting Jeff disarmed. Now Jeff got another Orb in hand, but I think he might want to try to go over to his hammer. It seems like the Orb v Orb not really working out to him for him too much.
Okay, let's see. Is it high angle? Yep, just goes right over Meg D. But once again, can just sidelight out. That's the weapon toss. It didn't disarm. Jeff's got plenty of movement to touch, but Meg D waits for it that time. There it is. And that's exactly what you need to do on Gauntlets, right? Keep a lock on what the dodge patterns are going to be. Meg D closes this one out. A very healthy stock lead.
Okay. All right, Jeff right now does get a hammer back in hand. One of the things I haven't seen too much from him just yet, though, I mean, Jeff was definitely throwing out some SIGs last time I watched him last year. Maybe he's kind of calmed it down a little bit, but or he just hasn't found the way that he can start throwing these SIGs out. I've seen a couple of neutral SIGs, but that's about it. As of right now, though, Meg D is just moving around him, bro. Like,
armed again.
So elusive with the gameplay. The sidelight side air from the middle of the stage not going to be enough, but the next one will definitely do it. Looks for the recovery, and Jeff, almost in it all right there, going a little too far off the stage. Just find the wall, though.
And this is a big pattern Meg D was going for a lot in the earlier winners side sets that we got on the side stream. Meg D will do the classic sidelight side air, of course. If it secures the KO, great. But oftentimes players will just drip heavy in towards center, just wanting to find some safe ground to land on. And Meg D will clip with the recovery going the other way. It wasn't enough right there. Meg D does find the first game, maintains this lead. Let's see what Jeff can do right here in response.
And kind of made that quick work too, man. That 2-stock right there is not the way that you want to open up this set to try to get to your qualifier at the very least. But MegD said this is a great time, wait for me to go ahead and open up, as he also has a chance, you know, to qualify clearly here if he's able to get this W on Jeff. Jeff, one decent, you know, finisher right there with that down air, but okay, maybe not the stage, but the Patrick is out as a Teros crossover. So hold on, how's he feeling, bro?
I mean, look, we said it before. It's the over-reliable, right? You gotta have one in the pocket, especially with how strong this legend might be. Maybe he did it on purpose, maybe he didn't. I have a feeling we might actually see the swap here, though.
I mean, I see no reason not to. As we've always said, this man Teros is a real menace, if you will. So he's able to make it happen. Why not? I mean, I like this swap more than looking for another Orb Legend, because I do feel like his hammer was doing a little more than his Orb. Looks like the Teros will be stepping up to the plate. But MegD, I mean, no slouch of seeing this matchup more often than not. And because he is known as the defensive powerhouse, hasn't really played so defensive this time, but I feel like he's been played elusive is really the word that I want to use right now. He's been finding the ways to get around all of the hits that Jeff will throw out, and then also getting clean platinum punishes on him as well. So.
Yeah, we were saying it on the side stream as well with some of the MegD sets. Like, you know, exactly like you said, I think just a defensive powerhouse. We've kind of come to know MegD as this player who is so good at changing tempos and really slowing the match down.
Right.
But we're not seeing that as much, especially with this onset of the Petra change recently.
Oh. Hey, box up, a lot of down airs coming, starting to register. Not a lot of damage or hits registering so far for Jeff, but because he is on that Teros, doesn't need that many hits. Meanwhile, getting some nice little 4-piece right there from MegD.
Jeff stomping around though a little bit, gets the scoop up. Trying to protect around the weapon, but it's side light side air, the quick pickup, and exactly why you pick these legends, right? In the favorable stage positioning, you can get those stocks pretty early.
Every time, too. I mean, like, it's so unfortunate when you see that whiff from Jeff or from anybody, and then they get turned around, side light Sarah reversed. Oh, wait.
Yeah, this is really awkward for both players. I think Jeff just chills it out for a second, tries to wait for MegD to come back, and yeah, I don't blame you. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he just lets it rock unarmed. Why not?
Yeah, he's like, I'm trying to get something going for him. Unfortunately, can't get past that top blast on Jess yet, but he's now got the hammer in hand. Sayre should be able to do it from literally anywhere if he can find it. He's looking. Neutral light.
Not stomping around quite yet, though. Okay, MegD with every passing hit, yeah, gets Jeff into yellow, but of course, Stomp Sayre will find the stock.
Hey, Stomp Sayre, that's what, you know, the old reliable, for sure. He says, stop that stop sign and stop with this lead. That's what he's trying to say right now, but he has to get some more damage here on the board. Once again, MegD always being able to get a clean whiff punish. Sidelight Sayre pushing him right back off the stage.
Yeah, now watch this awkward positioning. Again, if Jeff is positioned kind of like exactly below or above MegD, it's a little bit awkward on how you figure out your landings. So MegD is going to try to come down, waits for the drift over so he can pick up the Sayre. Oh, and again, look, the recovery towards the other direction. So many of these players are just going deep towards center.
Nice. Sent to the other side. But, oh my gosh. Just knighted him real quick. Do not try to recover here, Jeff. Big ground pound here for Jeff. That's kind of uncharacteristic, really, of MegD. I think they were trying to recover like so haphazardly either. I'm surprised he was even in a position to get hit by that. But Jeff, knowing when to capitalize, looks good, gets himself a lead. Probably not going to keep it for long, yo. Side light, side air, always going to do it in that exact position. Jeff has got to do a better job of claiming some center stage.
For sure. But just like that, I mean, it's anybody's game. Look at it. So Jeff, a couple of strong hits already. We see the power of Teros in action once again. Once he can find a weapon, I mean, it's just a couple confirms away from maybe evening the game count. But hang on a second, MegD. Couple hits. Jeff still can't find his footing. Picks up the stop sign once again, trying to put a stop to this aggression from MegD. Once again, we say it's unorthodox aggression from MegD.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's just a different player on my screen right now for sure. The way that he's playing, I'm seeing a lot more of approaching right here from MegD, but it's been working out in his favor. Currently, though, getting kind of stomped up. These hits are starting to rack up. Look at that color. Better watch yourself. A downlight Sayre definitely will send him packing from pretty much anywhere as well, too, and he's looking for it.
Stomp Sayre, especially facing the right, where Jeff is going to get the KO, but sidelight Sayre comes through. Let's see if the conversion happens. High angle once again. MegD doesn't want to let the recovery rock. Jeff Positioning around, tries to swat him out of the sky. That's going to be brutal. That's going to be brutal. He catches him again. How many times is it going to happen?
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, he does not want to try to land next to, obviously, you don't want to try to land right next to the orb player because the sidelight's there, so he's trying to go over it, but this time, I think he picked that option just a little too much, and you saw McD being like, all right, you try to go, I'm going for the reverse recovery, way high up, too, so he gets absolutely sent past that blast zone, but that would give it up to Jeff, at least being able to make a big play like this, getting himself a clean ground pound to get to that lead. But McD one more time, able to even it up and get the victory as well right after.
And this is the exact position. We'll see it fade out, unfortunately, but I don't blame Jeff for going high in those spots, right? You take the recovery, almost it's like, okay, I take this damage in exchange for being able to land again.
Right.
But just pretty brutal position right here, falling down 2-0 to McD. See what can happen.
Hey, oh, okay, flex.
Brother said, my name's not Rick. Now, 1 second. Oh, okay, Jeff trying to get the two-piece, just a little bit of action. And once again, I mean, you don't need a ton of neutral wins on Teros to be able to pick up stocks, right? So even if Jeff is playing from behind in these damage differentials, Teros can make these comebacks.
Oh, okay, there it is. I mean, gets himself at least a down air, trying to establish a little pressure. Look at that, already even it up 2 hits. Down air, side air, tries to ShamWow that stock quickly, and he still does, though, the Sair, and that's how McD is normally getting him with those sidelight Sairs in that like really perfect position. And now Jeff finding himself a couple of Sairs, no downlight required, but at the edge of the stage, so it's definitely a guaranteed stock.
Okay, stack position means the end-light is coming from the orb player on McD. Tries to slam the ball down with the dare, doesn't get too much more after that. Jeff jockeying for position, looking for something to maybe tack on a little more before he inevitably falls.
He's moving. Trying to scoop him up, can't find it. All right, boom. Getting sent up to the skies real quick. Nothing crazy happening here on the stage just yet, but yeah, they're just trying to dance around. Nobody wants to be the first person to whiff and end up getting hard punished for it.
Oh, wow, okay. Crazy spacing from both of the players here. This is sidelights there for stock, okay. But you did get McD into yellow. I like this a lot more from Jeff. He's kind of taking a page out of McD's book and saying, I can slow the pace down too a little bit. I don't really need to press buttons, get you to whiff punish me, because again, I'm playing probably a 9-force Teros, which can get a KO and a couple of Sairs.
All right, boom. Oh, he went 9-force? Goat.
He probably
a goat.
we'll find out after the game, but let's see.
All right. Jeff right now, yes, again, struggling to get down to the ground, does manage to find it this time around. McD going for a, honestly, a good option, really. Jeff does usually like try to go over his head, so that would have been a nice bit of damage he could have added up.
Okay, and now how do you land against McD? You use the soft platform to your advantage. Jeff stomping around again, gets disarmed, has to go high angle. Let's see if McD covers it with a recovery again. Jeff lands in time.
Oh, he is running away right now, trying to get himself a weapon. Finally finds it here. But is it too little, too late? McD already got him to the side and just surprise Sair. You thought I was going to wait for you? Absolutely, I'm going to meet you halfway.
And look, that's the reason why so many people just send it high, right? Because you're like, okay, if I get clipped out of the sky with a Sair, I'm going to get KO'd anyway. If I try to play off the wall mix-up, then maybe he just waits, picks up a sidelight Sair. It might be an inevitable outcome to some of these players, but Jeff playing from behind now on the back foot, needs to get 2 stocks and 3 games in order to stay in this one.
Uh-oh. All right, so he's covering the space here on the side, but the neutral air actually going to do it. Don't get to see that KO too often, but yeah, got enough damage here on the McD. Great coverage as McD tries to go over his head, but not going to allow him access. Now he's going to have to fight him out again. He's trying to get a little aggressive here. Oh, McD, wow, very late hit on that down line, but it still works out for him.
Yeah, just holding forward is McD again. Something we are not used to seeing all that often. But McD making it work for him. Gets the Sair on the way out. It is even in damage. Jeff has a shot here.
Jeff finding some down airs. Hold on. Yeah, he's still got to watch the way he's whiffing, though. That's the biggest thing that he doesn't want to do here against McD. Now they're both kind of dancing around. That's a whiff punish clean from McD.
Okay, watch for the side light from McD if the gauntlets are equipped. Jeff's been dodging out a decent amount. We saw some KOs get picked up off of that pattern earlier in the set.
Ooh. Guarding that weapon, John wanted to swap, though. That makes sense, though. I mean, both of them are, I think, the weapon that they should use until just right now a sidelight Sair is starting to become a little dangerous. You're going to see McD threaten with it after probably like one more exchange.
Okay, Sair comes through, though, but look at the ground. Now Jeff goes stomp Sair in this position, potentially.
Right.
See, got to come up soon. Wall slip was online. Oh, that's a whiff punish, but there was no weapon for Jeff, so it's not that big.
All right, as long as Jeff does not whiff and like continue forward to where he ends up getting sideline stand off the screen. Wait, that works out. Just finds the stomp. While I'm over here talking about what could have happened, let's talk about what happened on that screen. The stomp comes through, perfect timing too, middle of the stage, just enough damage to get him past that blast zone.
Yeah, I like that there was a pretty blatant mode change from Jeff, right?
Yeah.
As soon as the damage threshold was like kind of dark orange approaching red, he was like, bet, stomps there, let's go.
Yeah.
He gets there, gets one on the board. It's still a tall order to get the reverse 3-0 over on Meg D, but it's a good start.
1, brawl!
Okay, taking it right back to the small fortress line. We're definitely loving the stage right now. Here we go. Jeff, though, able to squeeze out a game. Sometimes you only really need one to really start getting that momentum, but don't want to count Meg D out by any means. Obviously, he has 2 games already under his belt, so see what he can do. Oh, wow, the movement to actually get that neutral layer. Can't get a follow-up off of it. That was still super nice, though.
Oh, okay, Meg D. There's been a lot of jumps out from Jeff on the side light from Meg D's gauntlet, so we'll see if Meg D maybe starts to get clued in a little bit more.
Yeah, that's going to be something he's probably going to have to keep in mind of how Jeff likes to try to continuously still get over him. I really feel like I haven't seen a single low recovery from Jeff that I can remember getting hard punished, but those high recoveries are definitely getting a little blown up.
Using that soft platform as a little bit of safety for Jeff, being able to reset some of the movement, come down, figure out an approach angle, but meanwhile, Meg D just completely comboing the mess out of Jeff for just a moment.
Ooh. Oh my God. What? I did not expect that. That felt like it hit harder than usual.
Yeah, we should check that.
Man, I got guilty of your counter.
The lights can't come soon enough. I don't know. That was crazy.
My man might be in 10 force. I don't know how he got that extra point, but they gave it to him anyway.
Oh my gosh, there's the recovery pattern once again from Jeff and Meg D. This interaction has been favoring Meg D a lot. Playing from a stock behind the Sair is going to close that one out, make it pretty much a negligible to 0 lead now. Jeff looking around, soul searching for a weapon, waiting for the spawn. It goes over on Meg D's side. Of course, when he runs over, throws it away, able to start for a little bit longer.
Oh. All right, a little 3-piece right there. And now, honestly, he's still adding up. That was a little extra at the end, too. Jeff is just running, trying to find a weapon. Finally gets a hammer in his hand, but he's taking so much damage already just to get this weapon. How can he get it back? Can't land on the ground yet. Bad positioning. That is a cleaned up stop from Meg D.
That was so clean. And I was about to say it's getting problematic with these, again, these initiating hits on Gauntlet. It was like dodge away, dodge away, dodge away. And then finally he goes, let's go for the mix-up here. Meg D gets the just easy follow-up with the recovery. One stock away from proceeding in the elimination bracket.
Bro, Jeff has been unarmed for so long, or at least when he does get a weapon, he's not done no weapon damage for like at least a minute. This is not looking good for him. It is just escaping him. We almost got a double recovery. I'm surprised he even swung there, but it got him out of harm's way.
Yeah, a lot of landing hitboxes are being presented, and Meg D is just saying, okay, easy whiff punish. It's going to be the recovery. Next iteration could do it. Yeah, we're trying to extend it a little bit further just to make sure you secure the stock. But if you're Meg D, you're feeling pretty good.
Meg D. Yeah, he is sitting right near the... Oh, okay.
Pause.
And it works.
Pause. Cross court gets the hit. I mean, look, it's not over till it's over.
Nope. Oh my God.
Scoops it out of the recovery again. That's such a weird interaction we've been seeing today.
I can't believe Jeff is still trying to go over his head, though. But you know what Meg D can do with it. The Sair does it. There it is. And Meg D is going to keep it moving here on the loser side of things. He's going to the qualifiers. But still, bro, what a way to shut down the Jeff offense, bro. Jeff was always trying to get over Meg D's head. Not at all. You're not allowed to do that. Meg D showing you that he can play offensive and very defensively at the same time.
For sure.
He was pushing the gambit, but then when it came down to like keeping that advantage defensively, he was always able to do it.
Yo, shout outs to Jeff, though, man. I mean, give it up if you're in the crowd. This guy got, what, 13th place with a couple of really, really, really good upsets that are not projected whatsoever. I mean, Jeff was on an absolute tear. And like I said, I think he's going to finish this bracket at midseason at 13th. Of course, Meg D is going to move on to face off against Munir for the top 8 slot in elimination bracket. And I think this is a really big deal for Meg D, right? The last time Meg D has gotten a top 8 was midseason last year. So this would be a really, really huge deal.
This is, I mean, and it's possible, but it really has to see what happens in between his next match. But like, dude, Meg D definitely looking like a new and improved player out here. For me, specifically, you know, always knowing him as a defensive powerhouse, I got to give it up because the offense was looking super pristine today.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Look at the stack line right here. 585, 365 damage. That means he was absolutely holding down. But you know why we saw that 585, 365? You got to look at that second stock. I'm not even sure if he took damage on that second stop.
I'm looking at the graphs, and yeah, like it's long. Well, unfortunately, we can't show it to you guys over at home, but yeah, it's long.
Yeah, no, I mean,
he did not take a lot of damage.
When he took Jeff's second stock, it was just a long series of ore play. And then he swapped out, and he finished it right after that with the gauntlets, like super quickly. It was like Jeff just could not touch the ground, and that's just a good way to dominate, dominate the set. Like that's what a lot of these sets look like. Honestly, is that a lot of people just are very good at establishing and holding stage control. You saw it differently when he came to West. He was good at establishing stage control and keeping his opponent off the side, but McD was establishing stage control and keeping his opponent in the air, forcing him to recover high, and then allowing himself to get a bunch of free recoveries.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly like you said, TK. This feels like a new and improved McD that we're seeing. I'm really excited to see the face-off versus Munir that's incoming. But look, man, we're nearing the end game.
We're winding down, bro.
There are a couple sets left to determine who makes it into top 8. And I'm taking a look at the bracket. Maybe you guys at home can join me as well. Confirmed for winner side, we have Akno, who made that crazy upset over Markimu earlier today, versus Balloon Boy, who has just been on an absolute rampage for the whole weekend. Loris versus West, which is going to be a banger. Kaina made his qualification into the elimination side of this bracket, and it looks like Godly is also confirmed into top 8. But there is more action to be had here. There's so much more Brawlhalla. We got 2 spots left to qualify for our top 8 bracket, and it's going to be Markimu versus Use, I believe, for our next match. Guys, you're not going to want to miss this one. We'll be back in a few with some more mid-season championship.
Almost died from a broken heart, so I installed a new one. I'm also working on a moral compass. It's like I always say, necessity is the motherboard of invention. Someone's waking up. Good morning. Failure is not in my programming. When life gives you lemons, build a robot to throw them back. I never break a sweat, literally. You may be fast, but I'm overclocked. Your moves could use some debugging. I don't let power go to my head. I use it everywhere. All I need is a wrench, and a plan, and a power source. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Mid-Season Championship 2025. Brawlhalla enjoyers, we are back and in the building. We got 2 more high-flying matches for you, and I'm excited because we got to line up this top 8. The Championship Sunday for doubles already lined up. Now we're lining up for singles to make it the most explosive Sunday you've ever had here in Brawlhalla Midseason 2025. I'm TK Breezy, joined my man Walt one more time. Walt, how you doing?
Dude, I don't think people understand how crazy this next match is. I think we should just get right into it because it's Markimu versus Use for 9th.
Yeah.
For 9th.
Dude, if
the
you saw,
former world champion versus like the new GOAT.
If you saw the way Markimu's match went to even put himself down here too, a little bit of a heartbreaker though, so you're definitely going to want to see him make it to the top, but don't want to take anything away from Use, bro. Obviously, he's been holding it down for quite some time here when it comes down to the Brawlhalla. But here, Markimu, as you said, look, he's a newer player. 8 top 8s. Somehow 7 medals. God, that's GOAT type of gameplay right there. But 11 top 32 for sure for 24K. I mean, like, again, you have to think about how often we have lands or like online events as well. Right. That's not a lot of time. Right. That is definitely not a lot of time right now for him to be able to make that. But here on the other side of things, you're about to see some amazing stats coming in from Use as he's been around for a little bit, passing that 6-digit mark. A lot of W's.
A lot.
My man's he's in the double digits of golds right now, brother. Yeah, that is insane.
Listen, I mean, that trophy department is looking, it's filled to the brim when it comes to Use. As a reminder for everyone at home, Use fell to Munir in the winner side of this bracket. Markimu upset by Akno to qualify into top 8. And now both of these players who were in most of our top 3 predictions, one of them is not going to be playing on Championship Sunday in the singles bracket.
And it's looking like the people are on the side of Markimu mostly. It's a 60-40, so not the craziest split. I feel like that might be a little bit of that NA hopium in there as well. But I feel like this one's probably the biggest 50-50 for me for sure. I'm not calling nothing. I just want to see some good matches.
Yeah, and look, in terms of the head-to-head, Use is up 2-0 over on Markimu. There is a round-robin set from the most recent Spring Royale where Markimu 3-0'd Use. That's not represented on that set count, but I don't know. I mean, I really do think this one could go on either direction, and that's why this is so insane. Like, the idea that one of these titans of the game could be out today, will be out today, is crazy to me.
Honestly, bro, that music came in kind of booming. Can we keep that up? I need to be immersed. I need to be in, bro.
I think everyone here is immersed right now. Again, the stakes are so high. Markimu already off to the races in this game number 1.
And Markimu with the scythe in hand, so you expect to see some pretty good reads here from him. Also, shout outs to the Fate once again, man. Fate's definitely been another one of those characters that showed up for same reason we've been talking about. A lot of force. He's got an orb. Like, we're really feeling the orb right now, and that orb is definitely doing some work to reverse down here. It's enough.
First strike already going over to Use, and I do feel like it's kind of poetic justice for South America to start using the orb more, right? Because we had said even in 2024, South America might have a little bit of an orb problem. In particular, Radish was taking down a lot of these players left, right, and center. Now Use says, you know what? Okay, Greatsword's not an amazing spot. If you can't beat him, join him. And this Fate is already doing amazing stuff. Here's the Scythe Mirror, though. Use trying to extend this lead that much further.
I feel like that's definitely one of the best things you can do in any game ever. If you are losing something consistently, start playing it. Start understanding why those people go for what they're going for, and then boom, now you have a better understanding, and that's exactly what the South Americans did. Seem like they've been able to now make the orb, you know, their best friend. But now we got the Scythe's hand, double taps him. Do not dodge out, caught him one more time with the GC sidelight recovery. Let's go. We're keeping this game super close.
And this is the thing, right? We talk about the pattern recognition when you have the gauntlets equipped. For Markimu, that was really the first time he showed that versus Use in this set. He's like, you know what? I already got a read on you, bro. Let's go.
Okay. Use. Covering the side right now. Wait a minute.
Oh, he's sweat beating though. Okay, that's pretty brutal. Use off stage potentially. Is it going to be a dare? No, of course. The South Americans are staying grounded, utilizing those strong normals. It's the get off me tool with the Enlight. Markimu disarms, sweat beads, touches the wall, coming back down towards the ground, and once again, rinse and repeat. The weapon
from deep
was gonna get there. It's from downtown. Gets
from downtown for sure, right there, and with the orb as well. I mean, my boy is definitely throwing him quite well. That was the clean Kobe, and he's right next to the blast zone too. So there was no way he was coming back from that. But this is not the start that we want to see from Markimu right now if he wants to try to get himself into this top 8. Use though. Definitely the start he wants to see. He is sitting pretty on the second stock, only just now starting to hit this orange. while he's still doing a decent amount of damage here. Oh,
Again, he's waiting though
Yeah.
so perfectly. Just didn't want to pull the trigger quite yet. Gets the recovery. Pretty high damage. Markimu way up there to try to find the KO, and he needs it. I don't blame you at all. Yu's just keeping him in the juggle state for a second as well. Oh, weapon toss gets the action started. Markimu can't find the follow-up hit. Just the recovery. It's the disarm, but it's not a KO.
Oh, okay, couldn't find it. He's looking for the right read right there. The 50-50 check gonna fail here for Markimu. That was a very good use of the side air to keep his momentum above Yu's.
Oh, look at this high angle.
What is that? What is that combo?
So much.
What
Oh
is
my
that?
God. Okay, Markimu and Light. Let's see what happens. Trying to just jockey for position off stage, force Yu's into a weird jump, into a weird anything that will get him back towards the stage. But Markimu, patient as can be.
Kind of needs it right now. You don't want to give up this free punish, and it's gonna happen fast enough for him to get that neutral light to go ahead and get that stock. But look at his damage. Look at his health. He's hurting right now.
I like that he swapped over to the scythe. We see so many early strings from Markimu that result in entire clips. Markimu's going for one right there with the first hit, but Yu's made it out.
Markimu. He's got to find something the other way. He actually throws his weapon away. This is scary. He's going to get the gauntlets next. Not going to lose that stock yet from the center of the stage, but it's still a scary time. Almost running straight into that down air.
Yeah, Ada Sair on the way out from picking up those weapons. Initiates a little bit, doesn't connect with the Nair. Markimu gets the whiff punish. Slowly making his way back towards this game, but uses one side light Sair away from maybe taking game one. It's just going to be the Sair outright. It's not enough.
Okay, we're still, though, in the same position again. He's got to watch the way he's getting back to that stage. That was a great weapon toss. I'm back on stage.
Again.
Okay.
Yu's floundering a little bit. Markimu chase dodging towards him with the unarmed.
I don't know. I feel like it was better to get that weapon, but now he's unarmed again. He's still moving, though.
Steals that one away, throws it right away, though, and it's just going to be a couple hits. Markimu's still hanging into the stock.
I don't know how he's, okay, yeah, I don't know how he's living so long in red on this stage in particular. It takes a little bit, takes about 5 same situations where we just got through that last hit. We finally hear from Yu's. Stays composed in there, though.
Yeah.
But it was getting a little scary.
Yeah, totally. We'll take a look at some of the replays here. Look at the difference between Yu's and some of the other orb players we've been seeing here today. We don't see a lot of just like going all the way out there trying to force a high-low mix-up. He's like, why don't I just stay grounded and light, and light, and light. If I get a side light Sair, even better, I'll get the stock. The patience from Yu's, and I mean South America as a whole, is so good at keeping their feet planted on the ground. It's no different for Yu's.
Right back into it, man. What a first game, though. I mean, it definitely felt like Yu's was full on control there, but the fact that that was still kind of brought back to like a scary situation for Yu's to have to like close out is definitely a testament to Marky. You know, I think if he was able to hold that last weapon for a little longer, but yeah, he went for the weapon toss, probably trying to establish a little more stage pressure there before he went back for it. Just didn't really work out for him. So it's all good. Speaking of, he's establishing right now. Makes him go high. Oh, but the down air misses.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot now. Yeah, Yu's gets the 3-piece ending with the Sair, coming right back.
Oh, wow, okay.
And now, yeah, look, Markimu's been doing a really good job at navigating around. Yu's just going for patient play, staying grounded, waiting for the first action so he can counter hit. Goes for the double recovery, doesn't get that one. The Nair pushes off stage, can't get the Sair. But the ground pound finds its mark for first strike. Like we said, it's anybody's game in this set.
Definitely, and Marky, yeah, definitely going to do it up this time around with the gauntlets. Now let's see what he can do here with the scythe. I feel like, yeah, genuinely, I like seeing the scythe a little earlier here in these stocks because of reasons like this.
Get out of my head.
Look at him. Wait a minute. That was so close. Yeah,
Wow,
he was trying to look for him to go down, but yeah, or maybe even just like a jump down there would have been it, but he had to go for like a 50-50 read. Yu's staying composed there, even being that close to the blast zone. That was scary.
Yeah, and I am very frightened when I see Yu's equipped with this orb. Again, haven't seen a lot of recoveries from Yu's to call out these high angles until there. Perfect decision-making from Yu's to get the stock right back, but he's playing a little bit behind in damage. Oh. Hang on, dodges through. Markimu tries to set up the exact same situation. Yu's doesn't bite off stage, weapon toss. Makes his way through. It's gonna be the off stage. Does he jump over for the weapon? No, now Markimu's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Oh man, Yu's. Yeah, he's got definitely weapon. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. He got threw that away in like an unopportune way right there. But regardless, they're kind of swapping back and forth with it. Finds it quickly. Doesn't wait. You know, he's kind of mixing it up too. Normally he does wait after that first side air. So every now and then you kind of just pull the trigger and see if they're asleep at the wheel. Definitely caught him again. Dodges out.
Once again, every single hit, every single frame, a painting when it comes to Markimu on this scythe. Hughes makes his way back all the way towards center, tries to reestablish some space. Sidelight Sair pushes away. There's no weapon in sight for Markimu. Can he sneak one through to get the gauntlets? He can.
He gets spot downs, though, to get around, I think that down line right there from Hughes, but doesn't even find himself.
Watch the mix, okay.
Don't even know if he needed the mix right there. Gets the neutral air to the side air this time around.
Ooh, immediate gravity cancel from Markimu to just try to contest the space that Hughes was surely running into. But good heads-up play from Hughes to just not find it there. Gets the stock once again off the top blast zone. Last stock for both players here. Hughes still playing from behind in damage at about orange.
Recovery for recovery, too, though. Good stuff to use. Get recognition to go ahead and get that punish as quick as possible. Wait a minute.
Pause. This is taking the page out of Markimu's book for a second. Wait, hang on. Is this Hughes or Markimu? I don't know.
Yeah, they swap skins. What's going on here? All right, either way.
What's the offstage? Does he send it? Waits for Hughes to come back. Gets the weight that he was looking for, but couldn't get the recovery confirmed.
This is still scary, though, for Mark. I know he's got the damage. I know he could probably just find himself a sidelight recovery or maybe even just a side air off the stage. But Hughes is playing a very good defensive game right now, elusive game, finding a lot of hits here and to get back into the stage with these side airs.
Oh. And look at what Markimu's doing now, too. He's just kind of jumping in, looking to get the underneath position, going for recovery. Now it's going to change up with the side, but he does find it. It's 1-1.
What a confirm to the side light. No active input there, so he just gets a little kick up and then boom, side air right after. That close to the blast zone, this small of a stage, definitely necessary.
See the deep exhale from Markimu. Again, a lot on the line here. It's tough for players who have been on such a meteoric rise like Markimu to be facing elimination before Championship Sunday. The same thing applies to our world champion of the last 2 years in Hughes. Like you said, TK, great heads-up play from Markimu to just close that stock completely.
Look at that damage right there. Definitely did it up, but just you have to think about the fact that like he had a pretty solid lead. So a lot of that damage probably got made up in that last stock. Probably about at least 80 of it probably got made up in that last stock. So you know, either way, got to get a little faster at closing out these games, but still got to give it to Hughes even being able to play on the back foot, like play near death basically for a good like minute before he finally got hit with that last hit. Speaking of, my man's getting clipped one more time. Hold on, stairway to heaven. Not the heaven you want to see though. That's a blast zone.
Yep. Markimu's making his way back, picks up the scythe once again, can control the weapon spawn for a little bit to start a little bit of a starve here. Just like that, the orb gets picked up. It has to be a punish every single time. I mean, it is a game of inches between these two competitors. Doesn't connect on the recovery once again.
Okay, Marky trying to get back to the center stage. Wait a minute, Hughes though was controlling that stage quite well. Oh my God! Out of nowhere, instant transmission ground pound, bro. I didn't know how he got over there so quickly, but definitely gonna register on the top of that dome of Hughes, and now Marky with a nice little lead here.
And I was wondering when he was going to bring that out, right? Again, there's been so much patient play from both sides when it comes to edge guarding of just stay on stage, wait for them to burn resources, hang on. The Marky who's got nothing left, can't touch the wall either, so it's an even bout once again. But yeah, I mean, letting those tools be known to your opponent, I mean, is it a little too early? Who can say Markimu might be able to get another ground pound coming up on this next one?
I wonder if he could have went for an up forward dodge, but he didn't decide to because he was afraid of Hughes coming off for like a surprise ground pound himself. But yeah, Hughes already knew that he was just a little too far away from the stage, looking for the outward, and it's always a little 50-50 after that situation. Looked outward, couldn't find it there.
Okay, Markimu, Nair's not connecting, can't scoop him out of the sky quite yet.
Oh.
Gets the one, gravity cancel, tries to connect with the end light. Now Hughes, once again, making it look like a Markimu movie.
Okay.
Recovery again, no.
Yeah, stuffs that recovery though. That was a nice little weapon toss. Definitely don't want to get put back into the skies here. Oh,
there it is.
Caught him again. That is such an unfortunate thing for Hughes specifically. I feel like he's been getting caught by that quite a bit. Markimu has been very good at finding that first side light and then picking the right option right after.
I really think there's no one better at doing it. It's crazy to see. Markimu now on the recovery. Comes through, has the stock lead over Hughes. How does he land? Tries to shark it out, but Hughes knowing better to land right on top of him. Sidelight Sair pushes him away, doesn't disarm. The Sair just gets the stock though, and that's when Hughes can kind of pull some tricks out of his own bag as well. He's been grounded so many times on these recovery mix-up from Markimu, just catches him completely out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, the way that he was willing to go out there and be so aggressive. Oh, wait.
Pause.
Okay. Could have been a real issue right there. Yeah, luckily getting back to the stage. But he's
It may still be an issue.
maybe not.
It may actually still be an issue.
No.
It may be an issue. Hughes gets the hit. The chase dodge comes up, but Marky Moo slamming him.
He's doubling on him.
Going to the blast zone, my friend. No
Okay.
movement left, but somehow Hughes threads the needle, makes it back. That could have been a clip in of itself.
I cannot believe he's still alive after getting dunked on 3 times in a row. But no, the slam was hard, but it wasn't jam enough right there. He's got to go one more time.
Wow, okay. I mean, that has to be a bit of a deflation for Marky Moo, but he says, you know what? If it's not the bottom blast zone, why don't I get you off the top? Marky Moo is 1 game away from eliminating the world champion, getting him out of this tournament at 9th.
Dude, I was telling you this is going to go right down the middle, but Marky Moo really has been able to play exactly into what we know Marky Moo for, bro. The gauntlets are making big plays off the stage. He continues to find sidelight into imagination, basically. He knows what you want to do. He was already there, and he keeps getting these early stocks, the bread and butter stocks, really. And that's what you want. You don't want to have to depend on straight hits. You want to be able to condition your opponent to allowing you to get those 2 pieces off the reeds. What are we talking about here? What are we doing? Off the beginning?
What are we doing, brother? Okay. Hughes finds the Scythe of his own. It's Scythe versus Gauntlets to get us started here on this game number 4. Like we said, Marky Moo 1 game away from advancing into Sunday.
Oh my. Hughes, you gotta show up.
He's got momentum, TK. Okay, he read the dodge as well, but Hughes getting a little bit of a clip off the top. Not able to get a KO, just a little bit more damage. Hughes playing firmly from behind, though.
Man, this is actually not, I mean, again, super close still. You know, we got a game here on Hughes, but as of right now, it's like the momentum has shifted very heavily into the way of Marky Moo. Hughes, though, is fighting back right now on this current stock. Movement. Doesn't get enough, though, but he does disarm them. This is bad for Hughes. Again.
Got it. Marky Moo, the momentum he is carrying right now just seems completely unstoppable. What does Hughes need to do? He's got to pull out a lot of tricks now from his magic kit. Maybe he can make this happen. The orb, it's Ponder It.
Ponder it, brother. Let it tell you the future, and hopefully the future does say I can at least get to a game 5 for him. But right now, Marky Moo's definitely trying to change the future. Uh-oh. Scoop.
Big scoops. Okay, Sair pushes it off. Marky Moo, yeah, threads it. Tries to bait for the high angle. Force Hughes to maybe get off the ground, go for a jump. Oh. Has to burn the dodge to get through the weapon toss. Marky Moo wants to reverse the situation, but once again, that stacked position with the end light means Hughes will find the stock. He's still in this for sure.
Yeah, this is a good way to get back into it because, as I said, most of the momentum has felt like it's on the side of Marky Moo, but Hughes has been able to kind of slow this down. He's playing from the corner again, and he's playing from the corner quite well, though. Marky Moo having a hard time getting his hands on it. Finally does it right here, though, and he gets a lot when he does, though. Oh, okay, off the stage, watch out.
Oh, tried to option for the gravity cancel as well. I like that from Marky Moo. Off stage, wanted to get the grips on him again, but Hughes had something else to say about it entirely. There's the wait once again. He's caught on to the patterns for sure, especially with these gauntlets online. See, weapon toss comes through. Marky Moo can't get more than 2 hits though.
All good though. He's still got a little bit of a damage lead here for sure, but oh man, the wait every time. He is continuously knowing where he wants to go. Hughes try to go over him this time. He just pulls the trigger on it.
Uses last stock potentially in this elimination bracket. Marky Moo, of course, wants to close it out in 4 if you can. You don't want to give Hughes any opportunity to make it back into this match. Scythe v Scythe comes through, tries to cut the angle. Marky Moo makes it back onto stage. Hughes jumping around, waiting for an action so he can get the whiff punish. That's what he's looking for.
Oh, okay. Sitting back off the stage right here. This could be big for Hughes. I mean, he hasn't taken too much damage here on this last stock yet, so he's able to get the stock right now. Uh-oh. Yeah, jumped out of there even after the dodge. He's dodging a lot after that single jab, so that neutral light is definitely hurting him.
This is where these South American players can really thrive. If they get to act second in a lot of these situations, they'll find the whiff punish. They'll make their way back into the game. Enlight doesn't find its mark. Marky Moo is getting a couple hits here and there, and it's slowly slipping away from Hughes. But as I say it, there comes the dare. He has no movement left. It's last stock here. Maybe Hughes can make a game 5 happen.
Yeah, couldn't get all the way up there, unfortunately. I think he got hit out of his jump, so his resources are already pretty low. Hughes, though, is in a position to be able to make a comeback. He has not taken too much damage, just now starting to maybe look into that orange, a deep yellow, if you will. And again, playing from the side, this has worked out for him quite well. He's now kind of playing this bait and switch type deal.
Okay, is Marky acting a little bit too early? A couple recoveries, just trying to close off the distance, means Hughes finds his way back into this match. He's made it almost even. It is even now.
Oh, the momentum has shifted.
Oh, whiff punish, whiff punish. There's nothing. Okay, a lot of respect from both players as well to just regain stage advantage. Try to find the neutral win. Try to stay in this game. If you're used, the recovery hits, it doesn't disarm. That's huge.
Marky move. I think the next sidelight though, it might be curtains here for Use.
It might be. We've been seeing a lot of dodge mashes come out. Use doesn't connect.
It's both sides right now. It might be next sidelight for either one of them because the sidelight's in. Oh, he tried it.
Disarmed. Okay, Use made it back. Dodges through the recovery. Oh my gosh, this is so close.
They are fighting for their lives right now. Both of them in the red. It's the next big hit to go ahead and take them out.
And you know what's coming. Look at this. The recoveries from Marky Moo. Use is just waiting for that opportunity to find it, but he hits the recovery to win it all. And Marky Moo closes this one out, advances to top 8, and eliminates the world champion with a 3-1 victory at the midseason.
That man, Marky Moo, and those recoveries, bro. Name a better duo. Bro was finding them any and everywhere. And that's how he ends up in the top 8, putting out the world champion. What a big W right there for Marky Moo. Still got to give it up to Use, though. I mean, fought a hard-fought battle, definitely slowed it down. He swapped up his like game plan. Started playing a lot more at the edge and just trying to do a lot of bait and punish. But after a while, Marky Moo was able to find his way into that last hit. It was just a little too late for him to make that into a Game 5 situation. Marky Moo into our top 8. Let's go.
I mean, oh my goodness, TK. We had said from the start, these two competitors, I mean, it is such a game of inches. Small victories determine big wins at the end of it all. And Marky Moo, like you said, the old reliable recovery on the gauntlets, was able to cross the finish line with that one. And I mean, look, I think if it misses, Use is very, very potentially going to make that a Game 5 situation. And I think it's a coin flip, honestly. That's how close these competitors are in 2025.
Yeah, bro. This is, I mean, just what a solid set, and they played, I think, all here too. So they were ready for the scrap. They was like, we don't need any platforms. Thing, small stage, you know, last one's relatively close, but we're ready to throw some hands right here. Good stuff though to Marky Moo, taking it in a 3-1 fashion, and this could have definitely went either way right here. But that was a great call out, and as the announcer said, good game.
Good game.
For sure, man.
Hey, we got our qualifier on the desk. Marky Moo, how's it feel, bro?
I don't know. I'm just kind of happy I was able to win because, like, I don't know. I just kind of wanted to, like, get done with the day. But, like, it was obviously a very hard match, and I'm proud that I was able to win. But Use is just a very tough.
One of the big things I remember I've spoken to you about in LANs in the past is kind of, like, your experience with nerves, like tournament nerves. Are you nervous right now, like, competing? Like, what's going through your mind when you're playing up against Use?
I'm extremely nervous. I'm shaking like right now, like as I talk. It's hard for me to even speak right now, but right now I'm just trying to calm down. But yeah, I do face like a lot of nerves. Like it doesn't really go away.
I mean, even if you are nervous, you seem to always play in a way that looks very confident. Your reads on anytime you ever hit a sidelight always seem to be insane. Your recoveries are always nice. But do you have, so when you're thinking about this matchup for sure, what do you feel like you capitalized on the most to really get you that W?
I think what I capitalize on the most is like the read. Like I think I know how to read pretty well, and also like I kind of know how to like just move around. Like I have like
you got really good movement.
Yeah, so I think those are definitely the two things, and also my off stage a little bit. Like it's very clutch sometimes when I need it. So I think those three things.
Now you've been able to find a lot of victories in online events, but the LANs have been, you know, you've had really good performances there. What do you kind of think is going to happen, or I guess what are your expectations going in to tomorrow's bracket?
I'm just gonna hope that I do my best and like that I don't like lose a set over something dumb. Like I don't know. I just want to play as good as possible and place as best as I can. Really, there's nothing else really that I'm thinking about.
That's like I feel like all the competitors are the same, bro.
You're all so nice.
You're all locked in. Like that's all I hear is like, oh yeah, what are we doing? Oh, I just want to lock in to make sure the games are good. So hey, I mean, we appreciate having you up here. We appreciate you for being in this top 8. You are one of our favorite players for sure here on the desk. So great job.
Take a breather, man. You earned it. Great job. Great job. We're going to take a look at some of the stats from the next game, but thank you, of course, to Marky Moo for joining us on the desk. Congratulations as well for making it into the top 8 tomorrow.
Yes, sir. So we got 562, 538 here. Now, Marky Moo had said, you know, the last part of that game was looking a little scary for a second, but he was able to go ahead and clutch it out right at the end. And, I mean, even if it went to a Game 5, who was going to complain? We just got more great Brawlhalla between two great players right there. So love to see how that one shook up, but I am happy to see my boy Marky in the top 8. So we got One more match?
One more match, and I mean, look, there is one elimination side top 8 slot remaining here, folks. Like we had said before, on the winner side, Acno, Balloon Boy, Loris, Wes. On the elimination side, Marky Moo is going to face off against Kaina tomorrow. And the winner of this next set between Meg D and Munir will be facing off against Godly.
See them stats real quick, bro. How many times they played so far?
Once.
Wow. Okay.
And it was at an Autumn Royale in 2023. It actually went Meg D's way. So here's the thing, right? We set the stage earlier with a Meg D set. You said it felt like Meg D was like this brand new player, right? We've come to know Meg D as this kind of paradigm of defense, so good at controlling tempo, slowing the pace down. But we're seeing a lot more aggression on the side of Meg D. I don't think there is a more aggressive player in Brawlhalla than Munir.
Oh, no, not at all.
Munir is like the epitome of I will hold forward even if I'm down 3 stocks to 1. It does not matter to me.
All right, so we're going to see how that one plays out, though, because I think if we're going to see old Meg D, like I think he's always been good at playing around that style, but if we're seeing new Meg D and he matches the aggression that Munir is going to put out, this is going to be an insane game.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I mean, like we said before, Meg D, there's a lot on the line, I think, for Meg D as well. This will be their first top 8 appearance since the midseason last year. So, I mean, look, we were saying Meg D in years past was kind of like this staple that you come to know and expect, whether it's a LAN, whether it's online, very high placements, even, you know, a lot of podiums in the past as well. This will be a really good return to form if Meg D can get this one over on Munir.
He sounds like a bracket demon now, though. Like when you're not placing top 8, but you're just ruining everybody else's run.
Yeah.
You 13th, you 17th. Me, I'll take 9th.
Yeah,
that's
all
fine.
right, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take 9th.
Hey, we do what we must, right? But on the side of Munir, second place at the Winter Championship, most recently this February, just outside of top 8 at BCX 2024. So it's been a bit of time as well on the side of Munir for seeing a top 8 placement in a LAN.
Yeah. We have some stats to show up real quick. We're looking for those Munir stats real quick. But yeah, there we go. The Munir stats, 11 top 8s and 22. So he's always, if he gets into the top 32, there's a 50% chance he's getting into the top 8. So he's got a 50% chance to win this match. I think it's probably going to go right down the middle.
I like those odds.
I like those odds. No golds yet, but a decent amount of silvers and a decent amount of bronzes as well. Looks like he's calling for a little help here, but we'll find out, you know, how this matchup shakes in a little bit as we go over to the other side. We got Meg D, 14 top 32s. My man has been around for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And like we said, I think Meg D was like an absolute menace, you know, in the past, being able to make that rap sheet as powerful as it is. This is going to be the unstoppable force and the immovable object facing off against each other.
I feel like Meg D might almost single-handedly be the reason Wall Slip exists. That's my goat.
That's true.
That's my goat, bro.
Actually. Crazy stuff, guys. Like we said, there is one elimination side top 8 slot remaining, and it will be between the winner of these two, Munir versus Meg D, coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, we're getting everything set up, ready to go. But yeah, I'm excited for this match, man, as we get into our last match of the night, but not the last match of the weekend, as we do have 2 championship Sundays to get through.
That's
one
right.
for doubles, one for singles. We want to crown some champions. We want to give some belts out. We want to make sure these people take them. If whoever wins this belt, you better take it. Take a nice picture when you get home. We better see that belt at the house.
Yeah,
That's
we're
all
going
I'm
to see that
saying.
one, for sure.
All right, here we go. Into our first game, the last game of the night, first game between them. Here we are on Fortune Alliance, and we already starting quick. I'm bringing the Taros out.
Who's it going to be? Meg D, Munir. 3 to 5 games will decide it all. And we're already starting off. Again, just dictating the pace. It's going to be a lot of whiff punishes we see here, especially from Meg D's side.
I think it's Meg D, regardless of how this goes. If it goes offensive or defensive, he's still going to be the one that technically dictates the pace here.
For sure.
Unless Munir just actually goes like balls to the wall and like cannot be stopped. And that is a possibility. Well, I've seen this man go a little crazy.
We're already going to see overlapping positions makes that a little bit awkward for Munir to find the angle. Meg D, again, this is such a weird interaction that we've been seeing all weekend. The scoop ups is just catching these recoveries, these jumps out of the sky. It's been really heads up from the Taros players.
Yo, we're right down the middle. Not going to be enough power off of that just yet, but I still like the fact that we're going to go for that situation. Woo! And he ends up getting counter recovery. Unfortunate there for Meg D, because that is a good option to go for, but Munir was ready.
And this is what I mean. If there is an aggressive route Munir can take, he will find it and he will take it no matter what. Meg D Got to get his wits about him. Kind of know that Munir wants to go for some of these avenues of counter hits, getting the hits here. MegD finds that stock, makes it a 2-stock battle, but playing a little bit behind in terms of damage.
MegD dancing around one more time here in the middle of the stage, but we're keeping it super even. Munir, though, gets himself a hammer back in hand. MegD is kind of moving on, but hold on, who's the aggressive one here? It's me.
Chase dodge down means he gets to reset the situation, tries to touch the ground first. MegD. Munir finds that dodge out. Again, a chase dodge down from Munir's side, but he does find the Sair. Very favorable position now. Oh, scoops up. He wants more smoke, TK.
Yeah, he definitely does. Hey, you come back up here. All right, unfortunately, though, there's not a lot of smoke left here on this stock if he ends up getting a downlight Sair. You're going past any blast zone at that point in time. Speaking of, there it is.
Speaking
of. Any blast zone, you're gone.
And Munir takes that stock relatively unharmed for the most part. See if he can hang on to it for longer. Can MegD fight their way back into this battle? Munir, the quick one, tries to cover the jump with the Sair, but Munir doesn't get too much more after that. MegD now has a chance. That's a disarm.
Uh-oh. Yep, send him out, just quick with it. A lot of this, we're seeing those same things. You know, if MegD or anybody with an orb really can just shut you down from coming back to that stage, it usually ends up being a stock just like that.
Oh yeah.
All right, now MegD. One more time. Stepping back real quick. I like that.
Watch the dodges away. If I'm MegD, Munir's been going for that a lot.
Clips
up. Completely reversing the situation. Munir wants to get the scoop up again, but it misses. MegD now has an opportunity to get the offstage, but just runs away back towards the weapon spawn. Munir gets the shuffle, gets back onto the hammer. Oh, the gravity cancel gets to the 3-piece.
Uh-oh, could be a real problem right here. That was a lot of damage. Yeah, gravity cancel into the end light there. And so, yeah, we're looking for, Stomp Sair's coming.
Yep.
He's still, almost finished right there.
The next one gets the KO, though,
For
too.
sure.
I mean, there's so many options at Munir's disposal now. MegD has to really carefully navigate this if he wants a shot at the first game, but it's Stomp Sair straight out of the skies means MegD, or Munir, excuse me, takes this first game.
It was the slide stomp, too, right there. So, that was what he covered all of that middle stage and the jump right there all together just off that slide stomp. That's how you do it. The counter recovery yet. It's going to get him started right there. But Munir, man, as we said, is going to play Mr. Aggression. If there's an option he can pick to put some damage onto his opponent, he will pick it. Boom. Stepped on.
Yeah, and that recovery in particular that you pointed out, I think is really important, right? Because we've kind of, at this point, outlined the flow charts that Teros players have in order to get their KOs, and it's like Stomp Sair, any type of aerial to get the KO off the top blast zone. You haven't seen a lot of just the recoveries to contest the space like that.
Yeah. Now, taking it over to Demon Island, I'm a little shook for MegD on this one kind of specifically, but at the same time, I think about Petra Siggs, and she definitely covers the whole side wall with that down sig if she's able to line it up the Spirit Bomb. So we'll see how this one shakes out, but as of right now, it's been mostly the receiving end of damage for MegD. Starts to get a little something going for him. Only for a little bit, though.
Pushed off stage again. Yep. What's Munir on the edge guard? Tries to go for the GC stomp, waiting for a jump up from MegD. Oh, wow. Actually goes for like a baby wait there to get a 3-hit connection. But once again, Stomp Sair, my beloved, is enough to get Munir on the board first.
The best case scenario for Munir right there, too. The Stomp Sair out at the blast zone. You're already at the edge of the stage. Demon Island walls are kind of close, too. This is not the greatest start here for MegD. He is getting overran right now.
How many chase dodges can you just go towards MegD? I mean, you're right next to him, brother.
Okay, MegD gets the ground pound. He managed to get back on that stage just in time, though.
Okay, high angle. Munir gets the weapon toss to cover his tracks, but it's Sidelight Sair. I mean, the two tools from either side are very apparent. Sidelight Sair, Stomp Sair.
Yep.
And we're evened up, but MegD is very behind in this second stock.
Yeah, he's got to start getting some damage. It doesn't even matter. The second stock is already erased. I feel like that got erased even before that sidelight hit with the chase down after the sidelight with the downlight into the Sair once again. Old try and true. He's getting comboed. He's getting dragged everywhere.
How many aerials can I fit into this combo, says Munir. He gets almost all of them.
My man's getting chauffeured right now. He's like, you go this way.
He says, how about now? Yeah.
The Russian
right
Mafia.
This way, sir. I'm going to open the door for you. Okay, tries to get the signature to just close that one out in style. MegD off stage. So the weapon toss turns it around. Are you kidding me, Munir?
Wait, is that it? No, he does manage to make it back. I thought that was going to be off the wall and straight up. He couldn't get back. Munir.
Watch the D-light as well. It covers so much. We haven't seen really that at all, but MegD gets the reply. Oh, touches in time, Munir. Clutch.
don't know what he was trying. I assume he was trying to go for a down air on the stage, or off the stage, but he ends up getting it on the stage, and that's it. That was so quick. I mean, just straight up like a machine gun with it. Down light to the recovery, no time in between. And Munir is playing exactly like we say he does, bro. Every time he can get a hit, he's going for it.
This is the type of player, man, where if you don't come in with a game plan, if you don't come in with the right mentality, you will just get run over. Munir is too fast, he's too quick, he's too aggressive. And look at this, he's 2 games up over on Meg D.
Jeez. My man is too legit to quit, apparently, so let's go ahead and get it. As now Meg D has got to fight his way into a reverse 3 to even get past Munir, but I don't know if he has it in right now with the way that Munir is playing. The momentum just seems to keep stacking more and more in his favor.
Meg D, a little bit of momentum though. Trying to get some going, gives some space right back. Wants to maybe control the tempo now at this point. And I don't blame you at all. Look at what Munir has been able to do. Tries to get the up and down.
Okay. Man, still looking for, okay, we're going to swing it up. It's going to take a bit of a punish there, but I still feel like he's got the advantage of having the more straight hit potential to take this stock right now. Not so much anymore. You already know what we're looking for here. The down air would have been nice. Across the stage, gets the bounce, though.
It's off the bottom. That means Meg D gets to hang on for one more interaction, but it did not amount to too much more damage on their side. It's first strike going over towards Munir again.
Meg D right now just trying to find some space, but he does end up finding a KO right there. Kind of surprised with it. It looked like he was trying to run away, but he reverses his fortune. Kind of surprised Munir with that downlight recovery. Trying to extend that just a little further, couldn't make it happen. Munir though, wow.
And I mean,
there.
What a complete diametric opposite to some of the other Terroses we've been seeing. I'm thinking Kaina in particular, right? Feet planted on the ground if you're Kaina, sharking. The D-Sigs are so good at just controlling so much space and getting KOs as well. Munir's like, what if I always jumped?
Yeah.
What if I always was in the air and just get so many aerials against you?
What if I was right next to you all the time, bro? He's a stalker.
Crazy stuff. Oh my gosh. Even on landings, too, Meg D does not feel safe. The damage is very even between these two, but it just feels like Munir has been so oppressive in the advantage state.
Here now. It gets, oh, scooped!
Yep, scoop!
Oh, man, yeah, just get him out of there quickly with it. My man got yeeted to that blast zone, and now down to his last stock, but we do got at least a decent amount of damage. I don't know if that scrap was worth it. Almost get him past that top blast zone. Let's see if we can get another chance now with the armed recovery of the gauntlet. No, he throws it away, and now Munir with the hammer in hand. The hammer's been doing mad work for him.
It has for sure. Okay, swaps the weapons over, shuffles it around, keeps Meg D into the star for a little bit longer. That weapon spawn, Meg D steals it away. And get Acer. I mean, Acer just KOs now, and Meg D knows it.
Oh.
There it is. Okay, last stock once again for both of these players, but Meg D, work cut out for him for sure.
Right, Munir. Look at that, bro. Unarmed, he's still like, I'm down to scrap it up, bro. I don't care. I don't need a weapon, but he does end up finding one in his hand. Oh my God. The cross. His ankles.
He said, get out of my head, Charles. Get out of my head, Charles. Oh my goodness, we said the down signature. Watch out for it. Some shades of Kaina comes through, and Munir is able to qualify into top 8 with electricity to take that one out.
Dude, Munir's such a sick player, man. Loving seeing that type of aggression and it actually working out. You know, he's not haphazard about it. Everything looks aggressive, and you know, from the untrained eye, you're like, man, he just goes in, but it's all calculated.
It is all calculated. Calculated aggression, and it turns out the unstoppable force has beaten the immovable object today. A 3-0 victory means Munir qualifies for Championship Sunday. You can read it on the bottom of your screen, folks. That is going to be our last top 8 competitor making it into tomorrow's bracket.
Dude, the bracket is looking super sick right now. Our matches have been super sick, but if you think these are sick right now, imagine what they're going to look like tomorrow with all of these great players in it right now. Look at Munir's highlights real quick. You're going to see a lot of him just running at Meg D and getting the stocks, bro. Boom, across the stage. I'm coming all the way over there. I don't care.
Yeah.
What's up?
I mean, the coverage from this guy has just been so sick to watch. And I think saving that down signature until the very end as well. We saw it in the previous game. It didn't pan out for Munir. But look at this. It covers so much off the ground. Meg D at this point is like, he's going to air-to-air me, right? Like, of course, he has to. And he goes, oh, no, I got it. And that is a worthy pop-off for Munir. Congratulations. He's making it to championship.
Bro got the Odin's drop, too, right there, man. When the weapon spawns right where you need it. Like, he's like, oh, wait, I need a weapon. And Thor and Odin's like, here you go, bro.
Okay,
yeah,
cool,
thanks, bro. Here it is, drops him an axe, immediately goes from that axe drop into the down sig, and it works out for him. 538 to 424. I mean, it's crazy to see like these damage numbers because it definitely felt like he ran it a little harder than this, but it was only a little more than 100 damage more done on the side of Moonier. At the same time, though, Taros does take stocks very early, so you also got to think about that as well too. But he was all over Megd. The amount of attacks he's able to throw out, 74 to the 53 right here, absolutely insane. But I had a great time watching this. I always got to know, Cheapy, how did you feel about the matches?
These last couple matches are just so intense. This is literally it. This is your top 8 and so much back and forth. And like, I just love, like, I know I'm watching backstage, but I can hear the excitement. I can hear the shouting, the screaming, the anguish, honestly, too, for some of this. And these last couple matches, I mean, oh my God, I don't know where to start. First off, I mean, Yuz is just out. That was our world champion, right? Out, completely out. But that doesn't mean South America's out, because right now at the top 8 bracket here, we literally have 3 European players, 3 South American players, and only 2 North American players, and that's Balloon Boy and Margimu. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know who's gonna come out on top, but the last couple matches have been so amazing, so exciting, so much back and forth, and now we have our top 8 for tomorrow. So, boys, I do want to just quickly, actually, hold on, remind folks, since we're talking about tournaments and we're talking about top 8 and the high caliber of tournaments, I gotta talk about the highest caliber of tournaments. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the World Championship, okay? Right. So, Brawlhalla.com/BCX. If you haven't done it yet, you should do it now. November 21st to 23rd, you can get your tickets, you can get your hotel, get all that information, coordinate with your friends and family. And honestly, if they don't even know what's going on, you should tell your friends and family. Brawlhalla.com/BCX, because you want that early bird ticket. You want to get it before June 20th so you can get the swag bag. And then celebrate with us, the Brawlhalla community, the 10th anniversary of Brawlhalla at BCX 2025. Seriously, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be an amazing, amazing time. So I had to quickly shout that out since we're talking about the most high caliber gameplay, right? Guys, I do want to kind of grab your kind of like final thoughts as we are getting to the end here of, you know, day 2. What are you guys thinking? Who's going to take it to the top for singles?
That's a hard one to answer. But I'm just gonna say I am fine with anyone winning right now. But if I had to pick, because that's my boy, it's Markimu right now.
Okay.
I love to see a Markimu W. My man's definitely doing up. Hard second choice would be Godly.
All right. And then
Godly, baby.
Okay, I was like, what?
I mean, I gotta stick to the original predictions, but I mean, look, would you have ever predicted this bracket in a million years?
Honestly, no.
Come on, like, look, we had PJ and me on the desk earlier today to open us up. Both of us had Godly, Yuz, and Markimu in our top 3. Yuz is completely out, and the other 2 are in the elimination side of bracket. Also said Balloon Boy is kind of not an if, but a when, and he's got a great position here on the winner's side of this bracket. I mean, it's just completely bonkers. I want to see Godly make the run, of course, but I'm with TK. I'm happy with anyone taking it.
I think that's why it's hard to pick, too, because, like, Balloon Boy, like, he's playing the character that I like to play. He's playing Vivi, and I'm like, word, I'm just sitting here with my notepad out like, that was sick. I got to do that more often. So I would love to see him go farther as well, so I can keep watching my favorite character be played. But also, he's a good guy, good dude.
That's right. I mean, dude, I don't know.
You don't know. You just have your arms in the air. I don't know.
There's so many things happening right now. I'm just like, why is the Brawlhalla so good? Like, what made it so good? Again, all these upsets are insane. All this whole bracket. Again, I don't think anyone doing like a March Madness of this bracket would have ever predicted the layout to be what it is.
No, and I'm excited to see, I mean, the folks on the winner side right now, too. I mean, Acno on winner side, Lores West. I mean, Balloon Boy, it's going to be an exciting championship Sunday for sure tomorrow. But, y'all, I got to do some very quick reminders here about some last-minute things because let me talk about merch because I'm serious here, okay? This is your reminder. If you are literally here at the venue, grab this new collection, this basic, this fresh Brawlhalla merch here because literally we were almost sold out. So if you really want your hands on this, you want to look nice, fresh, clean, and they're really comfortable. I've been wearing this all day, and it is so comfortable. Get it now if you're at the venue, because we're literally about to be sold out. But for my folks online watching, you know, it's brawlhalla.insightcousa.com. That's where you can check out and grab some of this stuff. But wait, that's not all. Y'all know I gotta talk about the exclusive Brawlhalla Fest merch, right? Yeah, there it is, the Reaper long sleeve tee, the t-shirt here. That's also available at the venue here at Midseason Championship. And my folks online, if you haven't done it yet, you better get it before June 20th. Brawlhalla.insightcousa.com. Don't wait, get it now. You don't wanna miss out on this exclusive merch here, specially made for Brawlhalla Fest. And then lastly, but not least, guys, we've been talking about Championship Sunday and all that jazz that's happening tomorrow. Let's talk about where you can tune in and watch this up. You know it's going to be twitch.tv/Brawlhalla at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's where you want to tune in. Okay, don't forget to put like a little reminder for yourself so you can tune in and obviously get your viewership rewards as well. All right. Walt, TK, thank you guys so much for closing for us and commentating those last top 8 qualifying matches. We super appreciate, but it's time. It's time, y'all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at the Brawlhalla Midseason Championship. We saw many of our top seeds fall into the elimination side today. A new guard will have a chance to show their merit tomorrow on Sunday. Will it be Balloon Boy finally rising his way out of Marky Moo's shadow? Will it be Marky Moo continuing his elimination run and prove that he is a winner? Or will Kinda or Godly claim the belt? We got to see some new names find themselves into the winner's side of the top 8. But who will raise the belt tomorrow? Y'all, you gotta make sure to tune in tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla for Championship Sunday. Good night, everyone.
He's sweating and Bunny misses the end zone. And Wade is the one that closes it out.
It's a really hard game to come back from, but Nyx does have that NSIG on blasters to bring things around. Are you going to be able to convert?
Oh my God, he's
recovery with the down air, and we get the clutch.
That's a true combo. Pivot down stick here would be huge. Acto gets him. He gets him with the cheese. I cannot believe it. He gets him with the cheese. I cannot believe it. No, doesn't get by the gravity cancel delay. It looks like Balloon Boy gets hit by that sider. Low on jumps, has to make it back to the stage. Dive kick reversal. That means he's got another chance, but Kinda gets right through into the hurricane. That's it. Kinda gets right through into the hurricane. That's it. Balloon Boy doesn't cover with the ground pound. That might cost him the game. He almost clutched it. The down stick gets hit by the weapon throw. Moonir just completely decimates himself twice in a row. Laura is holding on. If Moonir still wins after all, this would be a miracle.
Gosh.
Laura's falling with the side air. You've got to be.
Satellite Sider should be able to do it here.
Especially from here, for sure. And Godly knows it. You see this air off right away. West guarding the stage. He gets the ground pound.
Big hit to go ahead and take him out.
And you know what's coming. Look at this. The recoveries from Marky Moo. Uses just waiting for that opportunity to find it. But he hits the recovery to win it. Opportunity to find it. But he hits the recovery to win it all. And Marky Moo closes this one out. Advances to top 8 and eliminates the world champion.
I don't care. I don't need a weapon, but he does end up finding one in his hand. Oh my God.
Oh, the cross.
His ankles.
He said, get out of my head, Charles. Get out of my head, Charles. Charles, get out of my head, Charles. Oh my goodness, we said the down signature.
The way you look at me, it's almost like a dream.